I'm a reincarnator. That massive Eroge RPG I grinded to completion in my past life, Sword Dance Continent, is now the world I'm living in. Trash World. Dungeons that spawn monster waves if you don't clear them. A final boss no human being can realistically beat. World-ending catastrophes popping off every other week. And on top of all that, the humanoid races still find time to stab each other over supremacy. Even worse are the puberty-brained monkeys running around. Their combined IQ can't clear 50, and they show up every single day just to piss me off. Luckily, I've got the full walkthrough crammed into my head. Where the cheat items are, where the in-game gear is, I know it all. As for why I memorized the whole strategy guide, blame my ex-girlfriend. Or I guess technically I'm widowed. Whatever. Point is, she was the one who insisted I help her farm every ending CG. Today's the Talent Awakening Ceremony. My class, Rogue, already gets zero respect, and my deskmate Song Ingshua has been nagging me the entire way here. You rogues are all scum, she said, chestnut brown hair spilling over her shoulders. Her JK uniform was modified in the most delinquent way possible. Pleated skirt dangerously short, 2 buttons of her blouse undone, whole vibe screaming back off. If your talent awakens as garbage and you can't party with me, I'll kill you. And if you pull any of those clingy stalkers of mine into our party, I'll also kill you. You don't have to say it twice, I sighed. Go find your girlfriends. Those 2 bitches already grouped up with other people while I wasn't looking. Female friendship is terrifying. On the field, the awakening stone, a pale blue crystal, hovered above the center of the platform. Students went up one by one, the light flaring and fading. C rank, B rank, sigh after sigh. Then it was Lei Lai's turn, the Academy's famous meathead, and the most annoying of Song Ingshua's suitors. His palm pressed against the crystal, and red light exploded outward. A rank, blazing flame. The whole field erupted. Lei Lai whipped around in ecstasy, locked eyes on Song Ingshua, and waved at her. The next second, Song Ingshua whooshed behind me, fists white-knuckled in the back of my shirt. Hey, don't use a rogue as your aggro tank. Lord Yeswang, she said, switching to honorifics now. That guy is physically repulsive to me. Making a man reject another man for you. Now that's scumbag behavior. I've rejected him 1,000 times. I'm starting to wonder if we're even the same species. Lei Lai jumped straight off the ceremony platform, parted the crowd, and strode toward us. Heat waves from his blazing flame still rolling off his body. Ingshua, A rank, team up with me. I'll cover all your resources, keep you safe. His gaze skimmed right past me like I was empty air. I was about to slip away, but Song Ingshua's grip clamped down on my shoulders from behind. Lowlife, rogue. Lei Lai finally spared me a glance. Get lost. My face darkened. Just as planned. Song Ingshua silently thought to herself. She knows me too well. She knows I hate being looked down on more than anything. What do you think you're gonna awaken, huh? D rank? Or nothing at all. Trash class, trash talent, get lost. He never finished. I stepped forward, palm cupping his jaw, fingers digging into his cheekbones. I twisted at the waist, borrowed his forward momentum, and slammed him down against the ground. Crack. The back of his skull hit the granite. I didn't stop. I hauled him up and slammed him down again. Crack. 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 After 3 hits, the A-rank newcomer's eyes rolled back, drool leaking from his mouth, his limbs twitching. Dead silence. The captains from every school changed color. An A-rank talent was impressive, sure, but his combat reflexes were pathetic. 0 defensive awareness against a surprise attack. And my move? Clean, efficient, not a wasted motion. Clearly the work of someone who'd crawled back from the edge of death more than once. The instructor finally snapped out of it, face bloodless as he rushed over. Stop it. Yi Shuang. I let go immediately, the picture of innocence. Lei Lai lay crumpled on the floor, a small pool of blood spreading behind his head. The instructor glared at me, the reprimand already on his tongue, then swallowed it back. Vocational academies ran on strength. What could he really say? I brushed non-existent dust off my clothes, turned, and walked back to my spot. The crowd parted from me on its own. Song Ingshua met me halfway and secretly mouthed nicely done. Next, Song Ingshua. She took a deep breath and stepped onto the platform, laying her hand on the crystal. A steady milky white glow rose up, coalescing into words. A rank, all attribute enhancement. The crowd erupted again. This was the kind of versatile talent that top teams drooled over, and paired with a face like hers, the captain's eyes were practically shining. Garbage talent, I noted silently. In the game, all attribute enhancement was just a flat 20% boost across the board. Sounded amazing, was actually the most mediocre of the A ranks. The A rank tier was ruled by mechanic-abusing freaks. A pure stat stacker like this couldn't even beat some of the stronger B ranks. Early on, your base stats were too low for 20% to matter. Later, any percentage boost gear made it redundant. Still, for a nobody who didn't even exist in the game, A rank was more than enough to carry her. Well, she bounced back, waiting to be praised. Amazing. I forced a smile and even threw in a thumbs up for good measure. You're lying. She frowned at me, unimpressed. But her mood was clearly through the roof. She spun around and pranced off to brag to her friends. Next, Yi Shuang. Half the field's gaze swung toward me in unison. Everyone wanted to see what the rogue, who'd taken down an A-rank newcomer in a single move, could possibly awaken. I walked up onto the platform and casually pressed my right hand against the crystal. A dim layer of gray. The blue light rose slowly, coalescing into two rather unremarkable words. D-rank, a link. D-rank. That's it. D. Link. Sounds like a support skill. A D-rank rogue. Basically a dead end. The disappointed murmurs rippled through the crowd. A few team captains who'd been sizing me up let their eyes glaze over and glance away. I stared at the words on the crystal. Lucky me, this happened to be one of the strongest D-rank talents in the game. The character panel only I could see unfolded across my vision. Yi Shuang human male. Class rogue LV3. Talent link, D-rank. Palm contact establishes a mana circuit. Both parties gain a temporary 10% boost to all stats. Strength 10, Agility 20, Magic 15, Spirit 17. In the game, this was a D-rank support skill locked inside a turn-based combat system. But this was reality now. Slap a hand on an SSS rank mage, and that 10% boost translated into astronomical damage. Way better than Song Yingshua's talent. The only catch was the skin contact requirement. Harsh condition. But, honestly, I didn't give a damn what talent I rolled. The walkthrough was in my head. Cheat items were scattered everywhere, just waiting to be picked up. Why would I need a strong talent? I closed the panel and stepped down from the platform. The stairs had thinned out. What was left carried mostly pity. Yingxue, you're still going to team up with him? Song Yingshua's tall best friend, Lu Yen, leaned in and whispered. D-rank, you know. Rarity's practically up there with S-rank. Song Yingxue arched a brow. So, beside her, the sweet-faced Tian Kursin immediately cupped her mouth and jeered. Oh, someone's in love. Song Yingshue's hand shot up, pinched her cheek, and, thanks to the 20% boost from her A-rank talent all-stat enhancement, hoisted her clean off the floor. Ow ow, let go. We're not like that. We just get along. Song Yingxue explained flatly, forcing the words out, though the tips of her fair ears were tinged faintly pink. Kept running into each other cutting class. Enough times, and you end up friends. A-rank talent, straight into guerrilla mode, Lu Yen commented dryly. Nobody asked for the backstory. You've told us this like 5 times already. As for why her face was turning red, Lu Yen swallowed that observation. She didn't want to end up dangling in the air too. Put me down. Tian Kursin finally roared, drawing a ring of stares. Song Yingxue clicked her tongue and let go. Lu Yen sidled back up to Song Yingshue's ear and lowered her voice. Now's actually the perfect time to make a move on him. Catch him while he's down. Show off your softer side. Kicking someone while they're down is a valid strategy. Song Yingxue nodded automatically, then snapped back to attention, her cheeks flushing crimson, and shot her a vicious glare. You're talking non. What did you say? By now I'd already shrunk back into the corner, force of habit whenever crowds got loud. Song Yingxue hurried over, opened her mouth as if to say something comforting, then thought better of it, and settled for a haughty pout. Just a D-rank, huh? Looks like you'll have to rely on this young lady to cover you in the dungeons from now on. I brushed her off. Yes, all thanks to Miss Song. So what does Link actually do? We're teammates, so I guess it's fine. I shared the talent description with her. A percentage buff? Song Yingxue gasped under her breath. You sure that's D-rank? It's got a lot of restrictions. 0 effective range. We have to be in physical contact, and it ties up one hand. A melee fighter can't really tap into the full bonus. I gave my honest assessment. In truth, a plugin that reliably granted a flat 10% to all stats was already pretty rare. I was more than satisfied. While we were talking, the instructor called out the next name. Shen Qingwei. A girl stepped out of the crowd, black hair cascading like a waterfall down to her waist, her features exquisite but coated in a thin layer of frost. The high-popularity heroine had made her entrance. She pressed her hand against the awakening stone. For the first few seconds, nothing happened. Then crack. A faint sound of ice fracturing came from inside the crystal. A pure, glacial blue bled through the entire stone, and the runes flash-froze in place. The temperature plunged. The students around her shivered, white breath puffing from their mouths, hoarfrost visibly creeping across the ground. This is... The instructor's voice trembled. Above the crystal, 3 enormous characters formed of frozen ice slowly took shape. SSS rank, Ice Age. Dead silence. More absolute than the silence after I'd taken down Lei Lai. Everyone was frozen in place. Even the composure on the faces of the academy captains had turned to stone. SSS rank, the legendary tier said to reshape the balance of the world. On the entire continent, they could be counted on one hand. Shen Qingwei slowly withdrew her hand. The glacial blue receded like a tide, and the frost quietly melted away. Her expression never wavered as she turned and walked calmly down from the stage. Only once she was out of sight did the field erupt. SSS rank. Am I seeing things? Goddess. From this day forward, she's my goddess. Report to headquarters immediately. We have to secure her, whatever the cost. The captains of every academy lost their composure entirely, swarming forward, yanking at each other's pant legs as they shoved through the crowd. Join our Tianwu Academy. We've got 2 A-rank defensive classes. A-rank, get lost. Lingtian Academy has a Paladin with S-rank immovable. The ugliest side of humanity was on full display. Then the next moment left everyone stunned. Shen Qingwei used magic to shove aside. She cut through the crowd, expression frozen like ice, heading straight for one particular corner. Then, under countless stunned stares, she grabbed my wrist. The first to make a sound of disbelief was Song Ingxue, standing right next to me. An even wilder uproar exploded around us, louder than before. That D-rank rogue. What? My goddess. No. Sorry, I hate attention. A rogue gets his EXP halved when he's the center of it. I tried to pull free, only to find her grip abnormally strong. Aren't you a mage? What are you piling strength points for? Who taught you that? Merlin or Gandalf? You rogues don't have that mechanic. Come with me. You know more about rogues than actual rogues do. Classic setup. Get dragged off by the campus queen, and next thing you know, some jilted suitor challenges me to a duel. I griped as I was hauled along. I hate this trope. I'm the one who ends up dealing with it. If you really hated trouble, Shen Qingwei said without turning her head, you wouldn't have come to find me 2 months ago, and you wouldn't have given me that thing. I shut up instantly. Song Ingxue's brain flat out crashed. What thing? Shen Qingwei dragged me straight into the classroom building. No one dared follow. She only let go once we were tucked into some out-of-the-way corner. Song Ingxue trailed after us, arms folded across her chest, her expression complicated. Your friend? Should I ask her to step away? Shen Qingwei glanced at Song Ingxue. No need. I pulled my wrist back. A red ring was left on my skin. Shen Qingyue's icy gaze locked onto me, cutting straight to the point. How did you know for certain that I'd awaken an SSS-rank talent? The Sky Spirit fruit you gave me 2 months ago was only an A-rank exotic fruit. It boosts mana affinity. I don't believe that alone could awaken me to SSS rank. Her eyes were sharp as icicles. And if the fruit really had that kind of effect, why didn't you use it yourself? 2 months ago, I had indeed stopped her, tossed her that fruit shimmering with blue light, and told her that eating it would let her awaken to SSS rank. At the time, I'd figured the thing wasn't in any records, couldn't find it in the library, so if I'd eaten it myself, it might have flopped. Either way, getting on the future goddess of magic's good side was hardly a loss. A favor owed? I'll give you a chance. The Dungeon of Darkness in the graduation exam. Do you want to team up with me? Teaming up with me means you owe me a favor. But sure. I nodded under Song Ingxue's displeased glare, my tone as if I were the one calling the shots. I'm captain. How we explore is my call. First pick on 2 items from the boss drop, then we rotate. Excessive demands. But fine, our equipment doesn't overlap. How many people do you want in the party? More members split the ranking, and I want. Class. Shin Xingyue was a little surprised. This guy sounded as confident as if he were the SSS rank 1. What level is your mage? LV4. Huh? How is that even possible? Song Yingshue's eyes went wide. Before graduation, most students were LV2. Top students barely scraped LV3. Enough. I'll put together a standard 5-person party. I know of a hidden boss room, and the boss there is worth first place. I was confident. The graduation exam wasn't about clearing a dungeon. It was about killing monsters for points. Kill the hidden boss, and the school would break its own rules 100% of the time to hand out first place. The reward was an enchanted weapon. I wanted it. She was LV4 now, and paired with the SSS rank Ice Age, she could absolutely punch above her level. Ice Age. Ice element spells automatically freeze targets on hit. Damage plus 500%. Frostbite and freeze proc rates plus 100%. Back in the game, I'd used her plenty. When it came to killing bosses above your level, a control-type Ice Mage was mandatory. A hidden boss. You really don't disappoint. I was originally going to pick 2 muscle-brained idiots from Miss Grumpy JK's Simp Squad, but she said she'd kill me. Yeah, I will kill you. And I am not grumpy. Song Yingxue snapped back to attention and nodded hard. So, do you have any simps? Ideally shield users, high defense. Pick 2. I didn't bother being polite. You have a genuinely unpleasant way of talking. Shun Qingwen nodded. Recruiting is on me. But I'm warning you, I want first place in the academy. If you can't deliver, I'll send those admirers, your way. Relax. I smiled. The students at this school are weak. First place is easy. The timeline of Blade Dance Continent begins the moment you enter the vocational academy, and in this academy of mine, Shin Xingyue is the only protagonist tier character. Arrogant. Don't disappoint me. Shin Xingyue turned and walked off. You're really teaming up with that woman? Song Yingxue crossed her arms, the motion unintentionally emphasizing certain impressive stats. What's wrong with that? I just pulled the academy's strongest fighter onto our team. You came out ahead. I glanced at her. I'm going to stock up on supplies. Coming. The shopping street. Song Yingshue's eyes lit up in an instant. Let's go, Shin Xingyue. Who cares? Not relevant. The commercial street outside the academy was as noisy as ever. Song Yingshue's eyes started sparkling the moment we walked in. Look at that hairpin. It's enchanted with glimmer. You could use it as a nightlight in dungeons. Wasn't that the aggro item that made monsters specifically target your head? Wow, that new dessert shop. Let's try the Manna Strawberry Tart. I trailed behind her. Thanks to Song Yingxue filtering out all the junk shops for me. I don't fall into traps. My feet carried me straight to my usual old shop without pause. Hey, you lowlife. Are you even listening? Song Yingxue caught up to me. I'm listening. If you want it, buy it yourself. I stopped in front of a general store that gave off a strange herbal odor. Cheapskate. You've got a ton of money. It's got nothing to do with how much money I have. Once you've been in the dungeon, you'll understand. Spending money hurts. The shopkeeper was an old man dozing at the counter. My eyes swept across the shelves. I knew the inventory of every shop in the game by heart. Old man, 10 standard healing potions, 5 high-grade antidotes, 5 explosive vials, 5 freezing vials, 17 gold coins. Here, I paid without hesitation. Let's head back. That's it. What about torches? Food. Song Yingshue's eyes went wide. Why can you finish shopping at just one store? Isn't the whole point of a general store to get everything in one trip? Besides, I've got supplies stocked up. Then I want to go to the weapon shop. Come with me. Song Yingxue latched onto my arm. You're not going to buy anything anyway. How would I know if I don't go look? In the end, by the time the sun was setting, both my stamina and my sanity had been reduced to 0, and Lady Song still hadn't had her fill. 10 days later, the day of the graduation trial, an enormous arched stone gate was set into the mountainside. This was the entrance to Tianwu Academy's Dungeon of Darkness. The monsters inside were relatively low level, well suited for student trials. I spotted Shin Xingyue at once. This time she was wearing a witch's robe and a blue wizard's hat, cool and striking amid the crowd, especially, her figure from behind. 2 boys stood beside her. One was extremely tall, even more broad-shouldered than Lei Lai, with a body-length tower shield strapped to his back like a walking wall of stone. When he glanced at Shen Qingyue, undisguised adoration filled his eyes. Class, heavy shield guardian. The other was well-proportioned, a round shield on his left arm, a short sword at his waist, his gaze sharp. Class, shield warrior. Shen Qingyue gave a slight nod, and we walked over. Introductions, Shen Qingyue said calmly. Wang Shuo, heavy shield guardian, LV3, A rank iron wall. Li Ming, shield warrior, LV3, A rank roar. They've agreed to join us. When Wang Shuo saw Song Yingxue with her spear and leather armor, he awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and gave a foolish grin. Li Ming nodded, his gaze drawn to the longbow slung across my back, clearly no ordinary weapon. But when he noticed the cheap dagger at my waist and my shabby pack, his brow furrowed slightly. This is Yi Shuang, rogue, our captain. Captain. Wang Shuo's eyes bulged. Li Ming's frown deepened. After all, D-rank talents were just as rare as S-rank, and I was, in a sense, somewhat famous, having beaten someone who had just awakened in A-rank. He glanced at Shen Qingyue, dissatisfaction restrained but plain. Shen, are you sure? Shouldn't the captain be the strongest one? A mere D-rank, what makes her qualified? The implication was obvious. Song Yingshue's mouth fell open in disbelief. A captain's job is managing members and dividing up tasks. What does that have to do with personal combat strength? That's common sense, isn't it? Song Yingshue's willing to team up with me. 50% because she knows I'll handle all that plus logistics. 30% because I'm a solid scout and don't get us lost. That was the condition for joining you, Shen Qingyue said flatly. I ignored Li Ming's challenge. I'm Yes Wang. I gestured to the person beside me. Song Yingxue, Lancer, LV3. Our graduation exam target is a deep layer hidden boss. In combat, you follow my orders. Hidden boss. Li Ming couldn't hold back any longer. There are already LV3 monsters on the second floor. The deep layers could have LV5 or higher. And our party. His eyes swept over me again, meaning unspoken but clear. I pointed at Shen Qingyue. You think she's just deadweight? The two shield users, as Shen Qingyue's top simps, immediately changed their tune. At least you know who the main damage dealer is. Just lead the way properly, got it? Yeah. I brushed them off. I'm heading straight for a deep layer LV 100 boss. If I told you, you'd bolt. It took real effort to rope Shen Qingyue in as a heavy hitter. Can't let this chance slip away. So make sure your defenses are tight. Before we go in, everyone signs a magic contract. I pulled out a sheet of parchment covered in blue runes. Everyone's eyes went wide in an instant. Wow, you really spared no expense. Song Yingxue was the first to comment. A magic contract worth 1,000 gold, and single use at that. That money could buy an epic tier piece of gear you'd use for the rest of your life. Just how much money has this guy been raking in, spending every day in the dungeons for 3 years straight? I didn't think you'd come prepared with something like this. Shen Qingyue scrutinized the terms. Even coming from a magic family, she wouldn't casually use a contract this expensive. Beyond the loot distribution, there was a dense list of clauses. No attacking teammates. No ignoring orders to provoke monsters into combat. It made Shen Qingyue think it was a real waste I hadn't gone the mage route, given my talent for gaming the rules. The final clause was a bit harsh. Flee mid-battle, and your mana detonates on the spot. A little cutthroat, but no issues. Shen Qingyue pressed her thumbprint onto it. I'm not planning to run anyway. You know it's a shady contract and you're still signing it? Song Yingxue stared at her. Of course, because I really like Yeshuang's. Huh? Song Yingxue let out a startled hiss. Wang Shuo and Li Ming saw black spots and nearly fainted on the spot. Eyes. Shen Qingyue's smile faded into a look of exasperation. Like a stray dog. And I'm a dog person. How am I like a dog? Song Yingxue snapped, loud enough to draw stares from everyone around us. I was actually a little touched. This kid was unexpectedly willing to stand up for me. You clearly look more like a cat. Sorry, I'm human, actually. The touched feeling evaporated on the spot. Anyway, both of you, thumbprint the contract. Wang Shuo and Li Ming were here for Shen Qingyue's sake. The moment she pressed her thumb down, they didn't even glance at the terms before stamping their own prints. I slid the magic contract in front of Song Yingxue. The girl's eyes went wide. I have to sign too? Obviously. Affection points, 0. Absolutely 0, she shouted, jamming her thumb down anyway. The contract instantly crumbled into ash. Sealed. Check your gear and supplies. We move into the dungeon in 5.5 minutes. I flipped open my pocket watch without looking up. Why 5.5? The mobs are going to be picked clean by other teams. Li Ming shot back immediately. So they can clear the way for us. Also, don't talk back to your captain. Before the words had even finished leaving my mouth, my dagger was already at his throat. The cold touch sent a chill down his spine. Only now did Li Ming realize I wasn't just some bow user. Didn't read the contract carefully? When a member talks back, the captain has the right to correct them with force. There was another reason, actually. Dungeon mobs respawn on fixed intervals. Time it right, and you can slip through the whole run without a single encounter, hitting the boss room at full strength. But that's not something game knowledge alone can nail down. It took me a solid 3 years of scouting in the real thing. 5 minutes passed. With a soft click, I snapped the pocket watch shut. The entrance had mostly cleared out. Move. I slipped into the shadow of the stone gate first. Song Yingxue tucked in right behind me. Shen Qingyue walked in the middle with a calm expression, Wang Shuo hoisting his shield to guard her flank, and Li Ming brought up the rear, shield ready, face grim. The passage was dim, barely lit by the faint glow of moss. At the first fork, I turned without hesitation into the narrowest path. This route. Li Ming couldn't help himself. On the map, this way had higher-level monsters. Stay close. Shut up. Watch your feet and the ceiling. I kept my voice low, leaving no room for argument. At the crossroads, I raised a hand. Stop. My left dagger stabbed suddenly into the shadow. A black-scaled lizard man had just poked its head out, and my blade punched clean through its throat. It swung a claw in retaliation. I dropped low, swept its knee to pieces, gutted it from belly upward with the right dagger, and drove the left dagger into its skull 3 times in quick succession. The whole thing was over inside a single breath. Nice moves. I picked right, Shen Qinghua said with a soft laugh. Time to run. I flicked the blood off my daggers and took the lead. A level 6 black-scaled lizard man. Any student team that saw one would. The first instinct is usually to turn and run. Over the next half hour, even Shen Qingyue's eyes flickered with faint surprise. We only ran into monsters 3 times, and each encounter played out like a script I'd written in advance. A corrupted bat lunging from the shadows was pinned to the rock wall by a thrown dagger. A stone-shelled beetle rounding the corner had its shell pried open by a blade tip before it could retract. A shadow panther took an arrow through the skull before it could even snarl, finished off with a coup de grace. After killing the shadow panther, I casually tossed the decent quality refined steel dagger onto its corpse. Shen Qingyue's gaze paused for a beat. The durability was clearly still high. Every move I made carried the familiarity of something rehearsed countless times. We're here. No need to rush anymore. I stopped in front of an unremarkable stretch of rock wall and shook out a scroll. Mage hand? I can cast that. Do you need it? Shen Qingyue asked. Save your mana. The parchment ignited on its own, and a pale blue translucent palm materialized. While the others watched in confusion, I guided it to press against the wall. The hand slid like a sheet of paper into a crack that was almost indistinguishable from the natural grain of the stone. Click. The wall silently slid aside, revealing a passageway marked with clear signs of chisel and axe. We hadn't walked far before the path ended at a bottomless chasm. We're not about to jump down there, are we? Li Ming's hair stood on end. Of course not. We take the elevator. A rumble sounded, and a crude platform slowly rose to meet us. Here, white giant potion. I pulled out 3 vials of milky viscous liquid and handed them to the 3 warriors. All 4 of them froze. White giant potion, an epic-grade potion that temporarily maxed out strength by 50 points, going for at least 500 gold a bottle on the market. Combined with the earlier contract and scroll, the way they looked at me changed completely. Drink up. Finally, a little generosity. Song Yingxue tipped her head back and downed it, then turned her face to the wall in pain. Wang Shuo and Li Ming exchanged a glance and forced theirs down. For you, Supreme Mana Potion and Greater Mana Amplification Elixir. I pressed 3 small vials into Shen Qingyue's hands. Her eyes sharpened. Supreme Mana Potion, legendary among legendaries, granting an additional 300 points of mana on top of one's base. She currently had 72 points. Drinking it would push her straight to 372. The greater mana amplification elixir doubled the damage of the next spell cast, worth 600 gold on the market. Let me ask, she looked up, what exactly are we going up against? A hidden boss. That much I know. She drank the potion and felt a wave of vertigo. The preparation bordered on obsessive, yet this all-in, bet the house gamble looked, by every measure, like a first-time attempt. Had she boarded the wrong ship? Then again, from an adventurer's perspective, this ship was terrifyingly large. I pulled out my own share, a blood-red liquid sloshing inside the vial. She recognized it at a glance. Divine Power Potion, Legendary. Level, Strength temporarily boosted to 200 points. Let's begin. I slung the longbow across my back, stepped onto the platform, and pulled the lever. The platform descended smoothly. 20 seconds until max charge. Use your Ice Age. That skill. All three of them froze. A trump card like that wasn't something you leaked lightly. How do you even know about it? Shen Qinghue arched an eyebrow, then nodded. But my max charge only lasts 15 seconds. If there's still rock wall ahead, my ice can't punch through a layer that thick. We'll all be buried together. It's fine. I've calculated everything. Oh, and I need to touch you. Don't call it harassment. I've got a fragile heart. I laid a hand on her shoulder and activated Link. And in. She let out a soft sound as another torrent of mana surged into her circulation, faintly coloring her cheeks. So this is Link. Her stats panel. Mana 372409, Spirit 5156. With a talent this strong, why the hell did the system only rate you D? Did you hack it and play the pig to eat the tiger? I don't have that kind of skill. My eyes stayed on the deep red glow rising toward us below. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Charge complete. Ice Age. The tip of Shen Qinghue's staff erupted with a piercing, heat-devouring blue, and a glacial torrent thundered forth. At almost the exact same instant, the platform burst through the last stretch of the shaft. A vast underground chamber opened before us. At its center, kneeling on one knee, was a towering pitch-black armored knight locked in ancient slumber. The glacier crashed straight into it. Crumble. The Black Knight, along with a huge swath of the surrounding area, was instantly sealed inside a colossal coffin of ice, absolute zero cold spreading in every direction. And yet, the terrifying pressure bursting from within that armor set every one of us, myself included, trembling uncontrollably from arm to fingertip. The way Shen Qinghue looked at me had completely changed. Her cool eyes were filled with disbelief. Motherf, what the hell did you drag us in here to fight? LV-100, Corrupted Darklight Knight, Silo. Pretty scary. I let go and released Link, my tone as flat as if I were commenting on the weather. I handed her a blue potion and lightly slapped my own cheek. The oppressive presence on screen and in a real fight really were worlds apart. I drew an arrow from my quiver. Mithril head, intricate runes, the mana pulse compressed to its absolute limit. My ice layer can still be detonated a second time. Hurry, buff me. Shen Qinghue downed the potion in one go, mana instantly full again. A legendary grade super mana recovery elixir. Warrior team, move up, reposition. Only then did Wang Shuo and Li Ming, stunned by the pressure, snap back to their senses. Don't try to snatch command. And I don't have time to maintain. Link, I drew the bowstring to full, eyes locked on the ice coffin. But putting the warrior up front is the right call. If they don't hold the line, we all die. Skin contact's enough, right? Shen Qinghue figured out the key on her first connection, switching her staff to one hand and firmly gripping my drawing wrist with her left. Link reestablished. So it works like that too? Didn't expect it. How do I fight this thing? Song Yingxue drew in a deep breath, her spear tracing a silver arc as she stepped forward. Her mind was set. After this one, I'm going home and being a rich kid for the rest of my life. Never setting foot in another dungeon again. Don't die. Just keep it busy. 1 second left. A tooth-grating crack came from within the ice coffin as fractures spread wildly. I released my fingers from the string. At the same instant, Shen Qingyue's right hand slammed the staff down. Ice coffin implosion. The massive ice crystal collapsed violently inward, compressed into a densely packed sphere of deep blue ice. Boom. A deafening explosion and a storm of ice shards swept through the entire chamber. In nearly the same breath, my silver arrow tore through the storm like a meteor, punching cleanly through the scattering mist of ice to slam into the core of the ice sphere, square between the brows of that pitch-black helmet. Annihilated from inside and out, the Dark Knight's body, which had just broken free of the ice, jerked violently backward, the helmet letting out a metallic wail. But in the end, the arrow was deflected. It didn't punch through. Shin Qingyue and I bolted off the platform hand in hand, perfectly in sync. The Darklight Knight finally tore itself free from the ice. Its 3-meter-tall pitch-black frame was like a walking fortress, key sections of its armor engraved with dark gold thorns and crescent moon motifs. Beneath its helmet, 2 pinprick points of blood-red light slowly ignited. The door-sized black greatsword in its hand ripped through the air with a pressure wave, coming down on Li Ming like teleportation. Li Ming raised his shield to take it head-on. Shield and man were both sent flying, crashing hard into the rock wall. I seized the opening for another headshot, while Shin Qingyue hurled several ice spikes at the same moment. The frost corrosion drastically slowed the Darklight Knight, and every attack landed clean. Ice blossomed across its armor. The damage wasn't fatal, but it prolonged the freezing effect. The next moment, that pitch-black greatsword rose again, ready to cleave down on Wang Shuo, who was holding his shield up. I threw my bow aside, wrenched free of Shin Qingyue's hand, and sprinted forward, pulling out a fresh scroll. That's tier 7. Shin Qingyue was stunned. He had that as a trump card too? We can win. Decree. Drop your weapon. I tore the scroll open, and pure white flame turned into the law of rule itself. Ding. That pitch-black greatsword, which had seemed fused to the armor itself, slipped from its grip in obedience and crashed to the ground. The killing blow whiffed. Wang Shuo roared and slammed forward with a shield bash, driving the knight back several steps. Chugging potions really did work. Shin Qingyue was left dumbstruck. What a waste. A tier 7 Grand Word of Truth scroll, and you used it too, acting as a disarming talisman. I'd already lunged forward like a cheetah, both hands seizing the hilt and ripping the sword free. What had been a one-handed blade for the Twilight Knight became a two-handed greatsword in my standard human frame. System alert. Inheritance item detected, Twilight. Quality, legendary. Type, two-handed greatsword. Physical attack, 1700/magic attack, 1700. Attribute, Shadow Devourer. Basic attacks and skills convert to dark attribute physical damage, piercing armor and magic resistance. Twilight Echo. Each hit triggers an additional light attribute magical slash, strength plus magic. Proof of inheritance. Class token of the Twilight Knight. Class requirements met. Take up the legendary class, Twilight Knight. Accept. No hesitation. Rare classes come from either scrolls or inheritances. An opportunity like this couldn't be passed up. Class assumed. With darkness for our flesh, with light for our blade. We seek no salvation. We only advanced. Yeshuang. Level. Rogue LV.3/Twilight Knight LV.1. Strength. 40 plus 30 plus 150. Divine Power Potion. Magic. 920/920. Skill. Twilight Slash. Costs 50 MP. After a slash, adds 1 dark attribute and 1 light attribute magical slash based on strength plus magic. In later patches, the Twilight Knight was universally recognized as one of the T0 classes. Basic attacks came with built-in follow-ups, and combined with the starter skill Twilight Slash, a single swing could unleash 4 hits of damage. Twilight Slash. Both hands gripping Twilight tight. I sank my hips, planted my step. Every ounce of surging strength fused with the greatsword's weight and swung down. A streak of black light tore the air apart and crashed down onto the Twilight Knight's helm. Clang! Sparks sprayed everywhere. The instant the blade struck home, class trait and weapon effect detonated in unison. First hit, the tangible edge, wreathed in light-devouring shadow energy, slammed into the crack in the armor. Second hit, perfectly aligned with the sword's arc, a searing white afterimage burst forth from within the shadow. Light and dark collided and annihilated one another. Third hit, a slightly dimmer but razor-keen slash of light followed like a shadow, striking straight into the same crack. Bam! Whump! Boom! 3 heavy impacts, punctuated by the faint crack of splintering bone. That mountainous body was actually driven off its feet, staggering backward. The rift in the shattered helm was pried wide open and blown away, exposing what writhed inside, a bizarre being of pure shadow. Opening. Song Yingxue, who'd been circling the flank the whole time, had her pupils contract in an instant. Her silver spear turned into a bolt of lightning, thrusting toward the shadow inside the head while the enemy was off balance. But the shadow reacted with impossible speed. A thick arm. Jia's arm bent back at an angle that defied every joint, 5 fingers clamping around the spearhead like iron shackles. Damn it! Song Yingxue tried to yank her spear free. It wouldn't budge an inch. A monstrous force surged up the shaft, threatening to hurl her, spear and all, into the air. At that very moment, crack, crackle. Without warning, translucent frost bloomed across the dark light knight's joints. Its frenzied movements stuttered, barely a heartbeat's hesitation, yet enough to turn the tide. The next instant, a lance of crystalline ice shrieked in from the flank, threading a wicked line straight through the helmet and skewering the writhing shadow within. Shen Qingyue stood in the distance, her usual cold detachment restored. The ice lance shattered, sending shards flying in every direction. Another stagger. No words were needed. My silhouette was already closing in like a ghost. Feet slammed against the ground, launching me into the air, greatsword raised high overhead, dark battle aura pooling along the blade. And once more it came down like a strike splitting a mountain apart. Dark light slash, black and white blade light interwove, hammering directly into the shadow itself. Just risen from being knocked flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Li Ming's eyes flushed crimson as he unleashed an ear-splitting roar. A-rank talent roar activated. Allied attack power plus 10% for 10 seconds. He might not be the strongest shield, but his buffs were damn useful. Once the can was cracked open, the meat inside was ripe for the eating. Successive slashes drove the shadow's head reeling back. I seized the stagger and hammered down dark light, slash after dark light slash. Song Yingxue seized the fleeting opening as well, driving a kick into the wrist stiffened by the frost, finally wrenching her spear back. She stepped forward, silver spear condensing into a single cold star, and drove it in along the fissure I'd carved open. Unfortunately, only a short length of the tip sank in before something tougher inside the shadow caught it. The shadow lurched in pain, on the verge of a berserk counterattack. Your opponent is me. Look here. Wang Shua bellowed, and the shield guard's core skill taunt triggered. He slammed his tower shield with a thunderous crash. The force of the rule wrapped itself around the dark light knight, wrenching those bloodshot eyes forcibly toward this tin can. The very instant my final light slash sank into the shadow, my left hand swept past my waist like a phantom. Between my fingers were 5 alchemy vials pulsing with unstable red light. Along the fissure my blade had carved, I flicked them with unerring precision into the writhing shadow inside. Without a shred of hesitation, I ripped myself backward, biting down on a milky white vial as I retreated. Boom! A muffled roar, deeper and far more chilling than anything before, erupted from within that heavy armor. The entire suit shuddered violently, thick black smoke pouring from every seam. I tilted my head back and down the milky vial in a single gulp. That's level vanishing potion. Shinqing US. Her blue pupils contracted sharply. I knew exactly what she was thinking. Who in their right mind would down something so self-destructive in the middle of a fight? Unless it was for an achievement. Class Rogue has been removed. Current class, Twilight Knight LV.1. A wave of weakness rolled through me. This was the price of demotion. But I'd trained my rogue skills for years. The muscle memory was still there. I'd get it all back soon enough. No time to dwell on the loss. The execution threshold was here. I pulled the last parchment scroll from my belt. The moment it unfurled, an aura of sacred majesty spread through the air. In the name of Lord Eris, 7th tier decree, divine judgment. The scroll burned away into pure light. A pillar of holy radiance 5 meters wide crashed down from above, engulfing the smoking silo along with the shadow writhing inside him. SSS, GAHHH. The shadow twisted and evaporated in the holy light. The hollow black armor shell collapsed with a thunderous crash. The battle was over. The four of them slumped against the rock wall, relief and euphoria tangled up together after the brush with death. But two thoughts ran through their minds in perfect unison. First, we're rich. Second, I really want to punch him. Achievement unlocked. Level D Fire. Domineering +1. Achievement unlocked. The one who slays above. Domineering +2. Achievement unlocked. Chasm Leaper. Domineering +3. Achievement unlocked. Proof against fate. Domineering +5. Achievement unlocked. Mark of the Abyss. Domineering +10. Achievement unlocked. Miracle. Domineering +30. All skill mastery caps +1. Innate skill acquired. Miracle. Miracle LV.1. Any attack or action has an extremely low chance of triggering a miracle, an effect that surpasses theoretical limits. Critical hits break their ceiling, healing amounts increase, crowd control durations extend, skills mutate. The more desperate the situation, the wider the gap between you and your enemy, and the firmer your resolve, the higher the probability. I was still admiring the experience numbers shooting up on my status panel when Song Yingxue came sprinting over and threw her arms around me. Lord Yes Huang, following you really was the right call. 21 points of domineering. In her excitement, she'd completely forgotten her earlier vowed and never set foot in a dungeon again. They'd only earned up to Mark of the Abyss. The final miracle required the killing blow, and only one person could claim it. Domineering amplified one's presence in everyday situations, and in combat it could turn nothingness into actual damage. It was an incredibly rare and precious attribute. To put it bluntly, the whole setting was lifted straight from a certain famous manga. All right, you're welcome. I gave a little shake of my shoulders. Shen Qingwei walked up at a measured pace. So I wasn't wrong about you after all. But what exactly are you? A follower of the goddess Eris? A 7th-tier divine judgment decree. There's no way the temple would ever let something like that slip out easily. This guy's the goddess of Lux. Devout worshipper, tosses a wad of cash into the offering box every year. I really wish he'd figure out that thing's for gold coins. Song Yingxue skipped over and scooped up her beloved spear, now snapped clean in two. Even though her prized fine, great spear, bought with a whole year's allowance, had ended up like this, she couldn't keep the grin off her face. Forget that thing. Hurry up and split the loot. She darted over to the suit of armor and prodded at it with the broken half of her spear. You're about to find out just how much of a pain worshippers of Eris can be. Goddess of Luck. Didn't peg you for one of hers. Shen Qingwei shot me a sidelong glance, her tone teasing. Not that it was surprising. A rogue was almost always either a follower of the shadow goddess or the goddess of luck. Though I'd already scrubbed the rogue class off my sheet in exchange for a hidden class that was, frankly, absurdly overpowered. The gods of this world were real. When a follower encountered the whispers of the old ones or suffered mental erosion, the god would spare them a glance. Calling it saving the faithful was generous. The faithful were really just sensors for detecting the old ones. Still, that flicker of divine attention could genuinely save your life sometimes. Besides, Eris, the goddess of luck, was gorgeous. She was just set dressing back in the game. Only ever got a single portrait, but her monstrous luck buffs made her wildly popular. Players are all min-maxers at heart. Shut up, heretic. I casually planted my dusk glow greatsword in the ground, walked over, and picked up the black helmet that had been knocked flying. It was heavy and cold in my hand. Helm of the Dark Moon Oath. Quality, epic. Requirements, strength greater than or equal to 80. Dark affinity greater than or equal to 20. Physical defense plus 220. Magic resistance plus 220. Additional plus 50 to dark resistance. Strength plus 35. Spirit plus 35. 1. Dark Moon Shelter. At night or in dim environments, gain a shadow shield equal to 15% of max HP. Cooldown, 5 minutes. 2. Unfinished Oath. Effects of guard and support type skills plus 20%. When an ally's HP drops below 30%, healing or shields cast on them gain an additional plus 50%. 3. Ancient Echo. When looking directly at a target, chance to inflict weakness or fear. Wow. First time I've ever heard a follower of Eris call anyone else a heretic. Shen Qingwei arched a brow. Followers of the goddess of luck had been the most harmless faction in the War of the Gods. mostly because they'd won so decisively that the human empire made them the top mainstream faith. These worshippers never bothered studying doctrine. All day long, they just schemed up superstitious ways to boost their dungeon drop rates and pass their PhDs. Anyway, she steered us back on topic. The deal was you got first pick on those two, right? The rest is ours now. Wang Shuo and Li Ming had long lost every trace of contempt in their eyes. Now they only looked up at me. They'd walked away with the legendary Mark of the Abyss, a full 21 points of domineering aura. Wang Shuo, a heavy shield guardian, was staring hungrily at the set of armor on the ground. The Dark Moon armor's eyes flared green. What are you talking about? I looked at the two of them. Huh. Here we go, Song Yingshu sighed. It's in black and white in the contract, I said flatly. Any enemy equipment obtained directly through disarming or knockoff during combat belongs to the individual who obtained it and does not count toward team distribution. I disarmed the sword. I knocked the helmet off with my final strike. And the armor and helmet count as a matching set. I paused. In short, even after taking these, I still have 2 priority picks on the boss drops. Please, read before you sign. Shen Qingyue's mouth twitched. The intensity of the fight had made her forget the various fine print clauses buried in that convoluted contract. Wang Shuo and Li Ming stared, wide-eyed, as if listening to an Arabian Nights tale. This is exactly why you don't have a fixed party, Song Yingshu said, finally using the broken half of her spear to fish something out from inside the armor. It was a black crystal. Shadow crystal. Quality, legendary. Type, energy crystal. Description, formed from highly concentrated pure shadow energy, condensed together. Typically found only within the bodies of powerful shadow creatures. Whoa, legendary. Song Yingshue's eyes went wide. Legendary. Shen Qingyue looked tempted. She was ready to spend the experience she'd just earned to reclass into a dark attribute mage. Unfortunately, her talent didn't allow such a change. You want this? Song Yingshu jiggled the crystal, then immediately pressed on. Hurry up and find the treasure chest. I want to open it. We'll see, I said, casually plopping the helmet onto my head, dragging the greatsword behind me to the throne. One swing, the throne shattered. A massive, gold-glowing treasure chest slowly rose up, gold coins and gems spilling out beneath it in an ever-growing mound. Then, with great solemnity, I pulled a palm-sized statuette of the goddess of luck from my belt pouch, set it neatly in front of the chest, stepped back 2 paces, closed my eyes, and pressed my palms together. 10 minutes later, Shen Qingyue was beginning to understand. She asked Song Yingshu, how much longer is that ritual, the one that looks like it belongs to some evil god, going to take? Depends on his mood and how valuable the chest is, Song Yingshu replied without looking up. Usually a few minutes. For the really valuable ones, the longest one time was 27 minutes. Privately, she had to admit that when it came to exploration, command, and cracking dead ends, I was flawless. That didn't mean I was perfect, though. My people skills were a disaster. Aside from her, no one lasted long under one of my ruthless contracts. I murmured through the final set of hand signs and pressed my palms firmly against the edge of the golden chest. Everyone held their breath. With a heave, I threw open the lid. A rich, warm golden radiance overflowed from within like liquid gold, bathing the entire underground chamber in splendor. There it is. I was the first to see clearly. I reached in and grabbed hold of an antique, silver-gray necklace, and without a word, slipped it around my neck. The pendant was a dark gray gemstone, with what looked like a nebula slowly swirling inside. Star of Growth. Quality, legendary. Type, accessory. Special effect, Mark of Growth. Each time the wearer levels up, gain +1 to all stats and 1 additional free stat point. Description, may the wearer's path know no shackles, straight to the vault of stars. This is exactly why I've been holding my level down. In the game, this was an item that only became worthwhile on a second playthrough or after paying a fortune to reset your level. By level 100, that meant an extra 500 stat points. On top of that, this game had a whole pile of hidden classes that could unlock hidden attributes like Curse Power or Soul Power. Hey, what's the effect? Song Yingshu crowded in immediately, her eyes lighting up. Anything that could make me instinctively blurt out "got one" had to be top-tier stuff. People in this world had a basic appraisal ability, but to know the specifics they had to touch the item themselves. Once it was equipped, they needed the owner's permission to inspect it. All stats +1, I said, thumbing the pendant, my tone flat. Not a lie. Impossible. Shin Qinghua snapped, clearly irritated. If you're going to lie, at least make it convincing. A legendary grade necklace with just +1 to all stats? Don't take us for fools. Still smarting from that predatory contract she'd been suckered into, she'd lost her usual icy composure. You've already exercised your pick. Choose your second one and hurry up. After that it goes by contribution, which means me. I'm last. Song Yingxue looked away. Number 5 wasn't going to end up with no legendary gear, was she? Everyone's gaze snapped back to the interior of the treasure chest. 3 pieces radiating legendary tier auras lay quietly inside. A pale blue mage's robe, shimmering with the interplay of flowing water and crystalline frost. A metal gauntlet of deep red scales, its fingertips curved like hooks. An ornate spear, silvery white from end to end, wrapped in patterns of wind and thunder. In one corner sat a small pile of high-grade magic gems and a few rolls of ancient parchment. Everyone's breathing quickened. The lowest thing in this chest was epic grade. Shin Qinghua was staring at the pale blue robe, and the chill she gave off was palpable even at a distance. If I pick that one just to spite her, she'll put a bounty out through her suitors the moment we're out of the dungeon and make my life hell. I rummaged around inside and tossed the pieces that were in my way onto the open lid, which made Shin Qinghua grip her staff hard. My hand hit something at the bottom, and I yanked it out. A dagger with a black hilt and a white blade, faintly glowing. A powerful dagger from the game era. Whisper of the Dark Moon. Quality, legendary. Type, dagger. Equip requirements. Agility greater than or equal to 60. Dark affinity greater than or equal to 15. Physical ATK 135 to 180. Magic ATK 90 to 120. Agility +40. Dark affinity +25. Attack speed +20%. Crescent trace. Life. Leaves a moon scar on the target. 3 stacks can be consumed to trigger shadow damage based on the target's missing health. Shadow attunement. Stealth, effectiveness in shadows +30%. Sound -50%. Can briefly meld with shadow. Moonshade strike. First strike from stealth is a guaranteed critical, applies armor break and silence. A successful backstab deals an additional 50% true damage. Whispered echo. After killing an elite or higher enemy, briefly boosts neural response and shadow perception. I stared at the dagger, which seemed to have a life of its own. True, I'd wiped the rogue class, but I'd be adding it right back in a moment. This one it is. A flick of my wrist sent the dagger spinning nimbly through half a rotation before settling neatly into the sheath at my waist. Second item confirmed. My turn. Shin Qinghua's tone was flat, but the icy edge was gone. She stepped up to the chest, the pale blue robe just inches away. Yet she didn't reach in immediately. After all, a man who could screw her over in a contract might very well plant something in a treasure chest. Actually, I was just indulging in a bit of ceremony. She bent down, slender pale fingers dipping into the chest, feeling out every corner, probing all the way to the bottom to make sure nothing had been overlooked. Aside from the clink of gold and gems, she found nothing. Guess I was overthinking it. Finally, she turned her attention back to the robe. Her fingertips met a cool, silken surface, and the very air around her seemed to drop several degrees. She drew in a deep breath, then lifted the garment with both hands. It was as light as a handful of flowing moonlight and frost. Ode to Eternal Frost, Wintervale Robe. Quality, legendary. Requirements. Intelligence greater than or equal to 100. Ice affinity greater than or equal to 40. Mage class. Physical defense plus 180. Magic resistance plus 450. Ice resistance plus 150 additional. HP plus 800. MP plus 1200. Intelligence plus 55, Spirit plus 50, Ice Affinity plus 35, Spellcast Speed plus 25%. Wintervale Ward permanently grants an Eternal Frost Shield equal to 15% of maximum MP. Ode of Cold. Ice Element Spell Damage plus 30%, 20% chance to inflict Frostbind. Frostheart Focus. Enter Frostheart state for 12 seconds. MP cost minus 40%, Ice crit plus 20%, immune to mental control. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Eternal Frost Sigil. Killing an elite or higher enemy leaves a sigil. Standing within it grants MP regen plus 300% and gives ice spells a chance to trigger double cast. Absolute Zero. Set 1/2 combined with the Snow Burial Ring. Unlocks the ultimate skill pseudo-codex, Zero Nova. She slipped the robe on in an instant. This piece alone was enough. Its value likely exceeded her entire family's estate, and even then wouldn't cover a corner of its hem. Just her wearing it earned me 21 points of dominance. This man had deliberately wiped his own levels. Was it for another achievement? Killing a boss 99 levels above you. No textbook covered that. You'd have to dig through legends to find it. Just who the hell was this man? She pushed her thoughts aside and turned to the chest. Your turn. By contribution, Wang Shuo, then Li Ming. Wang Shuo had been dying of impatience. He strode forward at once, eyes glued to the 2 remaining legendary items. His instinct went straight for the gauntlets, but then his gaze swept over the Dark Moon armor on the ground beside me and the helmet in my hand, and envy flickered across his face. A moment later, he flashed Li Ming, his rival in the field of simping, a grin and grabbed the arm guards. Dragon Blood Roar, Rock Shatter, Vambrace's quality, legendary. Sorry, bro, defense class needs these. I'm defense class too. Li Ming wanted to strangle him. He turned to the last legendary item. The instant he lifted the spear, he felt someone drilling holes into him with their eyes and hastily put it back down. The pressure vanished. He picked it up again, and again that stare, like someone about to chop his hand off. He set it down. Then something clicked in Li Ming's brain. He bent down and leaned close to Song Yingshue's ear, wearing his most groveling expression. Classmate Song Yingxue, are you and Yishuang dating? Song Yingshue's face flushed instantly. Muscle memory kicked in and she fired back at lightning speed. No, nothing like that. I'm sorry. You're not my type. There's absolutely no chance between us. A textbook triple rejection. So practiced, it was almost painful to watch. Li Ming's eyes went wide. The picture of a man shot through the heart. Watching from the sidelines, even I felt bad for him. He hadn't even confessed. No, you've got it wrong. Li Ming lowered his voice. What I meant was, you and Yishuang look really good together. Huh. Song Yingxue whipped her head around. Cheeks still red, but her eyes lit up. I guess so. She couldn't hide that little flicker of pride at all. Me. Li Ming got straight to the point. Classmate Song Yingxue, you really want that spear, don't you? Yeah. Song Yingxue nodded. Then her eyes turned icy. If you dare say something like, the spear's yours if you'll be my girlfriend, I'll stab you dead right now. That's not it. Li Ming almost burst into tears. What I mean is, I'll let you have the spear. In exchange, count me in as a permanent member of your party. My talent gives a 10% attack boost, and it's a party-wide aura. Oh sure, no problem. Song Yingxue blinked, then clapped him on the shoulder. Leave it to me. Team buffs. Li Ming exhaled in relief, flashed Wang Shuo a grin, and returned to the chest. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyue and I were bored, sorting the rest of the loot into neat piles. Way too slow. You know how much time they've wasted. I griped. You have zero right to say that. Shen Qingyue muttered under her breath. She meant the guy who'd just spent a solid 10+ minutes on his knees begging the goddess of luck. Li Ming laughed sheepishly and, grinning from ear to ear, stuffed the most valuable pouch of magic gemstones from the corner into his robes. The instant he grabbed the gems, I felt Shen Qingyue's affection score drop a clean 50 points. She kept her head down, that legendary ice mage's robe of hers making her aura feel colder than ever. That said, Song Yingxue said, hefting the silver-white lance with a sweet smile. After graduation, you're coming to the same school as us. No problem. Li Ming thumped his chest. With his A-rank talent roar plus his performance on this assessment, every top-tier academy would be scrambling to recruit him. Watching that bizarre grin on Li Ming's face, I didn't get the legendary weapon, but I feel like I just won the world. Look, Wang Shuo suddenly thought this guy was downright shameless. Once the rest of the loot was divvied up, I put on the helm of the Dark Moon Oath and pulled on the heavy pitch-black armor piece by piece. The moment the metal molded to my body, my whole presence seemed to sink and grow heavier. The group boarded the rickety lift platform and began rising toward the surface. Meanwhile, Up on the plaza outside the dark labyrinth, things had already devolved into total chaos. On the magical crystal display, the top-ranked entry, unnamed, I hadn't bothered with a team name, showed a long, blindingly scarlet string of numbers. 99999999999, packed densely across the whole screen, with dangerous red arcs of electricity flickering along the edges. What the hell is this? Is the instrument bugged out? It's all nines. Impossible. Even if you wiped out every monster on floors 1 through 3, you wouldn't get a fraction of that. That team led by the D-rank rogue? You've got to be kidding me. The instructors were running around in a panic. Check the connection array, a senior mentor bellowed. Checked it 3 times. Circuit's clear, no interference. Switch to the backup crystal. The backup screen refreshed, and up popped the same string of 9s. Several mentors looked at each other, faces pale with dread. Even with newly awakened SSS rank Ice Age wielder Shin Qingwei on the team, there was no way a level 4 rookie mage could grind out astronomical numbers like these. This wasn't breaking a record. Someone had hacked the scoring system. Contact the surveillance array inside the labyrinth, the assessment's head officer ordered gravely. The reply came quickly. Surveillance had detected no energy signatures from that squad anywhere on floors 1 through 3. Shortly after entering the labyrinth, they'd simply vanished into a monitoring blind spot. Vanished? Don't tell me they went into one of the anomalous zones outside surveillance coverage. The head officer's brow furrowed hard. Places like that, going in was no different from a death sentence. The minutes crawled by. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, 8 hours. Most of the other teams gradually returned, and the moment they saw that swath of scarlet at the top of the rankings. 9. Everyone froze, then erupted into even more heated discussion. Leilai walked out with his head wrapped in bandages. The instant he saw the screen, his pupils contracted and his face darkened. Remembering the humiliation of being taken down by me in a single blow, and now seeing this ridiculous score, his knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. Winning first place by cheating? How despicable. Song Yingshue's best friends, Lu Yin and Tian Kursen, had long since finished their own assessments. When they saw the screen, their mouths fell open. Little Shui and the others pulled off something this crazy? Tian Kursen covered her mouth. You think they hacked the system or slaughtered the labyrinth? Lu Yin narrowed her eyes. The former, right? Even if a certain someone's beloved Yi Shuang is stronger than we thought, there's no way he could pull a score like that. Say that in front of said someone, and you'll be sent flying. Lu Yin sighed, then flashed a mischievous, drama-loving grin. Still, looks like there's a good show coming. 10 hours later, our party ambled our way back, Shin Qingwei and I trading accusations the entire trip. This is all your fault for insisting on fighting head-on. How could you forget the potion on floor 7 had run out? Shin Qingwei, who'd been playing bodyguard the whole run and was easily the least worn out of us, barked at me. The black iron can. It's not my fault. You're the one who said you wanted to test the gear. I panted heavily. Every step felt impossibly heavy. The armor like 1,000 pounds on my back, the pitch-black greatsword dragging in my hand. Getting our hands on late-game gear too early had gone straight to our heads. By the time we circled back to floor 1 to farm mobs, we'd completely forgotten the equipment's activation conditions depended on the potion. Aren't you the captain? Keeping track of time is your job. And weren't you the one trying out the new sword? You wouldn't even let me use Ice Age to clear the field. Even captains screw up sometimes. Do you have any idea how much mana that skill of yours burns? You wanted to drink my mana restore potion? That stuff costs a fortune. 18 years of savings, all gone. So you admit you screwed up. Yi Shuang-sama. Song Yingxue cut in, her voice on the verge of tears. Please, could you carry my spear for me? I can't lift it anymore. Wang Shua had both arms sheathed in the dragon blood roar, crag-shattering vambraces, and right now it looked like he was wearing a pair of 1,000-pound shackles, walking as stiffly as a zombie. Li Ming was the only one not weighed down by heavy new gear, and had thus been gloriously saddled with the duty of carrying all the miscellaneous loot. Stuffed bags dangled all over him, packed with gold coins, gemstones, and materials, clinking with every step. He looked like a walking general store and was bent nearly double under the weight. The 5 of us, in this utterly unheroic, downright disheveled and comical state, came bickering our way out of the labyrinth gates. The plaza fell instantly silent. Every sound cut off at once. Over 100 pairs of eyes locked onto the 5 of us. I was the first to be pinned. That set of pitch-black, dark moon covenant armor, engraved with ancient thorn, moon-etched patterns. Just standing there, she radiated overwhelming pressure, epic-grade gear. In one hand, she dragged a pitch-black massive sword, dusk gleam, its blade rippling with dim, sinister light that pulsed with heart-stopping energy, a legendary weapon. Next came Xinqinghua. Her pale blue robe, gossamer light as mist, everfrost him, winter veil robe, seemed to glow of its own accord. Around her, the air temperature dropped visibly, hexagonal ice crystals condensing out of nothing on the ends of her hair and on her shoulders. A robe of even higher grade than my armor. Song Yingxue, though pale with exhaustion, dragged behind her a silver-white spear, Windchaser's Oath, its shaft crackling with faint lightning, its tip gleaming with lethal cold, a legendary weapon. On Wang Shua's arms, a pair of dark red gauntlets, dragon blood roar, stonebreaker vambraces, their scales sculpted into savage forms, the 4th legendary piece. And finally, every eye locked onto Li Ming, or rather, onto the countless pouches strapped to him, so stuffed they threatened to burst, jingling with every movement. That was the sound of gold coins, an ocean of gold coins, and the crisp clatter of gemstones. Through the gaps in the sacks leaked the unmistakable brilliance of magical gems. What in the world had they cleaned out? The legendary dragon's hoard. In the dead silence, someone, gulp, swallowed hard. The entire scene detonated in an instant. Legendary. All legendary. 4. 5. That dagger too. Are my eyes broken? That robe. How much money is in those sacks? A mountain of gold. All 9s on the score is real. What the hell did they do? Did they get the dungeon master? Cheating. It has to be cheating. You tell me how anyone cheats their way into 5 legendary items. Xinqinghua is so beautiful. That armor Yi Shuang's wearing. Countless voices merged into a roaring tide. Those in front pressed forward, those in back stood on tiptoe, craning desperately. The chief examiner's face shifted through a dozen expressions as he stared at us fixedly. His mind raced, but every conclusion he could reach was absurd. Lei Lai's face went from gloomy to ashen, then flushed the color of raw liver. Jealousy, fury, and humiliation gnawed at his heart like venomous serpents. Lu Yin narrowed her eyes, sweeping her gaze over the 5 of us. Looks like I guessed wrong, she murmured. It wasn't the system they hacked. They hacked the boss. Tian Curson cut in. Lu Yin drew in a deep breath, a stunned but exhilarated smile spreading across her face. Blew it wide open, and it was one hell of a jackpot. Damn it. I shouldn't have refused to third wheel and skipped joining up. Tian Curson flopped onto the ground. And in the end, she didn't even form a 2-person party. There were 3 third wheels, plus one that had no chance of winning no matter. Done for. That's harsh, Lu Yin muttered, though even she couldn't think of a single area where Song Yingxue could actually win. Meanwhile, we, the epicenter of the chaos, had zero energy to spare for any of it. Shut up already, I grumbled from beneath my helmet. I just want to go home. I can't walk anymore. Song Yingxue's voice cracked into a sob as her silver spear clattered to the ground. Her legs gave out, and she flopped down after it. Wang Shua tried to help her up, only for the sheer weight of his own gauntlets to send him staggering. Li Ming had hit his limit ages ago. Hearing my words like a pardon from heaven, he mustered his last shred of strength to stumble over to an open patch of ground. Crash! He yanked loose every last strap and buckle on his body. Like a landslide, a golden waterfall poured out. Countless gold coins, enchanted gems, metal ingots, rare ores, scrolls, magical reagents, surged forth like a burst dam, mounting almost instantly into a shimmering, jewel-studded hill nearly as tall as a person and more than 3 meters across. Under the sunset, coins blazed, gems threw rainbows, materials shimmered with arcane haze. The visual impact was more overwhelming than a handful of legendary artifacts. Money. So much money. High-grade fire elemental crystals. 500 gold apiece. Deep-sea silver. Starvane steel. They actually cleaned out an entire treasure vault. The students' eyes went bloodshot, breaths coming ragged. If not for the last thread of self-control, and the instructor standing right there, they might have charged the pile. Through my visor, I gave that mountain of loot a cold, indifferent glance, then swept my gaze over the burning stairs around us. I turned to Shun Qingwei beside me, easily the most relaxed of our group, and said, "This is your fault for refusing to carry any of it. Her strength was ridiculous, after all. I have to serve as bodyguard for you overloaded warriors the entire trip. How could I possibly haul anything else?" Shun Qingwei shot me a sidelong look, some of her usual aloofness returning. "I'm a mage. Squishy. Backline. Get it?" This girl was getting more insufferable the closer we got. I grumbled internally, wishing she'd go back to her old Ice Queen. Keep your distance, self. Same thing happened in the game. Once Affinity broke 70, the battle maniac lurking beneath the iceberg would surface, constantly ignoring orders to unleash her ultimate and clear the field herself. Made me save scum more times than I could count. Annoying little terror. The chief examiner stared at the mountain of gold, then at the five of us, decked out in divine gear, yet looking utterly wrecked, and finally forced out a dry, strangled word. Silence. His mana-amplified voice crashed down like thunder, subduing part of the uproar. All students, step back. Guards forward. Cadet Yi Shuang, and the rest of your team. His gaze sharpened like a hawk's, locking onto me last. Get over here. Immediately. Right now. This instant. This very second. I need an explanation. Without hesitation, I raised a hand sheathed in heavy. The heavy armored hand pointed at Shun Qingwei. You handle it. Short and to the point, dumping the trouble on someone else. Shun Qingwei shot me a sideways glance with those ice-blue eyes and muttered under her breath, "Tisich," ordering me around like it's nothing. But she didn't refuse. She knew I'd genuinely hit my limit. The epic armor and legendary greatsword were a monstrous burden on my LV-1 body, and staying upright was already a miracle, which made her really want to jump me. Except she wasn't sure she could actually beat me. This guy claimed he only had mana potions left, but who the hell knew if he'd suddenly whip out a strength potion? That's just how the rogue class works. 9 out of every 10 sentences are lies, and the 10th one is only true to cover for the other 9. Right now, her identity and current status made her the ideal person to step forward and explain. She drew a deep breath. A ripple of frost coursed across her robe, and the temperature around her dropped another notch. When she raised her head to meet the countless stares fixed on us, her face had returned to its cool, unbothered composure. Instructor. She inclined her head slightly, her voice quiet but cutting through the noise. We just defeated a slightly challenging boss. That's all. It's nothing worth making a fuss over. Her gaze swept across the blood-red 9 on the scoreboard, then over her own robe and her teammates' gear, her tone as flat as if she were describing some trash loot picked up off a mob. The scoreboard isn't malfunctioning. The equipment and items on us are simply spoils. Overwhelming poise. What an unbelievable act. I marveled inwardly. Mage. Class people act like they'll die if they don't posture. Is it some kind of occupational disease? The hall fell into another brief silence. Only this time, what filled the air wasn't shock, but a sort of absurd bewilderment. They fought a slightly challenging boss. That's all. Countless students froze, mouths twitching. They looked at the score, looked at the legendary and epic gear, looked at the mountain of gold, and then looked back at Shun Qingyue's lovely face, which broadcast a clear, "This is completely normal. What's the problem?" An emotion best described as "Are you fucking kidding me?" spread through the crowd like a virus. Even the chief examiner's cheek muscles were twitching uncontrollably. He stared hard at Shun Qingwei, searching those ice-blue eyes for any hint that she was joking. He failed. Those eyes were clear and calm, carrying, if anything, a faint trace of irritation at being bothered. It was precisely that matter-of-fact calm that made the examiner's heart sink. If she were lying, there was no way she could be this composed. But if she was telling the truth, then that meant hidden somewhere in the labyrinth of darkness was an elite mob, capable of dropping legendary equipment, epic sets, and hordes of treasure, and worth near limitless points when killed. Was that even plausible? Every generation of Academy Explorer, the archive records had never contained such an entry. The chief examiner's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He stared at the 5 of us, especially at me, that black iron tower, and at Shun Qingyue, who had so casually remarked, That's all. An SSS rank talent. This terrifying right after awakening? He swallowed hard, forced down his shock, swept his gaze across the arena, and announced in an authoritative voice. All students, the assessment is over. Class advisors, escort your students out immediately. Guard Corps, seal off this area. Then his eyes locked back onto us. You five, grab your spoils and come with me to the dean's office at once. The dean and several elders want to hear your full report in person. Then I'll be heading back first. Dragging my greatsword, I started sidling into the crowd, my movements practiced with the fluency of a class-skipping routine rehearsed 1,000 times. Victory feast? I'm coming too. Song Yingxua propped herself up with Oath of the Windchaser and struggled to her feet, her exhausted legs still trembling. But her eyes lit up the moment she heard heading back. I told you to come report with me. How the hell did you interpret that as dismissed? And you're trying to run? A vein throbbed at the chief examiner's temple as he zeroed in on the two of us, the academy's registered chronic truants. I'm exhausted, I mumbled from beneath my helmet. Severely overloaded, mentally drained too. I'd miss important details in the report. Besides, we mainly won thanks to Shun Qingyue's SSS rank talent. So wouldn't it be enough to just let her report? She's barely used any energy. Wang Shua and Li Ming exchanged a glance. Right, no one would actually believe a D-rank talent had been the main damage dealer. One favor, came Shun Qingyue's cool voice, her ice-blue eyes turning to me. She still hadn't quite gotten over the black-hearted contract I'd stuck her with earlier. Pass. I refused, crisp and immediate. Are you kidding me? This girl was destined to join the hero's party and go slay the demon lord. What if she used that favor to drag me along to duke it out with the demon lord? She lightly tapped her chin and threw out a second offer. Then tell me which advanced academy you plan to apply to. I'll take the team leader merit off your hands. She saw it clearly. No one in the rogue class enjoyed standing in the spotlight. Beside us, Song Yingshua's ears practically pricked up on the spot, her body shifting imperceptibly closer to me. Central City. Sacred Martial Academy. I answered offhandedly, still shuffling toward the exit, dragging my sword. She was going there anyway, so we'd cross paths sooner or later. Sacred Martial Academy. A very faint smile flickered through Shun Qingyue's ice-blue eyes, her lips curving slightly. Coincidence, or the design of fate? How convenient. That's my choice as well. She paused, her gaze settling on my pitch-black armor. It seems the two of us still have quite is something to figure out over time. Bitch. Song Yingxua muttered a barely audible curse through her teeth. When we were fighting the boss, that woman had voluntarily grabbed my hand to maintain the link, and now the moment she hears we're heading to Sacred Martial Academy, she suddenly wants to come along too. Yeah, right. Scheming. Definitely a top-tier iceberg green tea bitch. The assessment officer listened to us haggling right in front of him, mustering every ounce of restraint he'd developed over a lifetime to suppress a roar. Yi Shuang, Song Yingxua, Shen Qingyue, get moving now. To the dean's office. Any more stalling, and every one of you loses discipline points and forfeits your grades. He'd pulled out the ultimate weapon. Song Yingxue and I exchanged a glance, in perfect sync. Just bail. We'd made the academy an absolute killing. Why would they expel the biggest earners since their founding? What did he think this was? One of those women's genre novels where the protagonist gets expelled every other chapter? Under my helmet, I quietly pondered for 0.1 seconds. Come to think of it, the Blade Dance Continent game text did seem to have some women's genre plotlines. Whatever. The report I was supposed to give? Still bailing. Shen Qingyue reverted to her cool, top student persona and headed for the main building first, her slightly lifted chin betraying a hint of pleasure. Wang Shua and Li Ming exchanged bewildered looks and hurried after her. Li Ming pointed at the mountain of gold on the ground, hopping in a panic. Wait, what about all this money and materials? The assessment officer pressed his temple. Guards, cast a triple-layer protective barrier here. Deal with it after the report is done. Meanwhile, over on my end, my armor-clad figure, right under the teacher's gaze, brazenly veered off and headed straight for the academy gates. Seeing me slip away in broad daylight, Song Yingxua dropped the pretense too, hugging her gun as she scurried along beside me. Did you not hear what I just said? The assessment officer started forward, only for a wall of ice to rise up in his path. You'll owe me one for this. Shin Qinghua spoke up, apparently obsessed with putting me in her debt. Apologies, instructor. I still don't have very fine control over this equipment. See? My favors aren't so worthless after all, I replied as I walked. Stop him, the assessment officer shouted, both shocked and furious. Several guards rushed forward to intercept, only to be instantly locked in cages of ice. Yi Shuang, Song Yingxue. The assessment officer's roar echoed across the plaza, his face pale with rage. Ahaha, sorry, instructor. My captain's calling me. Song Yingshue's crisp voice carried a sly note as she dumped the entire blame on me. The assessment officer was trembling with fury. He whipped his head around to glare at Shin Qinghua and the other two. Shin Qinghua stood quietly in place, her stunning face utterly cool and composed. Wang Shuo and Li Ming just looked baffled and terrified. What does this have to do with us? Shun, Qing, you. The assessment officer forced out through gritted teeth, one syllable at a time. It seems what needs to be reported to the dean is. Only the three of you are left. Wasn't that the condition we agreed on beforehand? Let's go. Shin Qinghua's tone was even. The chief examiner nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. What a bunch of birds of a feather. Song Yingxue and I strolled leisurely into the crowd, which parted on its own, clad in black armor and dragging my massive greatsword. My overbearing aura leaked out unchecked, and those who didn't know me felt an inexplicable pressure. Haha, I really can't move anymore. Song Yingxue slumped against me, gasping for breath, sweat dampening the chestnut strands of hair on her forehead. Oh my, if it isn't our great Tianwu heroine, Miss Song Yingxue? A sugary female voice chimed in. Song Yingxue looked up. The harpies had arrived, her besties Lu Yin and Tian Curson. Lu Yin, Curson. Song Yingxue exhaled in relief, guiltily peeling herself off my armor. TSK, impressive. Lu Yin stepped closer, her gaze sweeping over me as I knelt on the ground, finally settling on that silver-white spear. Our little Shui really stole the show this time. These points, this get-up, all dropped by that slightly troublesome elite mob? She deliberately mimicked Shun Qinghua's cool, aloof tone. That wasn't me who said it. Song Yingxue immediately protested. It was that pretentious woman Shin Qinghua. Quick, hold the spear for me, it's heavy as hell. She grumbled with her mouth, but her eyes sparkled. She couldn't wait to share her stat panel with her besties and make them drool with envy. Lu Yin didn't take it, and even blocked Tian Curson from reaching out. She folded her arms, taking her sweet time. I can hold your spear, sure. But first, you two abandoned friends demand an explanation. What in the world happened on this assessment? And that one over there. She jutted her chin at me. Planning to pose as a roadside statue. I'm deciding whether to hit a restaurant to refuel or head back to the dorm to rest. I was actually thinking about getting Song Yingxue to carry me a bit. She had that A-rank talent plus stat boosts. Tian Curson nodded like a chicken pecking rice, her eyes practically screaming, "Spill it! Spill it!" Song Yingshue's pretty face visibly reddened, her whole expression begging. You guys, stop messing around. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Lu Yin waved her hand, signaling Tian Curson she could touch the spear. Appraise the goods. Tian Curson had been waiting forever. She reached out and gripped the shaft. The instant her spiritual power made contact. She sucked in a sharp breath, eyes flying wide, little mouth falling into a perfect, oh. Windchaser's Oath. Quality, legendary. Physical ATK 155 to 210. Magical ATK 105 to 140. Wind/lightning. Strength plus 45. Agility plus 40. Attack speed plus 25%. Special effects. Windborne Sprint. Windchaser's Oath. Formation Breaker Thunderlance. Eye of the Storm. Legendary. It's actually legendary tier. This attack power. These effects. Too insane. So it's real. Tian Curson stammered, her eyes fixed on Song Yingxue with a mix of envy and jealousy. The surrounding students who overheard the confirmation were even more stunned. Xiaoxue, I hate you. That spear should have been mine. You two were the ones who found a fixed party and ditched me first. Song Yingxue felt they totally had it coming, choosing lovers over friends. What are you talking about? Lu Yin drawled. You really don't know why we refused to bring you along. Are you really going to make us spell it out right here? It was a golden opportunity, and it turned out worse for us than tagging along with you would have been. Song Yingshue's brain froze for 2 full seconds. Then her pretty face flushed all the way down to her neck at a visible speed. Why you? It's not. Her eyes flickered toward me in panic before darting away, and she glared, mortified, at her 2 best friends who were grinning like foxes. All right, we'll stop teasing you. Lu Yin patted Tian Kursin on the shoulder. Help Xiaoxue carry the spear. The 2 of them shouldered it from either side with obvious effort. Ugh, so heavy. Xiaoxue, how are you even lifting this? That talent really did turn you into a gorilla-strong beast. Don't call me by that nickname. My muffled voice cut in again. A little help here. I need to move. Song Yingxue smirked wickedly. Then, under the sugary sweet gazes of her 2 slaves, draped my arm across her shoulders. Then I want the full Starlight Sturgeon banquet at the Glass Dome, she announced, tilting her chin up to name her price. No. I turned it down with distaste. That place is awful ever since they changed chefs, and the portions are tiny. After just clearing a dungeon, the last thing I want is to eat fish somewhere like that. Why are you, a guy, pickier than us girls? Song Yingxue grumbled. Then where do you want to go? At a time like this you eat fried food. You really don't get it. Just then, a voice barely containing a volcano of rage came from behind us. Oomph. Stir up a mess this big, and you're still going to go stuff yourselves with fried chicken and burgers? Trash is trash. No taste, eating garbage like that. The crowd parted automatically. Lei Lai strode over, head wrapped in bandages, face black as thunder, for lackeys in tow. His eyes were like poison-forged blades. First they raked viciously over my black armor and great sword, brimming with envy and hatred, then locked on his Song Yingshue's face, and finally swept across the legendary spear. Ooh, the villain has arrived. Tian Kursin would have clapped if her hands weren't full holding up the spear. Song Yingxue, and you sham artist bastard. Lei Lai jabbed a finger at me, his voice contorted. What underhanded tricks did you 2 use during the assessment? Cheating? Colluding with outside forces? How the hell else could scum like you have gotten your hands on this stuff? He turned back to Song Yingxue, his tone laced with the resentment of the betrayed. What could you possibly get out of sticking with a piece of trash like? Future? Hand over what you shouldn't have taken and come with me to explain yourself to the instructor. Maybe then you'll get off lightly. His lackeys chimed in, subtly closing in around us. The surrounding students fell instantly silent. Plenty of people knew Lei Lai was pursuing Song Yingxue and knew about the earlier friction between him and me. He'd clearly been driven off the deep end by our hall, looking to pick a fight, and, more importantly, to grind me into the dirt in front of Song Yingxue. The blush drained from Song Yingshue's face, replaced by cold fury. She planted herself in front of me, her body still trembling, but her gaze sharp as a blade. Lei Lai, watch your mouth. The spoils we earned with our own strength are none of your damn business. Move aside. Strength? Huh. Lei Lai looked as though he'd heard a joke and jabbed a finger at me. Relying on this deadweight who still can't even stand up? Or on you, a freshly awakened A rank? You expect me to believe you racked up that score and looted a legendary drop without cheating? Save the bullshit. Nobody's leaving today until you come clean. One of the lackeys behind him swaggered forward and reached out to shove Song Yingxue. Brother Lai's being polite. That's a favor to you. If you know what's good for you, then. He didn't get to finish. Behind my visor's observation slit, my eyes flickered. My tongue nudged the microvial tucked against the inside of my cheek, the divine strength potion. Only a minute of effect, but still. I hate the delicate work. Just as I was about to crush the vial between my teeth. Smack. A crisp, clean sound, almost casually dismissive. That thick arm reaching for Song Yingshue's shoulder was slapped aside from the side, faster than lightning, by her slender right hand, still sheathed in its soft leather glove. The motion was as offhand as brushing away a speck of dust. The next instant, Song Yingshue's fingers snapped together. Pale purple lightning, condensed to near tangible form, erupted from her fist. The energy felt profound and restrained, as though it carried the pressure of some fundamental law. With pinpoint precision, it slammed into the lackey's sneering, twisted face. A dull thud of impact detonated. The expression on his face froze into pure terror as his entire body was hurled through the air like a torn sack. He flew 7 or 8 meters, knocked down two onlookers who couldn't dodge in time, and crashed hard onto the flagstones, tumbling several times before he came to rest. His body smoked, his skin scorched black, foam bubbling from his mouth. Out cold, completely. Dead silence gripped the courtyard. Every eye was locked on the residual violet sparks still crackling at Song Ingshue's fingertips. How is that possible? That was Overlord's aura. And externalized, materialized. With color, even. The textbooks say you need at least 20 points of aura to pull that off. How long has it even been since she awakened her talent? One-shotting a level 2 brawler. One shot. After a brief, dead silence, the gasps exploded. Legendary gear was just an external thing. Shocking, sure, but hockey was the true mark of a real powerhouse. It was a blessing bestowed by the world itself, granted only to those who'd accomplished great feats. A fresh graduate having 20 points of hockey? Impossible. Song Yingxue looked down at her fist. That surging, violent power was still coursing through her veins. So good. She clenched her hand. I knew her hockey value was exactly 24 because her talent, all stat boost, counted hockey too. Then she slowly lifted her head, the last trace of confusion in her eyes replaced by ice-cold focus, and strode straight toward Lei Lai. Her pace wasn't fast, but the people around her instinctively backed away. Lei Lai's pupils shrank violently. Song Yingxue. Scorching red flames erupted from his hands, his A-rank talent, blazing flame, flaring at full power, warping the air around him. Don't think a little brute force makes you special. My blazing flame. Song Yingxue didn't listen at all. That faint violet hockey light flickered around her knuckles again. Lei Lai knew he couldn't just sit and wait for death. He roared, blazing flame punch. Red flames wrapped around his fist as it slammed towards Song Yingxue's chest. Song Yingxue didn't dodge or duck. Her violet fist met his head-on. Crack. The red and violet energies collided and annihilated each other. A shock wave burst outward, kicking up a wall of dust. GHHK. Lei Lai let out a short, agonized grunt as he too went flying like one of his lackeys. Hockey, earned through great deeds. How could an A-rank talent possibly stand against it? The three remaining flunkies went pale. None of them dared take another step forward. Lei Lai, captain of the Academy's second-ranked squad, was now sprawled against the wall like a dead dog, right arm twisted, fist scorched black and smoking, eyes rolled back. One punch. Straight up one punch. So that's hockey. Under my helmet, I quietly loosened my grip on the vial between my teeth. Looks like I gotta save my trump card after all. Still, Song Yingxue, huh? Was she the type who has to go into berserk mode the second she gets any power? Kind of scary, honestly. Anyone else? Song Yingxue took a step forward, and the crowd took a synchronized step back. The aftershock hadn't even faded. She shook out her wrist as if she'd just swatted a couple of flies. Then she turned around. The instant she faced me, that layer of icy killing intent melted like spring snow, and the corner of her mouth even tilted up in a little smug, expectant curve. She hopped over to me in a few quick steps and tilted her face up, eyes sparkling. How was that? I kept it under control pretty well, right? I didn't actually kill anyone. I looked at her from the shadow of my helmet. I couldn't tell at all that you were holding back. Weren't you basically using them as lab rats to test out hockey? The girl's cheeks were still flushed from the exertion. That's not what you're supposed to say. You've got to go along with what a girl wants to hear. Right? Please, m'lady, allow me to carry you. Help me up. Take me out of here. You're hopeless. She grumbled, but stepped forward briskly, catching my weight steadily on her shoulder. You could have told me you couldn't take this tin can off by yourself. Song Yingxue collapsed onto the bench in the farthest corner of the oak barrel, panting. She'd just spent a Herculean effort helping me strip off the armor. I sat beside her, bending over to wrestle with the leg plates. Magical gear adapted to your body, sure, but if your stats weren't high enough and you insisted on wearing heavy armor, you had to take it off by hand. Clang. The leg plate hit the floor. Song Yingxue stood with her hands on her hips, her little face flushed scarlet, strands of chestnut hair plastered to her sweat-damp temples. I hauled your ass all the way from the academy to here, and it turns out you can't even undress yourself? What was all that brooding hero act back at school for? Would it have killed you to take it off earlier and check it in somewhere? There never seemed to be a good moment. Announcing in front of the whole school that I couldn't get out of my armor felt a little embarrassing. I sighed. Well, lugging this ancestral spear around wasn't exactly a picnic either. Tion Kursin and Lu Yin slumped in the chairs nearby, the Windrunner's oath, propped casually against the wall. That's a legendary weapon. How could I possibly check it in? Song Ingxue refused righteously. She planned to sleep with it in her arms from now on. Everything I have is epic or legendary too. I shot back, calling out her double standard. Tion Kursin looked mournfully at Song Ingxue. Xiaoxue, you and your idiot boyfriend are cut from the same cloth. If checking things in even crossed your mind, why didn't you do it from the start? Lu Yin didn't join the bickering. Her gaze drifted to me, now stripped down to my inner leather armor, and her tone was gentle but direct. Yi Shuang, aren't you going to say something? I glanced across the three of them and answered evenly. HM, we're not in that kind of relationship, though we do get along pretty well. The corner of the tavern plunged into an awkward silence. Tion Kursin and Lu Yin turned their heads very slowly to look at each other, expressions weary. They'd been convinced these two were playing a game of whoever confesses first loses. Turns out it was just plain obliviousness. Then they shot Song Ingxue a look of pure sympathy, one that clearly said, "You raised him into a bro. You useless idiot." Song Ingxue's mouth hung open, the muscles of her face waging a grueling battle for control. "Server, over here." I waved a hand, unbothered. A young waiter jogged over, his gaze sweeping over the metal armor and long spear on the table, his professional smile tinged with curiosity. "What can I get you?" "Our honey brewed ale and grilled rockboar ribs are on special today." Song Ingxue snapped out of it like a paralysis spell had been broken, sucked in a sharp breath, shot a glare at the back of my head, then grabbed the ice water and drained more than half the glass. "Your signature meat platter, the biggest, most filling one, bring 3. And 4 large mugs of the honey ale." She needed food. Food and alcohol to soothe nerves that had just taken an invisible critical hit. "I'll have the ribs, cream of vegetable soup, and extra bread," Lu Yin added gently. "Same as her." Tion Kursin raised her hand weakly. "Fried pork cutlet with rice for me." The waiter strode off. Song Ingxue stared at the tabletop for a moment, then stood up and headed for the restroom. Lu Yin spoke up immediately. "Yi Shuang, don't tell me you're actually the oblivious type?" Tion Kursin slumped over the table, eyes gleaming with gossipy interest. "You two hit it off pretty well? Is it just good coordination splitting loot from monsters? Or something more? What are you two trying to say? Eating with people I barely knew was such a hassle. Do you like Xiaoxue? Romance talk." I griped. "In terms of like or dislike, like." "Drop the qualifier and answer honestly." Lu Yin pressed, dead serious. "Then, I like her." I forced the word out with effort. "But that girl already has someone she likes, right? She always says that whenever she turns someone down." Her rejection combo still gave me chills. "Yeah, and isn't that you? Have you ever seen Xiaoxue with any other guy?" I'm not that full of myself. I racked my brain. Actually, no, I hadn't. Then it hit me. There's this middle-aged guy with a handlebar mustache. Looks like it'd prickle. He showed up a lot, and I'd never liked seeing him around. That's her dad. Tion Kursin nearly slid off her chair. "Now that you've figured it out, hurry up and confess. Be a man about it," Lu Yin pontificated. "Why is it suddenly a given that I have to confess?" I made a face. Wasn't the one who confessed first the loser? Still, I looked away. "I'll think about it." The two of them exchanged a high five. "Hey, Yi Shuang, shouldn't you be thanking us, your resident cupids?" Lu Yin beamed. That's right, that's right." Tion Kursin nodded vigorously. "You haven't actually accomplished anything yet," I corrected. "What if I followed their advice, confessed, and got shot down? That combo would leave real psychological scars." "Well, if it works out, take us along to the dungeon next time. Our team ranked 9th this exam." "Sure, why not? I was planning on running the Dark Labyrinth one more time before graduation anyway." "What are your classes?" "Team rankings don't show individual skill. That's supposed to be confidential." Lu Yin sighed and sent me her class info. LV2 Warlock, B-rank talent detonation. Tion Kursin was a LV2 Warrior, B-rank talent massive agility boost. A Warlock, huh? I was a little surprised. First time I'd heard of a Warlock at our school. Warlocks and mages were both spellcasters, but the underlying principles differed. Mages relied on mental power. channel magic and construct spell circles outside their bodies. Warlocks, on the other hand, rely on bloodline inheritance, forming spell formulas directly within their bodies before projecting them outward. Beyond an innate magic affinity, a specific bloodline is also required, making them quite rare. It's just that you've never shown the slightest interest in us. Lu Yen teased, half resigned, then suddenly narrowed her eyes. By the way, let me just ask, you do know our names, right? Of course, I answered stiffly. Remembering names was my worst skill. Hey, seriously? Tion Kursen's eyes went wide. We've been classmates for 3 years. Go on then, what are our names? Lu Yan's smile grew even gentler, but it brooked no argument. My gaze drifted to the side. Just in time, Song Yingxue came back and sat down next to me again. Ah, you're back, I said, trying to change the subject. Don't think you can weasel out of this. Tion Kursen cut in immediately. Spit it out. Who am I and who's she? Song Yingxue. I first pointed at the girl beside me. We're not asking about her. It's us. Tion Kursen smacked the table. Song Yingxue looked puzzled. What are you all talking about? Names. This guy has no clue what Xiao Yin and I are called. Tion Kursen denounced. Unbelievable. Song Yingshue's eyes went wide too. Was he even human? I stayed silent for a moment, then surrendered under Lu Yan's gentle yet unyielding gaze. I'm sorry. Lu Yan sighed like a teacher facing a hopeless student and repeated slowly, I'm Lu Yan. She's Tion Kursen. If you forget next time, I really will be angry. Got it. I was uncharacteristically obedient. The waiter arrived at just the right moment, tray in hand, breaking the awkwardness. Roasted rockboar ribs, breaded pork cutlet set, thick vegetable stew, honey brewed ale. The rich aroma of meat mingled with the fragrance of malt spread through the air. Glistening, golden brown ribs sizzled on the plate. Breaded cutlets came crisp to a golden crust. The stew steamed hot, and 4 large mugs of amber ale foamed with fine, delicate bubbles. Taking girls out for stuff like this, you really fail as a host, Song Yingxue said first, grabbing a rib and biting down hard, as though venting all his pent-up frustration on the food. I don't see anything failing about it. I shot back, picking up a piece of cutlet. Crisp outside, tender inside, seasoned just right. With my other hand, I pulled up the system panel visible only to me. Free EXP, 9,178,221. Enough experience to max out 2 ordinary classes just sitting there. The reason I hadn't leveled up directly in the dungeon was because low brain energy compromised judgment. Right now, I was still weighing my options. Should I hold back my level? If later on I could get a hidden class that unlocked new attributes, combining it with Star of Growth would yield greater returns from leveling up from scratch. Call it OCD, but methods for permanently boosting stats weren't exactly common. Losing a level without refunding EXP was a minor issue. The real problem was that those special level reduction potions were nearly impossible to obtain in real life. Not even the black market carried them. In-game, they were just respec items for players. Here, they become nothing more than pure toxic garbage designed to torment you, and they dropped almost exclusively in dungeons. My thoughts kept churning as I moved on to the preliminary operations. I activated the 3 basic classes I'd already unlocked. Rogue, Strength +1, Agility +2. Swordsman, Strength +2, Agility +1. Knight, Strength +3. These bonuses also served as growth markers, influencing the attribute growth rates of future level-ups. Next came the biggest prize of all, Duskblade Knight, a legendary tier advanced class with a level cap of LV5. It took up fewer class slots, yet vastly outstripped basic classes even at their max level. Duskblade Knight LV1 LV5. I obtained in order. Shadow Step. Consumes 20 MP to shift into a nearby shadow over a short distance. 15-second cooldown. Light Dark Resonance. Passive. After dealing light or dark damage, damage of the opposite element is increased by 15% on the next hit, lasting 5 seconds. Duskbind. Consumes 40 MP light dark chains bind the target for 2 seconds. During that time, the target takes 20% more light and dark damage. Duskfall Judgment. Consumes 150 MP. After a 1-second channel, releases a devastating light-dark blast dealing strength times 2.0 plus magic times 2.5 mixed damage. High chance to inflict armor break and mana disruption for 8 seconds. 300-second cooldown. Plus 30 to all attributes per level, and with growth star factored in, effectively plus 31 per level. 5 levels to cap, for a total of all attributes plus 124. Strength, 167. Agility, 171. Magic, 169. Spirit, 171. A warm, solid sense of power quietly coursed through my body. I set down my chopsticks and clenched my fist. This was only the beginning. I still had to work out the optimal build. My EXP suddenly plunged into the low 3 digits. All thanks to game developers insisting on peddling EXP DLC. Who did they even learn this crap from? Grinding a level 100 boss at LV1 barely earned a level or 2. Absolutely broken. But I used all of it anyway. To keep my brain from making bad calls due to energy depletion, it was better to max out my stats inside the dungeon before heading out. That way, at least I wouldn't have to haul my gear the whole way back. I touched each piece of armor on the table one by one. The heavy plates dissolved into pale blue streams of light and melded into my body. Finally, I picked up the Duskblade Greatsword, and it vanished along with them. Once your attributes were high enough, magical equipment could be stored in a magic space out of combat and instantly donned again when battle began. You leveled up? Your stats can support that heavy armor now. Song Yingxue watched the armor disappear and immediately pouted in dissatisfaction. Then why didn't you level up back in the dungeon? Because I was exhausted when the potion wore off. My brain was low on. Low on energy makes you misjudge things. That's Adventurer 101, right? Song Yingxue nearly choked on her ale. There is no such common sense. Think about it. I hauled your metal canned ass all the way to this bar. So you're in no position to lecture anyone. You two are exactly the same. Tian Kursin and Lu Yin slapped the table in unison. It's this guy who won't let me level up either. Song Yingxue jabbed a finger at me, accusing me of not leveling myself and refusing to let anyone else do it. Isn't it common sense? Screw up a few times when your blood sugar's low, and you'll learn the habit. Here, I ran a hand across my neck, unclipped the flowing starlight necklace, and handed it to her, casual as anything. A gift for me. A thought flashed through Song Yingxue's mind. A confession? A love token? No way, right? Not a chance, I said dead firm. Oh, that's how it is. That's your one bad point. Her expression went instantly calm. Too calm, blank in a way that felt just a shade excessive. She took the necklace steadily, lowered her head, and checked the stats of Star of Growth. Each time the wearer gains a level, +1 to all attributes. The effect was so brutally simple it was infuriating, and so precious it was suffocating. Her head snapped up to look at me. You give it back after you finish leveling. This absolutely is not a gift, just a loan, I added firmly. She stared at me for 2 seconds, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help curling up, and the light came back into her eyes. The effect was too good. Even if she wanted to be mad, she couldn't hold in the smile. And a base stat boost synergized perfectly with her own all-stat boost. Fine, I'll forgive you this once. I hung the necklace back around my neck. Hey, don't flirt in front of us. Tian Kursin leaned over from her seat, stretching out an arm. What are the stats exactly? Let me see too. Song Yingxue shot her a glare, but her cheeks flushed. Tian Kursin and Lu Yin didn't care in the slightest. They leaned in and tapped the necklace with a finger. The moment the stats registered in their minds, both their expressions froze. They exchanged a look and silently sat back down. In an adventurer's world, no one broadcasts someone else's legendary gear on a whim. That's how blood feuds start. So what should I do? Max out Spearman after all. Song Yingxue swung the necklace, showing off to her best friends. Go die. Tian Kursin spat out the words, sour as vinegar. Other people ground for 18 years just to hit LV2. And this girl was about to charge LV15 on the strength of an unconfirmed boyfriend and a cheat tier accessory. Yi Shuang, how should I split the levels and classes? Song Yingxue bumped my shoulder with hers. I set down my chopsticks. Maxing Spearman is the top priority. For the advanced class, I'd recommend Swift Lancer or Shadow Strike Spear. After that, put points into Swordsman for dual wielding. Surprisingly reasonable. But can this violent gorilla actually pull off dual wielding? Lu Yin. Head. Don't call me a violent gorilla. My talent is all stat boost. Song Yingxue's hackles shot up instantly, and she closed her eyes to dive into the system. She ran through it in one smooth motion, maxed Lancer to LV-15, advanced into Swift Lancer, then pumped Swordsman to LV-5, and finally pushed Swift Lancer to LV-7, total level LV-17. As for why she didn't pick Shadow Strike Lance, my main class is Rogue, and it's not ideal to double up on stealth rolls in the party. She couldn't wait to equip Windchaser's Oath, the corners of her mouth curling up in a goofy little smile. After the meal, the four of us left the tavern. Song Yingxue put the necklace back around my neck with her own hands. Thanks, she said, eyes fixed on the flagstones at her feet, voice barely above a whisper. Don't worry about it. Cost me nothing anyway. As we neared the academy's side gate, Tian Kursin suddenly pointed at the convenience store on the corner. Chips are half off. That excuse isn't gonna fly, Lu Yen said, even as her elbow was already ramming hard into Tian Kursin's ribs. Ugh, Tian Kursin doubled over, gagging. Anyway, we're making a supermarket run. You two enjoy the rest of the walk. Lu Yen dragged Tian Kursin along, leaned in to whisper something in Song Yingxue's ear, then hauled her partner off. They're always like this. Song Yingxue cleared her throat. Yeah. So, tomorrow. No, forget that, today. I'll say it first. She stopped abruptly and rattled it out fast. Listen up. Laugh at me, and I'll kill you. Reject me, and I'll cry. I mean every word. The second one's scarier. I paused for a beat. Lu Yen, that little schemer, had probably hedged her bets. Whoever spoke first, she'd get her ship fix. Be my boyfriend. Song Yingxue's face was flushed, so red it looked ready to bleed, but she stubbornly tilted her chin up and stared me straight in the eye. Do I get hit if I say something unnecessary? She nodded hard. Then, please, make me happy. I held out my hand naturally. Wait, that's backwards. What guy says that to a girl? She froze for a second, laughed out loud, then quickly clamped her lips shut and took my hand, her palm warm and a little damp. You're the one who's supposed to make me happy. Right. I answered offhandedly, and then felt something cool brush against my lips. She sprang back a step, ears burning red, and gave a defiant little humph at the empty air. Off in the shadows of a distant street corner, two silhouettes were writhing like maniacs. So sweet, Lu Yin yelped, pinching Tian Kursin in her excitement. I want a boyfriend too. Tian Kursin muttered enviously. I shot a lazy glance in their direction. He spotted us? Yep. Saw right through stealth. What a monster. Lu Yan's voice drifted over. I walked Song Yingxue to the school gate and let go of her hand. Right eye. Something I need to take care of. Minus points. She puffed out her cheeks. Just out of curiosity, what's my score? Not telling. She turned and walked into the light. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. I watched her figure disappear, then turned around and spoke calmly toward the shadow beside the street lamp. You two head back too. Stingy. What are you up to? Tian Kursin's voice drifted out of thin air, and the two silhouettes rippled into view like ripples on water. Handling a stalker. My gaze drifted toward the alley beyond the school gates. Lu Yan's expression grew a shade more serious. Word travels fast. Need a hand? Judging by Tianling City's underworld, it's most likely the Black Flame Association or the Tiger Claw Gang. Their bosses are around LV-50. A fledgling under LV-10 walking alone at night, decked out in legendary and epic gear, the textbook trigger conditions for a mugging event. I'm fine, I said evenly. I'll win. The words landed, and I took a step forward. Ghostly blue witch fire rose from my feet, and heavy black armor materialized within the flames, plates locking into place, sheathing my body in an instant. My great sword, dark light, appeared silently in my right hand. Whoa! Tian Kursin shrank her neck a little. Real confident, or just arrogant? Lu Yin patted my pauldron. A flash of red light, basic physical enhancement, settled over me. Fine, we're heading back. Don't die. See you tomorrow. A slight twitch of my sword hand wrist served as a reply. The alley was deeper and more winding than it looked from outside. The stench of rot, mildew, and cheap tobacco mingled in the air. My metal boots struck the pitted pavement in a steady rhythm. Tap, tap. After about 50 meters, I stopped in a deserted stretch. Shadows writhed. Figures took shape, closing in from front and back. Knew something was off and still walked in alone. Kid, are you actually stupid? Or do you think grabbing a legendary weapon makes you invincible? A coarse voice rasped out. Three figures stepped out of the darkness. At their head, a bald, muscular man with a knife scar across his face, a spiked club in hand, greed in his eyes, a lanky one toying with a poisoned dagger, and a squat, sturdy man shouldering a tower shield. Black Flame Association. We're collecting the nighttime toll. The scarred bald man bared his teeth. Hand over the valuables and the great sword, and we'll leave you your underwear. The lanky one gave a shrill laugh. Boss, why waste breath on this little goody-goody? The stocky one slammed the tower shield down, thud, and the flunkies around them jeered along. Common sense would say, when an enemy walks right into an ambush he's already spotted, shouldn't a sane person reassess the situation? I sighed. There really are too many idiots in this world. Just so we're clear, you're the ones being challenged here. A beat of dead silence, then an explosion of laughter. Challenge. You? A greenhorn fresh out of the newbie village. The scar-faced bald man doubled over laughing. Then his face darkened in an instant. Brothers, waste him. 4 or 5 underlings lunged in with cleavers, howling, sealing off every angle of escape. I stood right where I was, my gaze calm beneath my helmet. The moment their blades bounced off, my figure was swallowed by shadow. Shadow step. Costs 20 MP, teleports a short distance to any nearby shadow. The next instant, I appeared beside the 3 leaders. The tall, gaunt one still had his sinister smirk frozen on his face. A pitch-black arc of sword light slashed straight down, and an instant later a flash of pure white bloomed along the exact same track. A hairline of blood surfaced on his face, creeping from between his brows all the way down to his chin. Dazed, he toppled to either side. His organs and blood boiled away in the white flames before they even hit the ground, hissing and crackling. Second brother. The scar-faced bald man's roar cracked into a shriek. Raph, the short, stocky one reacted fastest, thrusting his tower shield forward as a dull earthen yellow glow flared to life. Taunting roar. My eyes didn't even linger on him. Dusk Gleam, carrying the force of a landslide, came crashing down in the simplest, most brutal vertical cleave. Clang. Not a crisp ring, but the horrific shriek of metal being ripped and twisted apart. The heavy tower shield spiderwebbed outward from the center of impact and exploded in a thunderous burst. The confidence on the stocky man's face behind it turned to sheer horror. The shield he'd staked his life on hadn't held for a single heartbeat. The blade continued down, and the pure white flash ignited once more. SHHHK. His body, solid as bedrock, was sheared cleanly from right shoulder to left waist. The upper half slid off. The lower half stood upright for another half-second before crashing to the ground. From the moment I vanished to the deaths of 2 leaders, no more than 2 breaths had passed. The next instant, my black gauntlet clamped around the scar-faced bald man's skull and slammed it down onto the blade's edge. Dusk Gleam came away without a scratch. The bald man died on the spot. Monster. Baldy was level 52, damn it. He didn't get a single hit in. I'm out. The remaining 7 or 8 underlings broke, tossed their blades, and turned to flee. Legendary gear, fortunes, all of it was a joke in the face of death. The very moment they turned. The jet-black armor on my body flared once more with ghostly blue witchfire. The plates dissolved into streams of light, revealing the black leather armor beneath. Dusk Gleam melted into shadow and vanished into my hand. The underlings' steps faltered as an absurd sliver of hope rose in their hearts. Could it be that this god of slaughter meant to let them live? He'd stripped his armor and put away his sword. Academy-trained big shots didn't stoop to finishing off small fry. The next second, that thread of hope was crushed utterly. My right hand reached, perfectly naturally, behind my waist. A dagger with a black hilt and white blade settled into my grip, its faint glow flickering. Whisper of the dark moon. No shadow step. The moment the short blade settled into my grip, my body was already moving. Not teleportation, pure speed. Fast enough that my leather armor whispered against the air, leaving nothing but a smeared afterimage. I lunged at the thug running fastest. He only felt a chill against the side of his neck before the world spun. He watched his own headless body stagger a few more steps before it collapsed, without even feeling the pain. I didn't stop. Whisper of the dark moon traced purple arcs through the air in my hand, every stroke slipping in from the most impossible angle. Throat, heart, temple. No wasted motion. Every strike lethal. Blood splashed across walls and cobblestones, screams flaring up sharp and cutting off just as fast. In a blink, only one man was left in the alley. The little punk looked barely 20. He was sprawled in the middle of the pooling blood, a dark stain spreading across his crotch. His dagger dropped somewhere he could no longer find, scooting backward inch by inch. WHY. His voice cracked. You can have the stuff back. The money too. We were just following orders. I stopped in front of him and swiped the back of my hand across my face, smearing the blood into a wider streak. I explained in the tone of someone debating dinner plans. Don't you know how many lives you people have taken? Joining an organization like that is evil in itself. If I have to spell it out, I want to live in a world with order. Stamping out crime is something that just has to be done. You might say evil is like weeds, you can never pull them all up. But that's a lazy excuse. If your house has roaches, and you know you can't kill every last one, do you just let them swarm the kitchen? The place still needs cleaning. I believe in a good God. Even the dirty work needs someone to do it. How does our doctrine put it again? I paused. Should demons walk the world, slay every demon? Should evil walk the world, sever all evil? Thanks for letting me recite those lines. It feels much better. The little punk just shook his head mindlessly. I took a single step, shadow step activated, and the last body fell. I flicked the blood from my blade. All that remained in the alley was the thick, unshakable stench of iron. Do we actually have a doctrine like that? Deep inside the Cathedral of Eris, in a side chamber carved with reliefs of stars, a white-haired girl stood on her tiptoes, sneaking a peek into a floating crystal orb, the sphere still reflecting the bloody scene from moments before. Tap. A finger flicked her forehead. Ow. No, we don't. The silver-haired woman in the white bishop's robe drew her hand back, her tone flat. There is nothing that murderous anywhere in the Gospel of Eris. That person just loves making up scripture. And, Iris, how many times have I told you? You're not a cleric. Don't go using the eye of fate to spy on the city's affairs whenever you feel like it. But I think Lord Eris, the good God, might really have said something like that. Don't spout such heresy. The archbishop grabbed her head. Other churches would have already lit the pyre for such talk. Ow, ow, ow. Archbishop Marian released her hand, a complicated expression flickering in her eyes as she let out a soft sigh. This child of ours is truly terrifying. It had taken forever to get a devotee who wasn't obsessed with pachinko all day. Top tier in talent, temperament, and drive. Only for her to turn out to be the type who invented her own doctrine and radiated bloodlust. You're going out? Iris asked, watching her turn. Of course. Marian didn't look back. To clean up. If our own followers dirty the streets and the church doesn't clean it up, we'll get complaints from other parishes. It'll hurt our community rating. The next day, I woke up in my dorm and ran a hand over my lips. Felt pretty good. Sure, she couldn't compare to those beautifully illustrated heroines from games, but those characters were either burdened with tragic backstories or such a hassle that you wanted to smack them. This one was cute, and that alone was a win. Plus, she was well-developed, all in the stats. After washing up, I walked out of the dorm building and immediately spotted that troublemaker. The unadorable one has appeared. Shen Qinghue was leaning against a plane tree, her uniform impeccable, morning light streaming through her black hair. A ring of boys hovered at a distance, whispering among themselves, none daring to actually approach. Picking a fight this early in the morning? Not that I care about being cute or not, she said with confidence. But theoretically, isn't this face of mine just cute? And beautiful, too. Saying something like that is already uncute enough? I shot back. Where did your aloof act go? I took all the credit for yesterday's mission for myself. A guy like you should be thrilled. You should be thanking me from the bottom of your heart. Thanks. See you. I nodded and was about to walk off when she grabbed me. Wait. Want to form a fixed party? Yi Shuang. Bam. The instant those words left her mouth, it was as if an invisible bomb detonated around us. The boys who'd been sneaking glances at their goddess all froze like someone had hit pause. Hiss. Are my ears broken? Shen Qinghue is actually asking someone to form a fixed party. That D-rank Yi Shuang. Is this some kind of international joke? An SSS rank inviting a D rank. Has the world gone mad? Somebody pinch me. Ow. I didn't mean actually pinch me. She ignored even A-rank Lei Lai's invitation before. It's gotta be the face. Just because you're good looking, you can do whatever you want. Impossible. That punk must have used some despicable trick to coerce Senior. Countless burning stares nailed themselves to me. Shock, envy, fury. Shin Xingyue paid the waves of noise no mind at all. She just waited calmly for my answer. I ran the numbers in my head for 3 seconds. Honestly, no, but it's not a bad deal. So you're at Sundara? Say yes, but insist on refusing first. She smiled. Don't use that word on me, I said, disgusted. That's like signing a magic contract with. I will never, in this lifetime, sign any contract with you. She cut me off instantly, her smile freezing back into a glacier. A rogue swindling a mage on a contract. That kind of humiliation would follow you to the grave. TCH. I wasn't happy. My party rules. After a boss fight, the leader gets first pick, then loot's distributed by contribution. Are you stupid? Even the first pick by contribution? Who'd put up with that for a long-term party? I handle logistics. However you calculate it, I come out on top. And someone accepts it. Who? Her brow arched. Some saint from where? Or an imaginary friend made of air? I suggest you ask the Leshan giant Buddha to stand up and offer his seat to that saint. My girlfriend. Your mouth's surprisingly nasty, you know. That's the love-struck family member's seat. Doesn't count. Wait, you have a girlfriend. She paused, then let out a soft snort. Don't lie. With your rotten personality, infuriating mouth, and scheming ways, how could any girl actually like you? And even if one did, she'd run off sooner or later. Is this a curse born of jealousy? I asked back, unruffled. We've known each other less than 24 hours. What gives you the right to claim you know me? Some essences don't need long to verify. Prophet above all, paranoid to a pathological degree, always assuming the worst of people, shamelessly selfish. Her gaze was sharp as an icicle. A guy like you will never have a girl truly like him. And if one does, she'll leave sooner or later. You don't have to say it twice. I snapped. So who is it? Song Yingxue. Yeah. Don't let romance mess with the party. Really bad luck. I finally found a teammate I click with. She sighed. In an adventurer's party, the most inauspicious thing is someone saying, "This is my last dungeon run." The second most inauspicious is having a couple in the party. One gets hurt, the other's mental state crumbles and drags the whole team down. A pure negative debuff. Truly inauspicious, I agreed wholeheartedly. As a devotee of the goddess of fortune, I put some stock in that kind of superstition. The surrounding crowd, ears perked and eavesdropping, collectively turned to stone. Song Yingxue? One of the 3 campus bells? Then immediately, holy shit, is this real? D-rank Yi Shuang bagged Song Yingxue. Something definitely happened in the dungeon yesterday. Survival and mortal peril. I get it now. Impossible. How could senior sister Song fall for a D-rank piece of trash? 2 goddesses. One inviting him to party up, one his girlfriend? Is there any justice left in this world? Too much information at once. The onlookers completely short-circuited. Yeah, I hate you. There are way too many people around you. More than the flies swarming Song Yingxue. I sighed. My occupational disease was flaring up. Being pinned under this many stairs made my whole body itch. Shin Qingyue seemed utterly oblivious to the chaos. The corner of her mouth even curved up a fraction in that Versailles-style self-satisfaction. Well, I am beautiful, with an excellent background and talent. Drawing attention is my normal state. So have you thought it over? When we're at school, don't talk to me. I offered a compromise. Understood. She nodded, then continued with perfect ease. Then let's head to class, Yi Shuang. You didn't listen to a single word I said. I was speechless. Also, I'm in class 7. Aren't you the top student in class 1? Our classrooms weren't even in the same building. Don't be shy. She was already walking. It's on the way anyway. Besides, she glanced sideways at me. If I'm not by your side, are you sure you can walk to class quietly without being mobbed by all these flies and gnats? I swept my gaze over the restless boys around us, stayed silent for 2 seconds, said nothing, and fell in behind her, keeping half a step's distance. The corner of her mouth seemed to curve up another millimeter. And so, on that leaf-shaded path in the morning, a scene worthy of being enshrined in the Academy's gossip annals unfolded. The ice-cold goddess leading the way, while Yi Shuang, The D-rank freshman rumored to be Song Ingshue's boyfriend trailed half a step behind and to her side. The crowd parted automatically, countless burning gazes tracking them like spotlights. Tisk, cheating on day one, huh? What a player. The moment I sat down in the back row of the classroom, my deskmate Song Ingshue crossed her arms and hissed through her teeth. The gesture made certain curves impossible to ignore. Her chestnut hair slid off her shoulder as she gave me a sidelong look. Quite the nerve, Yi Shuang. It's only day one, you know. Ooh, so bold. Lu Yin sat perched on the corner of the desk, swinging her legs, thoroughly enjoying the show. What an enviable start to your school life. Tian Kursin propped her chin on her hand, her teasing practically spilling over. No, I denied it flatly. As your official permanent teammate from here on, I look forward to working with you, Song Ingshue. A cool, calm voice came from beside me. Shen Qingyue, utterly lacking in self-awareness, ignored every gaze that had instantly zeroed in on her in the classroom and nodded at Song Ingshue. I hope you won't drag the team down. The displeasure on Song Ingshue's face melted instantly into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. She lowered her arms, nodded back, and declared with iron finality. Good. As the vice captain of this squad, I hereby officially proclaim that you, Shen Qingyue, are kicked out of the team. Shen Qingyue. Our squad doesn't have a vice captain position. I correct. Correct. No. Shen Qingyue, freshly kicked from the team, didn't seem to care in the slightest. Her ice blue eyes snapped to me. Don't tell me you deliberately left the vice captain slot empty just so you'd have absolute control over loot distribution? That's a serious breach of proper adventurer party structure. If the captain gets injured or goes missing mid-combat, and there's no clear chain of command, it's a fatal liability for the whole team. That's a malicious assumption on your part, although you happen to be right. Either way, whether or not I give you a title, you're going to seize command at critical moments anyway. If you want to call yourself vice captain, be my guest. Wait, I'm not the vice captain. Song Ingshue grabbed my collar, my own girlfriend, betraying me. This one wrestles command away from me half the time. There's no way you could ever order her around, I said, trying to soothe her. Drop the call yourself part. Shen Qingyue corrected instantly. Then something occurred to her. You said you're going to the Dungeon of Darkness tomorrow? For a multi-day expedition? Isn't tomorrow advanced monster ecology and basic alchemical potion practicum? We're about to graduate. Who cares about credits? Song Ingshue jumped in. If you're coming, keep up. If not, quit whining. We're a delinquent outfit here. She put deliberate stress on delinquent. About 3 days. With you along, we should be able to push to floor 70. And I'm not a delinquent. I calmly corrected her on the most important point. I'm a good student who abides by school rules. How can someone who cuts class be a good student? Cutting class, huh? Shen Qingyue repeated thoughtfully, and for once a look of genuine consideration crossed her frostbound face. What she was weighing wasn't floor 70, for students confined to floor 1. That was pure fantasy, but cutting class. I've never actually tried it. Sounds interesting. 3 days for my first time? Fine. What time do we meet? School entrance. 5 a.m. Oh, right. Song Ingshue suddenly clapped her hands. That Li Ming from last time, the shield tank who gave up his Windchaser's oath qualification to me. He asked if we could take him along sometime. He's a defense type, so he should be useful. His attitude was pretty sincere, and I kind of owe him a favor. A 6-person party, then? Perfect. Crisis of gender imbalance averted. I did the math. Excellent. An extra pack mule for the supplies. We might even be able to slip in deeper. Class is about to start. Can you head back? I looked at the crowd jamming the classroom doorway, then at Shen Qingyue. Even if I left right now, she said, following my gaze coolly across the excited onlookers outside, you would still be the center of everyone's attention today and for a long time to come. This trouble wasn't caused by me. You announced it yourself. Don't try to pin the responsibility for being gawked at on me. With that, she gave us a slight. I gave a slight nod of farewell and turned to leave calmly amid a wave of stifled gasps. What an insufferable jerk. Song Ingshue flipped an internationally recognized gesture at his back. Then she slung an arm around my neck, jerked her thumb downward at the doorway, and barked at the students who'd cleared a path but were still lingering to watch the show. What are you staring at? Keep gawking and I'll gouge your eyeballs out and stomp on him like grapes. Scram. Combined with the lingering menace of the punch that had sent Lei Lai flying yesterday, the crowd at the door scattered instantly, faster than rabbits. My cheek pressed against something softer than anything I'd ever felt, but one fact was now confirmed. Song Yingxua belonged to that classic type. The moment she got a little power, she started pulling the whole "I don't eat beef" routine and letting it go straight to her head. Graduation season is always like this. All the cowards who never dared to confess suddenly can't hold it in anymore, turning the whole academy into a mess. The young homeroom teacher swept a disdainful glance over the couples in the classroom, sitting suspiciously close, then tossed his lesson plan onto the podium. "Teacher, isn't that just the resentment of someone who's been single too long projecting outward?" A young couple in the front row grinned and shot back. "Shut it. Want me to assign a 20-page review paper right now? Don't finish it, and you can kiss your graduation recommendation goodbye." He glared at them, then let his gaze sweep across the classroom, finally landing with pinpoint accuracy on me, where I currently sat, half-hugged by Song Yingxue and unable to move. Yi Shuang, the homeroom teacher, pushed up his glasses, eyes gleaming with gossip. "I heard you're forming a fixed team with Shin Qinghua." "That true?" The whole class's eyes snapped to me. Wrapped in Song Yingxue's fragrant embrace, I nodded. Oh, the teacher's eyebrows shot up. "I knew you had some tricks up your sleeve, but I didn't think it'd go this far. What about the other rumor? You're applying to Sacred Martial Academy?" I nodded again. The mood in the classroom shifted. The words Sacred Martial Academy carried real weight. "I always thought you weren't interested in those big cities out there." "I'm not really. Don't undercut me here. Anyway, the two things together, forming a team and Sacred Martial Academy, that's going to get complicated. As your homeroom teacher, I figured I'd give you a heads up before graduation." He paused. "And fill out your application forms properly and hand them in. 3 years, and you've never turned in a single reply slip on time, huh?" Yeah, I got it," I answered impatiently. "Most of those signature sheets the school hands out are just unequal treaties to absolve themselves of responsibility. Why would I bother signing them?" Song Yingxua buried her face against my shoulder, her shoulders shaking suspiciously. "So you're skipping them on purpose? You two idiot lovebirds, separate. And those two delinquent girls over there, back to your own seats. This is abuse of power." Tian Kursen was the first to raise her hand. "I don't care. Sit." "All right, class in session." Early the next morning, before dawn had broken, I was the first to reach the plaza, dressed in form-fitting black leather armor, an expanded pack slung on my back, head bowed and claws clenched as I recalled yesterday's feel. Aside from incredible, I couldn't come up with another word for it. Not long after, Song Yingxue came running up. Dark brown reinforced leather armor, chestnut ponytail bouncing behind her, Windchaser's oath, wrapped in cloth and slung diagonally across her back. "Morning." She bumped her shoulder against mine, bringing a fresh whiff of soap nut. "Morning." I opened my eyes and glanced at the spear on her back. "Can't you just put that magic item away?" "Nag, nag, nag. This lady wants to carry it." She puffed out her chest and lowered her voice smugly. "I even secretly rubbed it with that anti-wear thin oil Lu Yin recommended." I gave a non-committal grunt. Another IQ tax product confirmed. This girl was so easy to use. Right after, Lu Yin and Tian Kursen walked up together. Lu Yin in dark casual wear paired with a witch's hat, a wooden staff taller than she was, several short daggers tucked at her waist and thigh. Tian Kursen in chainmail with a small round shield, longsword at her hip, standard, warrior, gear, excited and nervous. "Running here so early? Cherishing your alone time with him?" Tian Kursen asked with a grin. "You're just as bad." Song Yingxue shot back. I glanced at the clock tower, 5 minutes to the appointed time. Just as the second hand was about to leap onto the hour, Shen Qinghua came in from the other direction, her usual uniform swapped out for winter drape robes. "Good morning, everyone." Her cool voice reached us, ice blue eyes lingering for a moment on me and on Song Yingxue, plastered to my side. "You're late," I criticized. "Either check the clock or check your head. One more to go." I dropped the harassment. The lowest ranking always arrived last, no grasp of social etiquette. The words had barely left my mouth when Li Ming came panting up, in standard issue light plate, a metal tower shield on his back, warhammer at his hip, sweat on his brow. Sorry. Am I late?" "Yeah, you're late." No, for minutes and 17 seconds to go, Xin Qingyue reported the time precisely, her way of putting in a fair word for this earnest suitor. Phew, thank goodness. Li Ming let out a breath. Everyone's here. Let's get things straight before we head out. I stepped forward. Me, Captain. Sole command authority. Follow orders in combat. Raise objections after. Song Ingxue, spearman, main attacker and skirmisher, high-speed engagement. Lu Yan, sorceress, mid to long-range support, crowd control, buffs and debuffs. I'm a support summoner type. I can summon a fire elemental, Lu Yan added. Got it. Tian Kursen, warrior, off-tank, protect Lu Yan. Xin Qingyue, mage, primary AoE crowd control. I'm a level 13 frost mage, spell DPS. I rattled off all 4 roles smoothly, ignoring Xin Qingyue, then turned my gaze to Li Ming and blanked for a couple of seconds, instinctively glancing at Song Ingxue. Old married couple that we were. She caught on immediately, rose up on her tiptoes, and whispered into my ear, Li Ming. His name's Li Ming. Li Ming, anyway, frontline tank. That's just awful. Tian Kursen figured this guy really was the worst, not even bothering to remember his name or class. Come to think of it, he hadn't remembered hers either. Hi everyone. I'm Li Ming from Year 3, Class 5. Main class Advanced Shield Guard, Level 14. Li Ming introduced himself awkwardly. That's such a high level. It's a lot of pressure being LV2 like us. Lu Yan slipped in their levels while she was at it. That stuff shoots up fast. Don't level up right away. I'll take you through some achievements first. I drew the silver-white dagger from my belt. On the upper floors, this would do. Let's move. So cool. I look up to you. Tian Kursen's eyes lit up. As arrogant a remark as ever, Xin Qingyue said coolly, though there was no scorn in those ice-blue eyes. More like she was simply stating a fact. Final check on gear and supplies. Remember your roles. Move out. No rousing pep talk. I spoke the last 2 words evenly, then turned and became the first through that vast, shadowed stone gate. Life at the academy didn't stop just because one small party had vanished. But the next morning, when the always ramrod straight top seat of Year 1, Class A sat conspicuously empty, unease began to take root in certain hearts. The advanced monster ecology professor called Xin Qingyue's name and got no answer. His grizzled brows furrowed. She's on leave? I never received any notice from the administration office. She's never missed a class. By the afternoon practical session, Xin Qingyue's seat was still empty. The stern-faced female instructor contacted the administration office directly. Xin Qingyue? There's no leave request on file. Hold on. Didn't she register to use the dungeon entrance with a few students yesterday? The news sprouted wings and flew straight to the headmaster's office. What? Xin Qingyue is out of contact. Even the composed old headmaster couldn't sit still. An SSS rank talent, one of the academy's few precious treasures, missing? That was catastrophic. Investigate immediately. The results came back quickly. At 5 o'clock the previous morning, Xin Qingyue, along with Yi Shuang, Song Ingxue, Lu Yan, Tian Kursen, and Li Ming, 6 in total, had registered entry into the Labyrinth of Darkness. Who authorized it? Isn't the door to the Labyrinth of Darkness locked after the exam? The headmaster looked utterly baffled. This is outrageous. Who let them in? The year head. Rin slammed the desk. It was pried open. The supervising teacher mumbled, embarrassed. Huh. It was pried open. I heard you the first time. I'm asking why. Well, their team captain is a rogue, so I'd assume he picked the lock. My homeroom teacher's voice grew smaller as he glanced at the registration sheet. The consent signatures had been forged by the students themselves. Please, don't dock my pay. Fine, Xin Qingyue is only LV13. But what about the others? Isn't that Yi Shuang a D-rank talent? My homeroom teacher lowered his head and started silently cursing me with everything he had. There were also 2 LV2s in that party. Did they go down there to die? The headmaster barked. If 2 A-rank prodigies got themselves killed, he might as well hand in his retirement papers on the spot. Activate the dungeon emergency contact array now. But every single communication crystal fell silent as a stone dropped into a well. At those depths, they simply wouldn't function. The emergency response team was mobilized. High-level instructors and elite adventurers assembled and stood by. But the dungeon was vast and labyrinthine, and any search and rescue operation would be a nightmare. A grim atmosphere settled over the academy's upper administration. Then, right as tensions reached a breaking point, the magical technology department delivered news that left everyone dumbstruck. Headmaster, director, come quickly. Everyone rushed after the messenger to the observation room. On the central crystal panel, the figure labeled Total Dungeon Clearance Progress was slowly ticking upward. At yesterday morning's registration, it had read 3.14%. Now, it read 57.29%. And the last digits were still creeping up, almost imperceptibly. F57. The grade director's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. It went up 50+ points in a single day? That's like clearing more than 50 floors. It has to be Xinqinghua. Only an SSS rank could pull off a miracle like this. But even for an SSS rank, this is... Keep monitoring it, the headmaster commanded, his voice heavy, brows knitted tight. Their descent was far outpacing all expectations. If they ran into something they couldn't handle down there. On the third day, the number climbed to 79.86%. The entire room fell dead silent, filled only with the sound of heavy breathing. On the fourth day, it jumped to 91.47%. Then, it stopped dead. Like a bullet train slamming on the brakes, the number froze at 91.47%. The optimism that had just begun to bloom was drenched in ice water. It stopped. Why did it stop? Floor 91. Even the Imperial Royal Knights might not make it that deep. As expected of an SSS rank, Xinqinghua is unbelievable. This isn't the time for that. They've lost contact. Cries for a rescue mission erupted again, drawing in the Adventurers Guild and the City Guard. But no one could realistically descend to that depth. No one could even propose a viable plan. Once word got out, the headmaster's head was very nearly shaken clean off his shoulders by a certain parent with an 8-pointed beard. Day 5, Day 6, the number stubbornly held at 91.47%. Hope dwindled bit by bit. The academy's atmosphere grew suffocating, and pessimistic remarks began spreading across the forums. Senior Shun, she couldn't have really. Don't talk nonsense. It's all that Yi Shuang's fault. He must have talked her into it. And Song Yingxue and her crew, a pack of lunatics. Day 7, early morning, 10:27 a.m. From behind the massive stone gate that had been sealed for 7 days, sounds suddenly erupted. I already told you, don't try to snatch my command during combat. It's all your fault the food supplies got wrecked by the monsters. My own ugly, bickering voice drifted out. We've been over this topic 67 times already. After that wailing banshee's mental strike landed on you, you were out cold. If I hadn't taken command, who would have? I've admitted it 1,000 times. It was my screw-up. Would you please shut up? Xinqinghua's cool, level voice followed right after. What left every breath-holding student and instructor stunned was this. The exchange between those two sounded exactly like the bickering of an old married couple. The tragic solemnity, the tearful grief they'd been bracing for, none of it. And Xinqinghua was the one getting yelled at, no less. No way. If our supplies had held out, we would have taken down the 92nd floor boss. It's all your fault. If you'd bothered to tell me what that necklace did earlier, plus 30 to all stats, we wouldn't have needed those supplies at all. When Xinqinghua had seen me hand the necklace over to Tian Kursin and Lu Yin for their leveling, she'd nearly passed out from rage. Right now, all she wanted was to buy level-down potions in bulk. Pity they were hard to come by. You just needed to keep the mobs controlled. You're not our damage dealer anyway. I shot back. I am literally a magic damage class. Sorry, I didn't hold aggro. Li Ming, the actual guilty party, timidly stepped forward to mediate. Shut up. Who said you could talk? Xinqinghua and I snapped in unison. Li Ming, a shield-type job with a grand total level of 39, cowered. 6 staggering figures emerged from the stone gate. In that instant, the entire plaza fell dead silent. Every gaze froze on us. Cloth armor wrapped in tattered strips, bloodstains all over, like specters returned from hell. Only Xinqinghua's legendary grade robe looked halfway clean. TCH. Walking at the front, I had no idea how much of a shockwave I was sending through the crowd, or rather, I didn't care. I frowned as I swept my eyes over the packed sea of stunned faces and grated a few words out of my throat. So many people. Gross. Yes, understood. Yawning. I brushed off the headmaster as he rushed up in front of me. He shouted at me for a good 2 minutes, but my brain automatically filed the contents away as spam. As he went on, I raised my hand palm, lightly but not softly, like tapping a watermelon. I gave the principal's bald scalp 2 crisp pats. Only one formality stood between us and graduation. The nature I usually kept buried, combined with the pressure just released from clearing the dungeon, was starting to surface. Unrestrained, reckless. Anyone who could hang out with delinquent girls wasn't exactly a decent person to begin with. Strictly speaking, the graduation ceremony had already been held. We were technically graduates. We just hadn't received our diplomas yet and hadn't been officially admitted to any higher institution. If Shen Xingyue, the SSS ranker, had slapped him like that, the principal might have twitched his lips, but he'd have swallowed it. Might even have squeezed out a warm, teacher-student smile. But being slapped like that by me, a D-rank washout. The ringleader who'd picked a lock and broken into a dungeon, who'd turned the entire academy upside down for 7 straight days. That was an entirely different matter. In the principal's eyes, and in the eyes of the vast majority of the faculty and students, I was, at best, a decent tactician of a captain with obscenely good luck. There was no way I'd get far on the path of the strong. You. The principal snapped out of it, his aged face flushing red, his sparse white hair bristling on end. He was about to speak, to reassert the dignity of a school's headmaster. Smack. My hand came down again. This time it wasn't a light pat. It was a full-blown slap, landing squarely on the center of his bald crown. The sound rang out, crisp and loud, echoing across the dead-silent plaza. A vivid red handprint bloomed across his scalp. The principal's head pitched forward, his glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. He was utterly stunned. He clutched his head, eyes bulging. How dare he? How dare he hit that hard? How dare he humiliate the headmaster like this, in front of everyone? The teachers and students around us all turned to stone, mouths gaping wide enough to swallow a whole egg. Tian Kursin tilted her head and was the first to burst out laughing, and the other students lost it right along with her. But the teachers were in agony, laugh, and their jobs were gone. Then something happened that made their pupils quake even harder. I drew in a deep breath and delivered another slap, steady, precise, brutal, landing on the exact same spot, with even more force than before. The principal's upper body swayed. He clutched his head, left with nothing but dazed bewilderment. The searing, burning pain reminded him this was no hallucination. Every year, at the opening ceremony, the graduation ceremony, and every other celebration, you have to stand on that stage, and in that slow, drawling voice of yours, repeat the same meaningless drivel over and over for at least an hour. I spoke. My voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly across the silent plaza. I tilted my head slightly, looking down at the principal, who was clutching his head with a "who am I, where am I" expression on his face. Whoa, pressure gauge blew. He's gone berserk. Song Yingxue glanced at me sidelong, taking 2 familiar steps back and muttering under her breath. Wait, didn't you only show up to one opening ceremony? Didn't you skip all the rest? I paused, my gaze sweeping over the fresh red handprint layered on top of the principal's head. So satisfying. After landing that slap, I felt a whole lot better. Both my grievances from before reincarnation and the ones from this life settled in one clean stroke. Why you people? The principal's lips trembled. He couldn't string together a single coherent sentence. Principal, this is outrageous. He openly assaulted a teacher. The grade director leapt out to pledge his loyalty. Shen Xingyue was staring at me, and I knew what she was thinking. The irritability that had kicked in on day 4 wasn't just my imagination. This guy's stress tolerance was pitifully low. He could tough it out down in the dungeon, but the moment he got back to the safe zone, he came apart. For a team captain, that was no small flaw. Please don't hold it against our captain. Shen Xingyue stepped forward, giving a slight nod. Every inch the vice captain. The deep layers of the dungeon are a harsh environment. The monsters are dangerous, and prolonged mental and physical strain commonly produces irritability and anxiety. As captain, the pressure he bears far exceeds ours. An occasional loss of composure to blow off steam, while the method may be debatable, is entirely understandable from a psychological and adventuring medicine standpoint. Having said her piece, she actually, almost absent-mindedly, reached out and gave the principal's bald head a couple of light pats. Pat, pat. 2 taps, elegantly executed, and enchanted, complete with a glimmer of ice crystals. The whole scene felt even more dead silent than when I'd smacked him. The principal clutched his head, his mind a total blank, and then he squeezed out a meek, ingratiating smile. Ha! Ha ha! Helping outstanding students relieve stress is a duty I owe as an educator. I sneered inwardly. An SSS rank talent really was handy. My captain's captain, oh my. A mature, gentle female voice drifted in from the edge of the crowd. Shin Qingyue's hand on her staff went stiff, and those ice-blue eyes flickered with a rare trace of panic. The crowd parted on its own as a tall woman strolled through. Deep blue mage's robes, silver-white long hair spilling over her shoulders, features 70% alike to Shin Qingyue's, only more mature and regal. Her ice-blue eyes lingered on Shin Qingyue's face for a moment, then settled on me. Shin Qingyue slowly turned, head slightly bowed, all her earlier composure vanishing without a trace. Her voice dropped 2 notches. "Mom, what are you doing here?" I froze. The current head of the Shin family, the top-tier ice archmage Shin Binglan? What am I doing here? Shin Binglan tilted her head and smiled. My daughter skips class for 7 days without a word. As her mother, I ought to at least come check whether you're still alive. Then her tone shifted, and she pointed at me. A campus romance. You like the bad boy type. Huh. Song Yingxue was the first to gasp. He's my boyfriend. She yanked my arm and declared it forcefully. Ah, what a shame. But I wouldn't mind if you were the mistress, Shin Binglan said to her own daughter. Mom, Shin Qingyue snapped. It's nothing like that. And there's no way I'd ever fall for a self-centered, rotten personality jerk whose head is full of weird schemes. Distancing yourself is fine, I griped internally, but why the personal attacks? I thought this was your type. Personally, I like him, eyes like a wolf's. The grip on my arm tightened. Song Yingxue's strength was back. This family really did love comparing people to animals. Out of boredom, my fingers itched and I fired off a scan. Abyssal, viscous blue mana crashed over me. The physical pressure alone made me want to throw up. This was a legendary archmage at the pinnacle of the game era? You've got to be kidding me. This wasn't a human being. Ah, peeking at Big Sister's mana? Using detect is rude. You know, but I'll forgive you. Shin Binglan smiled. I heard you have a D-rank talent, so I assumed you were the commander type. Didn't expect you to be one of those rare types who rely on themselves. I'd prefer a son-in-law of SSS rank or above, but you're not bad. You have my permission to court her. Go for it, kid. Mom. Shin Qingyue's voice had risen to almost a shriek. No, I have no such intentions for now, I said gravely, under Song Yingxue's murderous glare. Shin Qingyue's stats were undeniably solid, especially from behind. But she made me want to punch her too much. Even back in the game era, she'd shed her cutesy act. Oh dear, you got rejected, little Yaya. The light drained from Shin Qingyue's eyes. Broken. By the way, your surname is Yi? Shin Binglan turned to me. That old man from your family, your great-grandfather's generation, the really strong one. Is he still alive? No idea, I answered flatly. I'm from a branch line, and the 7th son at that. No inheritance rights, and way too many rules. I cut ties with the family 10 years ago. Reincarnators were emotionally detached from family bonds to begin with. The slightest discomfort, and we bolt. It's only natural. Oh. Shin Binglan's smile turned into an of-course smirk. As tasteless as ever, that Yi family. How many times has this happened now? Tossing raw jade out the door as worthless stone. I wasn't exiled. I left on my own. I corrected her. From the family's perspective, that is exile. She proclaimed it like an absolute truth, then waved a hand elegantly and drifted away. Leaving behind Shin Qingyue, mortified to the point of social death, head down, knuckles white as she gripped her staff, as if she meant to crush it. She wasn't hurt. She was calculating whether it was feasible to murder everyone in the vicinity. Easier to just leave the planet. Don't take it to heart. Life's got more disappointments than joys. I gave a rare mocking smile and patted her shoulder. Crack. A sharp pain shot through my shoulder as a tremendous force yanked me sideways. Song Yingxue's hand had clamped down on my arm like a vice, her black eyes burning with icy fury. Do not touch other women so casually. She bit off every word, radiating cold menace. All right, got it. I nodded hastily. This woman was ridiculously strong. I had bonuses from a Tier 5 advanced class, and I was still losing to her? Was all stat boost really that absurd? You're included in that. Let go of him. A low, gruff, middle-aged man's voice cut in. Huh? Who do you think you? Song Yingxue and I bristled in perfect unison. Except halfway through, her pupils shrank sharply. In a flash, she darted behind me, only the top half of her head peeking out. I froze, then looked up and finally got a clear view of the newcomer. A tall, powerfully built middle-aged man in leather hunting gear, sporting a horseshoe mustache. His hawk-like eyes narrowed as he sized me up. The mustache. Wasn't this the father Lu Yin had mentioned? Song Yingshue's dad? Murmurs had already erupted around us. That's Song Yu of the Fallen Light, one of the 3 great guardians of Tianling City. That's Song Yingshue's father. She's actually the young miss of that family. I straightened up instinctively. I'd done pretty much everything already. Held hands, hugged, kissed, groped. Only the final step was left. At heart, I leaned toward lawful good, and feeling guilty in front of the father-in-law was just human nature. Song Yu's gaze swept me from head to toe. I see. Strong indeed. To have already achieved a great feat and possess hockey at your age. A rare hint of approval for the younger generation slipped through. Song Yingxue and I exchanged awkward smiles. Then, Song Yu's eyes suddenly bulged. But Daddy does not approve. My precious daughter, the most beautiful, adorable, and outstanding girl in the entire universe. Why the hell should I hand her over to some shady punk with a face that just pisses me off? One who'd even hide behind her, huh? His roar shook the air. Song Yingshue's face flushed red to the tips of her ears, then went ghostly pale as she squeezed her eyes shut in agony. Tian Kursin and Lu Yin were pinching each other's cheeks furiously, faces turning purple from suppressed laughter. Sorry, so sorry about that. As long as you two are all right. At some point, a woman in a pale green gown had appeared at Song Yu's side. She looked to be in her early 30s, her presence like still water and gentle vines, a strange counterbalance to Song Yu's fiery temper. Mom. Song Yingxue peeked out from behind me and called out timidly. In a certain sense, this woman was even more terrifying than her own father. Awe, you're being too loud. Let's go back. Suwon tugged gently at Song Yu's sleeve. No. The kid. For fuck's sake, I'm taking my daughter home right now. The burly man's voice was breaking into sobs. As long as the kids are safe. She turned to me, light tea-colored eyes crinkling with a smile. You must be the captain, Yi Shuang? I'm Yingshue's mother, Suwon. Thank you for taking care of her. She stepped forward and leaned in slightly, whispering into my ear in a voice that was gentle yet ice-cold, one that only I could hear. Before marriage, no kissing on the mouth, and definitely nothing further. Understood. You're all going away for school, and I don't feel comfortable leaving her with just anyone. So for now, I'm entrusting her to you. Yi Shuang. The hair on the back of my neck shot up. I nodded frantically. Yes. Don't worry, ma'am. I'm sorry, ma'am. Your warning came just a fraction too late. We already kissed at the very beginning. Not in a million years would I dare say that out loud. Good then. Suwon straightened up, her smile back to gentle and gracious, and looped her arm through Song Yu's, who was still murdering me with his glare. Aiwa, let's go. Phew. Song Yingxue let out a long breath and nearly collapsed. I rubbed my shoulder. Your dad's quite the live wire. Live wire is an understatement, Lu Yin said, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes. I thought that one shout from Uncle Song was going to bring the plaza down. Classmate Yi Shuang, next time you visit the Song residence, I recommend writing your will in advance. Tian Kursin rubbed her cheek, still red from being pinched, and chimed in. Auntie Sue was scary too. Captain, may the odds be with you. Well, I'm heading home then, I said, apropos of nothing. Hold on. Song Yingxue grabbed my wrist. What about the victory feast? 7 days in the dungeon on nothing but compressed rations was torture for the taste buds. Monster meat was edible, but the prep was complicated, and no one on our team was any good at cooking. You guys should deal with family stuff first. Skipping school for 7 days. Your parents must be worried sick. I tried to change the subject. That's your fault, Shin Qinghua jabbed out of nowhere. How about the Tianyue Hotel? She cut in. If she was going to be miserable, she might as well take someone down with her. she'd started retaliating against the ordinary person me, who had witnessed her social death. The Tianhua Hotel. Tian Kursen's shriek jumped an octave. That was a dream landmark you only ever looked up at from the city skyline. I can get us a reservation, and the money's covered. Shen Qinghue pointed to Li Ming's pile of jewelry. But of course, treating everyone is the logistics captain's job, isn't it? Why? Shouldn't a victory feast be split evenly? Besides, I said I don't want to go today. I'm exhausted. Captain, I love you the most. You're the best captain in the world. I want dragon rib steak. All reason evaporated from Tian Kursen as she flung herself at me, latching onto my other arm. Huh, you're not allowed to touch my boyfriend either. Song Yingshue's furious roar exploded. Lightning quick, she reached out, grabbed the back of Tian Kursen's head, and hoisted her up like a kitten by the scruff. Ow, 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 let go. You brood of a gorilla. You're gonna rip my hair out. Don't call me by that name. Song Yingxue gritted her teeth, the muscle lines of her slender arms surfacing, veins faintly bulging, the kind of strength that would make a strength class professional go pale. Men have destroyed our years of friendship. Lu Yen sighed. No, this really isn't my fault. I was drained. I really should recruit more guys. These few were too much to handle. Meanwhile, the principal standing off to the side had finally caught on, his face turning white. It was the first time he realized that the chestnut-haired delinquent girl who was always hanging around me was actually the daughter of Song Yu the Lightfall. Good thing he'd never bothered with the school's delinquent crowd, or his career would have been over long ago. Shen Qingyue's mother was a walking natural disaster, completely uncontrollable. But Song Yu, as a guardian deity of the Order faction, was fully capable of using proper legal channels to run someone into the ground. The most crucial part, judging from his behavior just now, this guardian deity was a full-blown daughter-doter, and his school had almost lost his precious daughter in a level 91 dungeon for a full 7 days. No, the principal shook his head vigorously. It was their captain, that Yishuang kid. He was the one who picked the lock, and he dragged Shen Qinghue in there too. The lobby of the Tianhua Hotel was resplendent in gold, the crystal chandeliers glaringly bright. TCH, this lighting is disgusting. I looked up and frowned. Nouveau riche taste. That's because you've spent too long in the dungeons and your eyes can't adjust to the light, Shen Qinghue said flatly beside me. Should I get you an eye mask? You shutting up would help me more. I answered her with a blank face. I'd already decided in my head. Once we got to the Sacred Martial Academy, I was kicking her out of the team. Why is everyone wearing school uniforms? I turned around and saw Tian Kursen standing in the revolving door, dressed in a pale pink lace mini dress, little leather shoes on her feet, light makeup on her face, a crystal clip in her hair, frozen in place. Obviously, this silly girl had taken the money she earned from the dungeon and gone shopping for an outfit, thinking you had to wear formal wear to a place like this. And here the rest of us had just thrown on our school uniforms. Ah, so cute. Song Yingxue immediately pounced on her and started manhandling her. You idiot. Do you have any idea how strong you are? Tian Kursen gasped, nearly getting the life squeezed out of her. Lu Yen came over holding up her phone, snapping away and grinning wickedly. Shen Qinghue walked over to comfort her. Just wear something comfortable next time. This place isn't anything special. To these young ladies, the Tianhua Hotel was really just a slightly upscale cafeteria. Right then, my gaze swept across the far end of the lobby and paused for a moment. A group of young people in deep blue and silver uniforms were stepping out of a private elevator, the uniform of the Sacred Martial Academy. I recognized them at a glance. Made sense. We'd pushed the dark labyrinth to floor 91. Word like that spreads fast. Sending people from the Holy Martial Academy was only natural. My gaze fell on the figure at the center of that fawning entourage, tall and straight-backed, handsome in an almost effeminate way, with short black hair and jade green eyes. The third prince of the empire, Lu Yu. The moment I saw his face, anger flared up in me. S-rank talent dragon soul, one of the most outstanding heirs of the imperial family. In the game, this bastard, for the sake of marrying the woman he loved, called off the arranged marriage with the duke's daughter and handed off the most crucial faction to the enemy side. Pure, unadulterated shoujo brain-dead behavior. The thought that this idiot might one day be the king of this country made me despair for the future. Just then, the group from the Holy Martial Academy noticed us too. Several of the boys' eyes flickered with admiration when they saw Shen Qingwei and Song Yingxue. Then one boy, hair slicked shiny with pomade, a flippant smile on his face, swept his eyes over Tian Kursen, still fussing with her skirt hem, cheeks flushed. His eyes lit up sharply, that predatory gleam of a hunter spotting his prey. Obviously, he'd sized us up in an instant. The others weren't easy targets, but this country bumpkin was the perfect mark. He sauntered over, brushed his bangs back with a flick of the hand, and flashed what he clearly thought was a charming smile. "Good evening, lovely ladies." He gave an elegant bow, but his eyes stayed locked on Tian Kursen. "I'm a third year at the Holy Martial Academy, Roy von Kleist. This young lady seems to be in a bit of trouble. May I be of assistance?" Tian Kursen was completely thrown by the pickup line, her face flushing so red it looked ready to bleed. She just stood there, mind gone blank. "Shoo shoo. Get lost." Song Yingxue waved him off like she was swatting a fly. The next second, boom, my fist, wreathed in black hockey, slammed the guy straight into the wall. Oops. I immediately reflected. That guy's tone was too disgusting. I couldn't hold back. In the game, punks like this ambushed me plenty of times. Seeing one in the flesh, all my past life grudges just exploded. Blame Song Yingxue for being a bad influence on me. Captain, he was hitting on me. Someone was finally hitting on me. And he was a big noble from the Holy Martial Academy. My dreams of marrying into money. Tian Kursen clutched her chest, looking utterly crushed. "Big nobles are all mentally unhinged," I said casually. "Isn't your own surname one of the four great families?" Shen Qingwei raised an eyebrow. "I'm the seventh son of a branch family, split off from the main line ages ago. Even if they exterminated 9 generations of the clan, they wouldn't reach me," I said, entirely unruffled. The few of us chatted away, completely ignoring the eerie dead silence around us. "Captain, you were so cool saving the day. I think I'm a little smitten with you." Tian Kursen looked up. "Look at me. Don't you dare fall for her." Song Yingxue, on pure reflex, stepped in front of me and glared daggers at Tian Kursen. Shen Qingwei patted my shoulder. "Gallant protector, you're the one who threw the punch. The rest is on you." Lu Yin patted my other shoulder. "We all want to advance to Sacred Martial Academy. Getting on an upperclassman's bad side could mean trouble down the road. So please handle this properly, Captain." "Handle it properly? What am I, a civil servant?" I watched the girls make their swift getaway. Talk about heartless. Then I turned back to the Sacred Martial Academy students closing in with hostile faces, and to the hotel manager rushing over from the distance, his face ashen. The 4 remaining academy students had gathered around Roy, who was slumped against the wall with blood trickling from his nose and mouth. A tall blonde boy finished checking him over, jerked his head up, and locked his blue eyes onto me. Do you have any idea what you've done?" A pale gold aura of fighting energy swirled around him, a melee class, and not a weak one. The effeminate boy in gold wireframe glasses spoke coldly. "Openly assaulting students of the Sacred Martial Academy. We have the right to subdue you on the spot and hand you over to the constabulary. Let me settle the bill first." Shen Qingyue's voice carried clearly from the counter across the room. "The food, the wall repairs, and that guy's medical fees. Put it all together." Was she seriously pouring oil on the fire? I turned, eyes wide. This woman really had to keep provoking them. "Huh? You've gone too far." The blonde boy roared, pale gold energy wrapping around his fist as he launched a punch straight at my face. The wind screamed off his knuckles, and the hotel manager staggered back in fright. I didn't move. I simply raised my left hand, fingers spread, and gently pressed against the punch that could shatter stone. Impossible. The blonde boy's pupils shrank. Up in the shadows of the second floor, third Prince Lu Yu's eyes flickered with surprise for the first time. My opponent was Brian, a LV-19 Blazing Sun Knight. That punch could smash through a city wall. I let out a quiet sigh and pressed down slightly with my palm. Crack. The crisp sound of dislocating bone rang out. Brian grunted, his face turning deathly pale as his fist drooped uselessly. I glanced up at the 3 remaining. "Excuse me a moment." The instant the words left my mouth, my figure blurred. Thud, thump, whump. 3 muffled sounds landed almost simultaneously. The effeminate boy with glasses caught a heavy blow to the gut and collapsed as his vision went black. The girl with the bob cut saw only a flicker of afterimage before a chop to her neck sent her straight into unconsciousness. The last one, a tall, thin boy, didn't even catch the afterimage before a sharp pain at the back of his head sent him crumpling to the floor. Well, criminal, Shin Xinghua drawled as she strolled over and patted my shoulder. I am a law-abiding citizen. I began seriously considering which countries were nice to live in. Who are you? A clear, dignified voice. Came a voice from the second-floor gallery. The third prince, Lu Yu, descended the stairs. The playful little smile from earlier was gone, replaced by a layer of frost. His right hand rested on the hilt of his sword with feigned casualness, and an invisible pressure spread through the room. I laughed. Not at him. It was Shun Qingyue's settle the bill from a moment ago that had finally hit me the wrong way. My mind raced. Sure, this idiot was an idiot straight out of a woman-oriented novel, but he was still the third prince, one of the marquee figures at Sacred Martial Academy. And I'd just beaten his people to a pulp right in front of him, near enough to humiliation. What if he blocked my enrollment? Sacred Martial Academy was too important to me. So many of the game's major turning points happened there. 3 seconds later, I had my wording sorted. I spoke up. Yeah, stepping on ants whenever I see them is a bad habit of mine. Ants. Lu Yu's brow twitched. His eyes narrowed, and the fingers on his sword hilt slowly closed. Arrogant enough to be funny. His voice dropped colder. I'll ask you one more time. You know exactly who I am, and you're still provoking me anyway. Is that right? I tilted my head and answered in the same matter-of-fact tone one might use to say the sun rises in the east. Of course. The words had barely left my mouth before the blade was on me. The blue magical flame in my hand dissipated, and I instantly equipped that black-hilted, white-edged dagger, Whisper of the Dark Moon. Clang! The dagger caught the strike dead on. Then swordlight flickered, sparks flew, and the hotel manager was forced back several steps. A legendary grade dagger? Surprise flashed through Lu Yu's eyes. Not bad. You can take a few of my strikes. You're a lot weaker than I imagined, I said offhandedly. Oh, the corner of Lu Yu's mouth lifted. Then how about this, Dragon Soul? Emerald green energy erupted along the length of his blade. I immediately shoved him back with force and used the momentum to retreat, opening the distance. I flicked my dagger's tip lightly, watching the azure dragon-shaped specter coiling around Lu Yu's sword. Dragon Soul, hailed as the strongest S-rank talent, with no ceiling on growth. With enough resources, it could even surpass SSS rank. So this is Dragon Soul? If I cut you down, do I get the Dragon Slayer title? I twirled the dagger. Hey, that's an Imperial family talent. Shin Xinghua finally caught up, dropping her voice. How do you say that kind of thing without even blinking? I ignored her entirely and drawled to Lu Yu. No fun beating you up here. Not enough of an audience. Lu Yu's face went iron gray in an instant, but I only got more relaxed. How about this, the opening ceremony? Sacred Martial Academy. In front of everyone, I'll grind you under my heel, fair and square. I straightened up. The smile slipped from my face. That's what makes it fun, isn't it? Third Prince. Lu Yu's hand shook around the hilt of his sword. I could tell he was one breath away from blowing up, but the bastard's self-control muscled the rage back down. The corners of his mouth even curled upward. Heh. He gave a soft laugh. Very well. I'll remember your invitation. I'll be waiting at Sacred Martial Academy for you to make good on it. Don't keep me waiting too long. He turned and walked away, his moon-white robes fluttering behind him, as if the whole thing had been nothing but a farce. The frozen air in the hall finally loosened. I patted my chest, playing it up. Good thing that guy's an idiot. A few jabs, and he practically agreed not to block me from enrolling. What idiot laughs after hearing something like that? Shin Xingyue's eyes were full of confusion. Why did he think it was interesting? Why did he leave? He's just a plain old moron. I brushed her off. So you were putting on an act just now? What about that promise? Of course. Fighting royalty is a mess whether you win or lose. Publicly humiliating a royal would put me on the chopping block by tomorrow morning. How is it, huh? Pretty solid acting. Required course for thieves. Passable. Song Yingxue caught my arm from behind and tugged me a little farther away from Shin Xinghua, closer to her side. What are you going to do at the academy? Shin Xinghua pressed. Once we get to school, I won't know him. Who is he? Have we met? Can we drop the future for now and finish the celebration dinner first? That's too much. If you keep messing with me like this, I'm going to get depressed. Shen Qinghua laughed lightly. You still plan on eating here? You already paid. Why wouldn't I? I savored the softness against my wrist. Song Yingxua might be a muscle girl, but her body was genuinely soft. I used the party's dungeon loot fund. That basically makes it split evenly. Well, thanks for not spending my share then. We headed over to Tian Kursen and Lu Yin, who were peeking out from behind a pillar. Is it over, Captain? Tian Kursen patted her chest. Thank God it didn't turn into a fight. Lu Yin let out a breath of relief too. The only reason those two wanted into Sacred Martial Academy was because I was going. Tian Kursen's expression instantly shifted into a grin that was clearly enjoying the show. The vibe just now was so delicate. Yeah, I almost got carved up. I pushed Lu Yin away as she leaned in closer. Can we eat now? Eat. Tian Kursen immediately latched onto Shen Qinghue's arm, leaving the ice beauty frozen in place. Qinghue reserved the Starlight Hall at the Tianhua Hotel. Top floor private suite. Don't make such a fuss. Like me, and I'll bring you here every day from now on. Song Yingxua sighed. Boyfriends aren't for sharing. Shen Qinghue said sternly. The waiter led us into a lavish private room. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the brilliant night skyline of Tianling City spread out before us. Whoa! Tian Kursen was like a kid stepping into an amusement park. The kid wandered around poking at things, then flopped down by the window to watch the night view. I stood at the window overlooking the city lights and, out of habit, tossed out a line. Humans are just like trash. Yes, you're absolutely right. Song Yingxua said, not bothering to lift her eyelids. Could the trash heap raised your highness please sit down? Seconded. Shen Qinghua said, elegantly opening the menu. Standing up there making a Chinibyu declaration, hoping passers-by will look up and admire you? I hate you. I just like the line. I turned and sat down, quietly resolving to kick her off the team. The line itself is Chinibyu, Lu Yin added, twisting the knife. Captain thinks everyone's an idiot, and she's the only clear-headed one, right? Tian Kursen wasn't going to sit this one out either. Pretty much. You got it. I nodded seriously. I wasn't complimenting you. The waiter cautiously served the dishes, his eyes flickering noticeably when he glanced my way. Clearly the commotion in the lobby had already spread through the whole hotel. Tian Kursen sliced off a piece of dragon rib steak and put it in her mouth. Her expression froze, and tears rolled down. So good. Yeah. Thank you for bringing us here. You're welcome. Would be even more welcome if you stopped calling me Yaya. Shen Qinghua said with an earnest smile. I'll bring you here again tomorrow if you promise not to call me Yaya. Yaya, how much loot do we have left? I asked. Don't call her that. Song Yingxua and Shen Qinghua said in unison. After the celebration dinner, repair fees, and the medical bills for those sacred martial students, 3,000 gold coins left. 500 each. That's exactly a year's living expenses. Guess we really do need to dive into the deep layers to make money. Captain's living expenses are absurdly high, enough to last an ordinary family a lifetime. 90% of it will get donated to the Church of Eris to maintain her luck stat. Song Yingxua answered on my behalf. Not that much. Maybe 50%, I corrected. And the other 40% goes to your church's pachinko game. No different from donating. Wait, you're making it sound like I'm a gambling addict. That's collecting the Church of Eris's monthly grand prize, 7th-tier sacred scrolls, which are extremely useful in the dungeons. Shen Qinghua, you understand how practical 7th-tier scrolls are, right? Shen Qinghua set down her knife and fork, her face full of disbelief. Your church is handing out 7th-tier decrees as pachinko prizes? Like the pachinko from Kaiji. You actually read manga, I said, a little surprised. Yeah, basically pachinko. Your church has serious problems, which is why I recommend you all convert to the Church of Eris. Luck is the most precious attribute in the world. Very devout of you. Unfortunately, I'm probably going to sign a contract with a demon in the future. If I walked into a church, the clerics would beat me to death, Lu Yin said, shaking her head. Right? Some people can only solve problems with violence. Tian Kursen shot Song Yingxua a meaningful glance. Who are you talking about? Song Yingxua smiled without a trace of warmth. That violent gorilla who's been hauling me around like a piece of gym equipment. You started it, getting all handsy. I just grabbed the captain's arm. Not even once. Cheapskate. All right. Luyan stepped in to smooth things over. Kursin, want a second helping of dragon ribs? Yes. Tion Kursin immediately buried her face back in her plate. A small smile crept onto the corner of Shun Qingyue's lips. Though she'd never admitted under torture, this squad wasn't half bad. Of course, she had no idea she was already teetering on the edge of getting kicked out. A few days later, the graduation ceremony ended and diplomas were handed out. After that, I never set foot in the school again, flagged for special attention and barred from entry. My daily itinerary became extremely singular. Parked in front of the pachinko machine in the main hall of the Church of Eris. I lounged back against the chair, lazily flicking the lever, eyes glazed over, achieving perfect man-machine unity. Familiar footsteps approached. I didn't bother turning around. Archbishop, what is it? Archbishop Marian stood behind me in her white robes, her usually gentle face wearing a subtle expression. How many days have you been camped out here? I thought about it seriously. About 5 or 6 days? 5 or 6 days. She drew a deep breath. Aren't you supposed to be leaving for school in the central city? Don't you need to pack? I'm staying in the dorms. What's there to pack? I'll just buy everything new when I get there. I've got nothing better to do anyway. My girlfriend went home to sort her stuff out. What about the dungeon? Weren't you obsessed with it? I'm not a combat junkie. I only went in because I was broke. The upper floors give no experience, and I don't want to be too deep to hear back about my acceptance letter. I gave the lever another flick. Speaking of which, why hasn't my letter from the Holy Martial Academy arrived yet? Everyone else in the squad got theirs. Marian's brow furrowed slightly as she sat down beside me, her face settling into something between a headache and resignation. Everyone else got theirs, and you're the only one who hasn't? Yeah, their efficiency's terrible. Don't tell me I wrote the wrong address. I remembered clearly. I'd carefully printed the church's address in my neatest handwriting. Has it occurred to you? Her voice was as gentle as if she were coaxing a child. That maybe you weren't accepted? The pachinko balls kept clattering away. My hand paused midair for a beat. How is that possible? My voice stayed calm. I was the captain who nearly cleared the labyrinth of darkness. I aced the graduation exams, and I'm a top student in academics. They wouldn't reject me just because I roughed up a few small fries. That'd be terrible for the school's stats, wouldn't it? Marian was silent for a moment. What about the written exam? I took, and my grades are good. What about the interview? My hand stopped completely. I turned my head, a flicker of genuine bewilderment in my eyes. Interview? What's that? Marianne closed her eyes and took a deep breath. In that moment, only one thought was probably running through her head. By Eris, there's an idiot here. Applicants to Holy Martial Academy have to sit through at least one interview. Nope. I shook my head slowly, quickly pulling out my phone to message Song Yingxue. Did you have an interview? Yes, why? A devastating instant reply. Did everyone else have one too? We all went together. I asked if you wanted to come, and you said no, you'd go yourself. You totally had that. Yeah. I heard you face on while not actually listening to a word, didn't you? How many times have I told you? You brought this on yourself. Marian glanced at my phone and confirmed that I'd relapsed again. There's still time to consider other schools. She patted my shoulder. Weary taking the ironclad war carriage. I bought your ticket for you. Got it, I replied politely, then stared wide-eyed at the Archbishop. Hold on. Why are we assuming I failed? I thought the written exam was the end of it. Beihua Academy in the capital isn't bad either. No. I raised a hand to cut her off. If I go to the capital, my girlfriend and I are in a long-distance relationship. She'll be alone at Holy Martial Academy, surrounded by stuck-up noble brats. If I get NTR'd, are you going to compensate me? I'll fall into depression. You don't have enough faith in your girlfriend, Marian interrupted. It's not a question of trusting her. It's a question of trusting the rest of humanity. Long-distance relationships absolutely end in breakups. Can you have a little more faith in humanity? Marian sighed. This is your first relationship, isn't it? How do you already know so much about it? When I'm on anonymous forums making fun of losers whose lives fell apart, I see long-distance breakups all the time. Marianne's expression froze instantly. She said, one word at a time, when you're on anonymous forums, do not, under any circumstances, tell people you're a follower of the goddess of fortune. Say you follow the goddess of water. Got it. Understood. I raised my hand in acknowledgement and returned to our earlier topic, my voice growing heavier with every sentence. School's starting soon. Her social circle will change. She'll meet guys who are more outgoing than me, more romantic, guys who actually listen when people talk. Marian cut in. You have a surprising amount of self-awareness. After all these years, I'm just now learning what you think of yourself. And then one day she'll say, yes, Huang. I feel like there's a distance between us. You keep getting more melodramatic. She rubbed her temples. Stop reading that kind of stuff. Let me borrow some Aro. A story of hope for you. So long-distance relationships are absolutely out of the question. I said it with complete finality. I'd already made up my mind. Marching in full of confidence only to get rejected? Then all that effort I put into playing the third prince for a fool back at the hotel would have been for nothing. If I'd known, I would have beaten the crap out of him too. Wasn't like I'd get in either way. Save me, Your Grace. I bent down, grabbed hold of Marianne's gold-embroidered sleeve, tilted my face up, and squeezed out my most pitiful expression. Please, I'm begging you. Marianne looked down at me, silent for 2 seconds. You only use honorifics with me at times like this. She gave a helpless little laugh. Even if you beg me like that, I can't just pull an admission slot out of thin air. I'm only the regional archbishop, not the headmaster of the Holy Warrior Academy. Then should I use honorifics all the time? Don't. I'm not used to it. But this is the first time I've ever seen you this obsessed with anything. All right. All right. The church can definitely get you into the Holy Warrior Academy as a special recommendation student. The Aries faith was humanity's largest religion. Meddling with Holy Warrior Academy admissions was nothing to them. After all, the followers stuffed gold coins into the offering boxes every single year. Thanks so much. I let go instantly, spun around, and headed back to my pinball machine. The pitiful expression vanished in a tenth of a second. The moment I agree, you drop the act. The Archbishop watched me sink back into the machine. But there's a condition. A condition? My hand froze on the lever. Clearing dungeons is fine. If you want me to slay the Demon King, though hard pass. The Demon King hasn't resurrected in centuries. Marianne's blood pressure was rising again. Don't go saying such ominous things. She studied me for a few seconds, then softened her tone again. Look after someone for me. Who? She raised her hand and kindled a blue magical flame. A magic storage tome opened, and a wanted poster drifted out and landed in her palm. Here. I took it and looked. The poster showed a masked figure. On closer inspection, you could just make out white hair. I stared at it for a few seconds. It felt familiar, but I couldn't place it. Alive or dead? I asked, all business. Marianne's expression cracked. I told you to look after her. When did I ever tell you to kill her? Every word squeezed out through clenched teeth. She withdrew her hand and smoothed her sleeve. She happens to be heading to the central city. If you spot this suspicious masked person, look after her for me. I said look after, not attack, and not arrest. I glanced down at the poster again and confirmed the number on the bottom line, 1,000 gold coins. This is a wanted poster, right? I turned the bounty side toward her. It is. So she's a criminal? The kingdom's wanted list has nothing to do with the church, Marianne answered. Was unnervingly calm. We have our own judgment. When the kingdom is wrong, we do what's right. I stared at her for a couple of seconds, then folded the wanted poster and slipped it into my pocket. Understood. I'll play it by ear. That girl isn't a bad kid. Marianne softened, which was rare for her. But she is a wanted criminal. If you run into her, do me a favor and have a proper talk with her. She paused. Not with a dagger. Got it. I raised my right hand again. Morning at Tianling City's central station broke to the roar of steam and magic. The four-legged ironclad war carriage crouched beside the platform like a slumbering steel behemoth. Built jointly by dwarven artificers and human alchemists, it was the safest land transport in this world. Getting from the eastern province to the central metropolis meant crossing several stretches of less than peaceful wilderness. Over here, over here. Song Yingxue stood on tiptoe, waving from the platform. She'd traded her leather armor for a cream-white short jacket and a dark pleated skirt, a bit shorter than standard, showing off calves wrapped in black knee-high socks. All her luggage was tucked away in her storage device. Only the Windchaser's oath, swaddled in a cloth cover and slung diagonally across her back, stood out conspicuously. I yawned and squeezed out of the crowd. Morning. Morning nothing. We're almost late. She poked my forehead. If I hadn't bought the tickets in advance, would you have waited to pack until the day the war carriage left? I packed last night. I rubbed my forehead. Can you put that spear away? Or is it decoration? None of your business. She rolled her eyes and hooked her arm through mine. Naturally, but with more force than usual, as if afraid I'd wander off. Come on, they're waiting for us in the compartment. The inside of the war carriage was far more spacious than the outside suggested. My feet suddenly nailed themselves to the floor. Whoa, they've got a slot machine. My face was practically pressed against the machine at the entrance to the lounge, its rainbow magical lights flashing. Icons of rare items lit up one after another on the screen. Refinement stones, enchantment scrolls, elemental essences, and the jackpot is an epic tier ring, breath of the sea god. Underwater breathing. I want it so bad. My eyes were practically glowing. Here we go again. Song Ingshua yanked me back by the collar. Let's go. That kind of stuff is everywhere in the big cities. I'll buy you one when we get to the central metropolis. That's not the point. I planted myself on the carpet, immovable, my fingers already fishing expertly for a coin. Underwater breathing is rare. Last time I bought a scroll, it was 80 gold each. How long ago was last time? When I was 10. Let's go. At least let me have one try. Last time you played pachinko at the church for 5 days and 5 nights, and the bishop sent a letter of complaint. Is she my mother? Filing complaints on me. I grumbled. All the money I'd gambled had gone straight into the church's pockets anyway. It wasn't 5 days and 5 nights, just 5 days. I slept at night. I don't pull all-nighters. That scumbag. The voice came from the other end of the hallway, not loud, but piercing, laced with shock, fear, and guilt. We both turned. Song Ingshua thought to herself that people really were unanimous in their opinion of this guy. Standing a few steps away was a girl in a St. Martial Academy uniform. Bob cut, petite build. One hand clapped over her mouth, the other pointed at me, trembling, her face white as paper. I ran a quick search in my head. I knew that face. Fought her at the hotel before. One chop and she crumpled. Seen her in the game too. An upperclassman at St. Martial Academy. Pretty minor character. Hey, senior. I greeted her. Who's your senior? Why are you here? Her voice cracked. I clearly deleted you from the enrollment list. The moment she finished shouting, she bit down hard on her lip, realizing what she'd let slip. Huh. Song Ingshua's voice came from behind me. She released my collar and slowly turned to face the girl. Slow enough that you could feel the danger crystallizing in the air. Her eyes narrowed, her lips flattened, and she radiated the kind of pressure that promised she'd run you through if you took one more step closer. What's going on? 3 words, as flat as a comment on the weather. But anyone who knew her knew, the lighter her tone, the worse the consequences. You didn't tell me. We'll settle this later. Song Ingshua shot me a low-voiced glare. No worries, no worries. I broke the silence, leisurely producing a neatly folded sheet of paper from inside my coat. Gilt trim along the edges, a single line of deep crimson text in the center, and beneath it a red seal shimmering with flowing magical light. Special enrollment certificate. The bob-cut girl's face went from white to green, then to an indescribable ashen gray. S special student. Her lips worked a few times before she managed to squeeze the words out. Her fingers shook even harder. This time it wasn't anger, it was pure panic. How is that possible? Special students have to be recommended by an academy tier faction or higher, and vetted by the Council of Elders. She recited the school regulations like she was psyching herself up, her voice growing smaller and smaller. How could you possibly get one? Academy tier faction or higher. I folded the certificate back up. Would the Church of Eris count? She opened her mouth, then closed it again. The Church of Eris. Humanity's largest religion. More believers than there were soldiers in the entire kingdom's army. Its headquarters, the Grand Cathedral of St. Eris, stood right across the street from the royal palace. Rumor had it every king had to kneel a full night inside before his coronation. Would it count? The question didn't need an answer. But her eyes brimmed with tears, her gaze darting between me and Song Ingshua. My eyes darted across her face. Then I gritted my teeth and looked up, voice cracking with the sob of someone on the verge of a breakdown. But you hit people. Righteous. Louder than anything I'd said before. Down the corridor, a few passengers snapped their heads around in perfect unison to stare at me. It was quiet enough to hear a porcelain cup being set down in the next compartment. That wasn't me. I didn't miss a beat. my expression sincere enough to land me a job at the temple as a priest. Senior, you must be mistaking me for someone else. The two girls next to me were speechless. The sheer nerve. Come to think of it, Senior, you still haven't told me your name. I tilted my head. Jessica von Hohenheim. She rattled off the full name almost by reflex. The instinct drilled into her by a noble upbringing. Only after saying it did she realize. When he just denied hitting you, why didn't you push back? Why did you obediently give him your name instead? Right, that was her name in the game. Nice character art, decent design, but a background character. No route for her. And players had actually flamed the developers over it. Westerner. I tossed it out like small talk, taking in her brown hair and sharply defined features. The central city really is a melting pot. You don't see many people who look like you, Senior, back in the eastern provinces. Oh, Song Ingshue's voice drifted over, flat as a blade slicing through winter wind. You don't like Easterners? I turned and met the extremely dangerous smile on her pretty face. The corners of her eyes and mouth were curved just so, but there was no smile in her eyes. Survival instinct kicking into overdrive, I gave the textbook answer. I like Easterners more. She held my gaze for 2 seconds, gave a light hum, and looked away. Case closed. I silently gave myself a point and turned back to Jessica, giving a casual wave. Senior Jessica, see you at school then. Bye-bye. Light as saying goodbye to a classmate I'd just met. As if the whole accusation had never happened. Jessica stood frozen. What do you mean, bye-bye? This wasn't at all how she'd pictured it. In her script, he was supposed to fly into a rage, or squirm with guilt, or come at her with something even nastier. Anything but a breezy wasn't me, and a farewell wave. And he wasn't going to pursue it? It suddenly hit her. He obviously knew she was the one who'd struck his name from the admissions list. Put mildly, that was personal retaliation. Put bluntly, it was abuse of authority and tampering with enrollment records. If it reached the disciplinary committee, her position as a screening officer would be gone, and her own student status might take a hit too. He was just going to let it slide? A thing that had changed the course of his life? Her mouth opened, closed, opened again, like a fish hauled onto the bank. That whole exchange had been like a gust of wind, gone without leaving a trace. She heard Song Ingshue's voice up ahead. You're not going to hold her accountable? Accountable for what? I was genuinely puzzled. Aren't I the one who'd? The one being held accountable? You just said it wasn't you. Be precise. Of course it wasn't me. I gave the wording serious thought. Happened to look a lot like the criminal who did it. Song Ingshue went quiet for a beat, then let out a breath somewhere between a sigh and speechlessness. So you really won't let me try that machine? Just once. I slipped in another wheedling note. I'm not addicted, I just want the reward. That ring gives you underwater breathing. No. Girlfriends shutting down their boyfriends' hobbies is one of the leading causes of breakups. Read it on a forum. Stop going on those forums. You play pachinko for 5 days and 5 nights. You don't need a new hobby. That's a totally different thing. They're waiting on you too, so they can start Monopoly. She tugged me forward, her steps more resolute. Move it. Then she suddenly rose onto her toes and whispered by my ear. Also, my parents aren't around tonight. So, how about we do it? That it? Did she mean that it? Seriously? I opened my mouth. Right now? Here. Tonight. She tilted her head. Tonight. The corridor fell quiet again. The ironclad battle carriage gave a faint shudder, its power core warming up. Jessica leaned against the cabin paneling, watching the two figures disappear one after the other toward the private room. Song Ingshue had her arm looped so tightly around his that she'd practically clamped down on the whole limb. And he was being dragged along, still craning his head back with a lingering, reluctant look at the slot machine. She suddenly felt this man was nothing at all like what she'd imagined. In her memory of that night at the hotel, that figure in black leather armor with the dagger, one chop of the hand, and she'd been knocked out cold, too fast for her to even cast a spell. Between that cold, crushing pressure and this guy right now, being hauled off by his girlfriend with his eyes still glued to a slot machine, there was a baffling seam that just wouldn't close. But he was still scum, she added mentally. Down the corridor, Song Ingshue and I reached the door of the private room. She paused a beat before pushing it open, let go of my arm, and looked up at me. The warm yellow light fell across her face, her eyelashes casting soft shadows on her cheekbones. She rose onto her toes and leaned in close to my ear. That upperclassman. She's pretty good-looking, isn't she? Survival instinct kicked in again. I answered calmly. Is she? I didn't really look. If you didn't look, how do you know she's Western? I fell silent for a moment, then raised both hands in surrender. She stared at me for 2 seconds, gave a soft humph, and the corner of her mouth curved up in an arc so faint it was barely there. So we're actually doing it later? I confirmed again, voice pitched low enough for only the two of us. That's why I said tonight. She ground the words out one by one through her teeth, then pinched me with pinpoint precision. I said tonight. What's your head even? What? I froze for half a beat, then gave a steady nod, as if my earlier misreading had just been a system glitch. Right. Tonight. Neither of us had any intention of listening to our elders. Song Yingxua drew in a deep breath, pulled her hand back, and slipped it through my arm again, this time with more force, warning me through action not to ask again. With her other hand, she pushed the compartment door open. Dark red velvet seats surrounded a low solid wood table piled with snacks and drinks, fruit, cream puffs, and elegant nut platter. In the corner sat a small magical cooler, chilling several bottles of juice that glowed faintly blue, all brands I'd never seen. Sorry, we ran into something on the way. The moment Song Yingxua stepped inside, she flipped back to peppy mode. Something? Lu Yin glanced up from how to turn an archdemon of hell into a loyal dog, her witch hat tilted askew. Her eyes swept between the two of us, her lips curving in a knowing arc. You two stood out in the hallway for ages. I figured you were admiring the scenery. What scenery? Song Yingxua kept her face perfectly composed as she tugged me in and shut the door. Tian Kursen was the first to notice. She'd been leaning against the window, counting the columns of white steam rising from the platform's pipes. The moment she turned, she saw Song Yingxua's fingers laced tightly around my arm, not a coy grip, but the kind used to keep prey from escaping. Her eyes lit up instantly, with the sort of brightness usually reserved for limited edition desserts or legendary weapons. Finally, she hopped down from the window, pointing her finger back and forth between us, grinning ear to ear. I thought you two were about to stage some tearful farewell on the platform. Oh, wait. You don't need to say goodbye. You're going together. So what was it then? A soulful gaze? Hand in hand, we look at each other through tears. One more word, and I'm throwing you out the window. Song Yingxua threatened by pure reflex. This is an ironclad war carriage doing 180 an hour. You'd kill me. Tian Kursen planted her hands on her hips. It hasn't started moving yet, has it? Song Yingxua raised an eyebrow. So if I throw you out now, you won't die? Broken bones at worst. Shen Qingyue sat by the window, cradling a rather ancient volume of magical theory, its pages tanned that yellow-brown shade only hundreds of flip-throughs can produce. She glanced up at us, the corner of her mouth curling faintly in greeting before she returned to her book, long since immune to this kind of daily bickering. I scanned the compartment and locked onto the window seat. One of you scoot over. It's my first time on an ironclad war carriage. I want the window. Mine too. I want to see the view. Tian Kursen's hand shot up. Shen Qingyue leisurely turned a page, then looked up and offered me an exceedingly polite smile. Then I won't be giving it to you. Fighting again. Resigned, I sat down next to Tian Kursen and dropped my pack by my feet. From the very first day I met you, you've been at odds with me. From the very first day I met you, you shoved a rotten fruit at me. She turned a page. It wasn't rotten. Wow, impressive. Impressive in every sense of the word. The next morning, I leaned against the observation deck at the rear of the ironclad war chariot, hands grasping loosely at empty air. So this was JK? Morning light dyed the wasteland a mix of gold and rust. The ironclad war chariot's 4 colossal steel feet made the ground tremble as a herd of rockplate rhinos cut across the plain, the lead bull the size of a small house. Then the chariot's front foot punted it flying. Just one kick. That dark steel-plated giant foot took a single step forward, and the thick-hided beast tumbled a dozen meters like a soccer ball, lay belly up for a good while before it figured out what had happened. I grasped at the air a couple more times. If I had the Sword Saint class, I'd probably have hit Realm of Void by now. Sage time passed quickly. At noon, the ironclad war chariot reached its first stop, Chalk City. A mid-sized city built atop white cliffs, famous for chalkstone and high-purity magic crystal ore. The chariot would be docked until evening. Enough time to disembark and eat. I'd planned to invite Song Ingxue out for a walk, route already mapped out. But the moment I reached the compartment door, I saw Tian Kursen and Lu Yin pinning Song Ingxue down on the sofa, one on each side, rolling around. How did it feel? Did it hurt? What position? Tian Kursen was pressing for details with insatiable curiosity. Song Ingxue's face was red enough to boil an egg. One hand yanked at Tian Kursen's ear, the other shoved at Lu Yin, but those two had cranked their gossip fervor up to max. Physical attacks were useless. I silently shut the door. As expected, Rogue was a great class. Stealth-on was a must. The shopping street faced the station directly, a narrow lane squeezed between white stone buildings. Or dust, baked bread, and unidentifiable spices blended together, the peculiar, chaotic smell of a mining town. I walked through the crowd with both hands in my pockets. My steps suddenly halted. What's this mana? What a nauseating feeling. I wasn't a priest, but I'd studied the prerequisite exercises for one, and I was somewhat sensitive to this kind of unpleasant mana. Just as I stood pondering, a tall woman with an ice-blue low ponytail passed by about 3 meters away. Silver-white full-body armor, seams flowing with golden holy light patterns, a knight's sword at her waist, its scabbard etched with holy script. She didn't stop, didn't turn, but my pupils contracted slightly. Paladin lay. That name came from memories of my life before reincarnation, not from Sword Dance Continent, but from that mature audience RPG the same game company had developed before they pivoted. No way. All that messed up. Even a trashy game shares the same worldview? Her back had already disappeared into the Adventurers Guild Tavern. I hesitated maybe half a second before my feet automatically fell in behind her. While walking, I pulled up the system panel and, within seconds, maxed out Thief, advanced it to Stalker, and shot straight to LV-10 max stat bonuses rippled through my body, and my footsteps went so light they barely made a sound on the flagstones. She came out pretty quick. Info gathering done, I figured. I trailed her at 30 meters, weaving through the crowd like an eel slipping into a school of fish. Coincidence? She just arrived today too? Lucky me. All those offerings to Lady Eris really paid off. The old district was way quieter than the shopping street. The chalky stone had yellowed and blackened. The vines were shriveled dry. Loose gravel crunched underfoot, and the air was cool, damp, and mildew-heavy. Ray didn't stay long in the tavern. When she came out, her pace picked up, ice-blue ponytail glowing like self-luminous thread in the dim alleys. I let the distance grow. I already had the destination confirmed. She hadn't noticed me the whole way, which I could maybe be a little proud of. After all, back in the game her title had been Strongest Paladin of Humanity. She passed through a weathered archway and stopped in front of an iron-barred gate leading underground. The rust-eaten seal runes had long since faded, and the lock hung half off, swaying. She pushed the gate open. The hinges shrieked. I waited outside a bit before slipping down after her. The underground hall was a natural karst cavern, the floor carved with dark purple patterns like half-dead blood vessels. On the stone platform at the center, a young man, not yet 20, pale-faced, was pinned in place by chains of dark purple magic. "Help me. Please," they dragged me here. Ray's gaze swept the cavern. Her holy light scan turned up nothing. Without hesitation, she drew her knight's sword, its holy inscriptions blazing, and severed the chains with 4 strokes. Her left arm caught the limp man. "You're safe now. I'll get you out of here." Before she'd finished, the man leaned close to her ear and softly blew, a cloyingly sweet floral scent, not of any human origin. Her body locked up instantly. Numbness raced from her earlobe down her spine. The knight's sword clanged onto the stone platform, its holy inscriptions dimming. The man slid out of the crook of her arm, landed without a sound, took 3 steps back, and tilted his head to admire his handiwork, the corners of his mouth curling up. Every rune beneath their feet lit up at once, dark purple light glaring, the whole cavern like a giant circuit board flipping on. Ray tried to channel the holy light, but the paralysis had cut her connection to it with surgical precision. Tendrils surged out of the patterns, coiled around her limbs, and pressed her to the ground. Her armor groaned with the strain of metal. "Welcome to my dungeon, Paladin." A purple-skinned figure sauntered out of the darkness, clapping. Dark purple vertical pupils. When they narrowed, they held something that made every instinct scream at you to look. Of holy light flickered on. I can't believe you actually fell for a trap like that. I had 3 backup plans ready, and you walked straight into the first one. You're the demon who caused the mana riot? Ray's voice didn't waver. Mana riot? No, no, no. I'm simply reshaping my city into what I want it to be. Which is, well, obviously, he cut himself off, his slit pupils crawling over her body. Can't tell you that yet. Who are you? The demon placed a hand over his chest and gave an exaggerated aristocratic bow. One of the 7 deadly sins. Sin-bearer of lust. Ray's pupils contracted. She threw herself against the gate of holy light with everything she had, but the tentacles only cinched tighter. You're a Demon King candidate? She forced her head up, and for the first time killing intent stirred in those ice-blue eyes. That's right. Lust crouched down to meet her at eye level. What excellent motivation. Dark purple mana gathered in his palm, coalescing into a viscous, churning sphere of liquid. Now then, let's defile humanity's strongest paladin. Squelch. I shoved a short sword into his back from behind, the tip punching out through the center of his chest. No holy light, no ripple of mana, just an ordinary steel short sword. Lust stared down at the length of blade poking from his sternum, purple blood running down the edge. He froze, and the sphere of liquid in his palm sloshed violently, nearly falling apart. I leaned in behind him, gripping the hilt, and gave the blade a half-turn inside him. Then I twisted my mouth to the side. Bad luck. Core's not here, huh? I muttered. Guess I'd better donate to the church. Got a bump next month's offering budget up a tier. I paused, then remembered something. Why doesn't money spent at the pachinko machines count as a donation? On the stone altar, Ray's eyes went wide. Her first thought wasn't I'm saved. It was, who is he? She hadn't sensed a single trace of his presence, start to finish. Mana signature near zero, breath and heartbeat blending into the ambient hum of the cavern. When she closed her eyes, that blank spot in her perception was now holding a knife jammed through a demon's chest. Rogue class? Was there a rogue of this caliber lurking around here? You brought a guest? Lust looked past me toward Ray, and when her expression didn't suggest she knew me, his eyes swung back. Uninvited then. Have we met? I don't recall anyone of hero rank in the human ranks looking like you. Don't take it personally. I can't tell demons and gorillas apart either. Different species and all. I gave the blade another twist inside him. Lust's expression shifted. Ray's pupils shrank. Hockey. That power that needed no mana, no formulas. An ability the world itself carved into you after you'd accomplished feats that should never have been accomplished. And the hockey pouring off me was so thick it hung in the air, dragging visible violet-black trails through the air. She herself had 13 points of hockey, a number the juniors in the Paladin order already looked up to. But this young man in front of her, who didn't look a day over 20, the short blade began sliding on its own inside Lust's body. Wrapped in hockey, the edge moved like a snake that had caught the scent of blood, slicing across the ribs, cleaving down through the abdominal cavity, cutting diagonally through the collarbone. In the span of a few seconds, Lust's body was carved into several pieces. Triple? No, more than that. Lay rapidly revised her estimate. To control an object remotely with that kind of precision, his hockey had to be pushing past 50. 50 points. A number that only showed up in epic legends. Lust's body reassembled itself out of the tentacles, and the elegant smile on his face vanished without a trace. Hockey, and at that level. Anyone holding that much couldn't possibly be nameless. Who the hell are you? The answer came in the form of a short blade splitting the air. Still just that plain steel dagger, but the moment it left his hand it was sheathed in hockey, a lance of violet light that struck him dead center in the forehead and knocked him back half a step. At the same time my right hand ignited with blue magical flame, and between my 5 fingers something detonated outward. A pitch-black greatsword materialized out of nothing, the dark patterns along its blade all lit up at once. Lay's breath caught for a beat. She knew that sword. She'd seen its diagram in classified files, labeled Lost, the legendary tier greatsword Dusk Gleam, whose final wielder had died 300 years ago in the campaign against the Demon King. The Dusk Gleam Knight profession itself was flagged as extinct, its file stamped in bold with a sealed seal. Dusk Gleam /. The words came out as flat as reading a shopping list, but the arcs the sword carved were anything nothing but flat. The first strike was a raw physical cleave, tearing a deep trench through the ground. The second came right behind it, a crescent-shaped dark attribute light blade landing along the same line. The third was a pure white light attribute arc that burst outward in reverse from within the shadow. 3 consecutive strikes, each trailing violet-black hockey. The Dusk Gleam goddess is dead. Why the hell is there still a Dusk Gleam knight? Howled Lust, his body split in half. That profession was severed. The last inheritor died at the Demon King's hands 3 centuries ago. What the hell are you? Human professions and will. Aren't they meant to be inherited by the people of the future? I threw out casually and swung the sword again. Down on the ground. Lei listened to us chatting mid-fight and started wondering if she'd hit her head hard enough to hallucinate. Trying that hard to open some distance? Want to unfold your domain, huh? Holding the greatsword one-handed, I drew another weapon from behind my waist with my left. A black hilt, a white blade, a short knife giving off a faint glow. Duskmoon Whisper. Lei didn't recognize this dagger, but without question it too was legendary tier. Lust's fingers were already tracing a spell array frame in front of him. My dagger was already there, not 1 strike, but 6. Fast enough that every strike blurred into a single drawn-out metallic hum. Each blade struck precisely at the tentacles anchoring the seal, and the array collapsed inward from its center. Can't open your domain. I casually drove, dark light, into his chest, pinning Lust to the ground where he spasmed in agony. I looked down, slowly curling my lips into that wicked little smile you give a toy you're about to break. When you get down to it, you're just a weak little embryo. Is that so? Lust's voice suddenly changed. Not pain, not rage, the eerie, sinking calm of something cornered past the point of desperation. At some point, several thinner, longer arms like spider legs had sprouted from his back, and they'd already completed the real array's seal in my blind spot. Domain unfolding. Heavenly Demon Lust Realm. Dark violet light exploded outward from his body, racing across the ground, and in a single breath the entire cavern was transformed into an otherworldly space flooded with unholy light. The smile vanished from my lips. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I turned back toward Rei on the stone altar and gave her a little wave, my tone like someone bumping into a fellow traveler at a way station. Sorry, I'm gonna run. Please defeat him for me. Then I spun on my heel and walked, briskly, my stride carrying the composure of someone who'd finished their part and was leaving the rest to the professionals. Rei's mouth opened and closed. She had no idea what to say. Such a cool entrance, and then he just bolts? As a paladin, she had no objections, but atmospherically it was hard to swallow. Shadow Step. 20 mana evaporated in an instant. My silhouette blurred into a straight line between crisscrossing streaks of light, and the next moment I was at the edge of the domain. From my declaration of retreat to completing the displacement, not a tenth of a second was wasted. I stepped out and got bounced back by a bolt of purple lightning. Domain barrier. By pure reflex I whipped around and stabbed backward. Dark Moon Whisper struck the purple-black barrier with a crisp ping and didn't leave so much as a scratch. I'm not letting you get away. Lust's voice came from behind me, low and certain. Humans like you are too much of a threat. Stay here, or better yet, be converted into a demon. Countless black handprints materialized within the violet light, blanketing the space and sealing off every possible evasion route. Blue mana flame surged up from my chest, and the plates of the Dark Moon Oathbound helm. No, of the Dark Moon Oath armor clicked into place across my body one by one. The handprints slammed against my armor, bursting into balls of purple flame. I didn't budge an inch. The problem was, within the domain, everything hits, 100%. Evasion was completely disabled. I'd screwed up. I should have just killed him outright a moment ago. Shadow Step still had 14 seconds on cooldown. I turned and closed the 3 steps to the altar in a rush, slicing through the tentacles wrapped around Rei with 2 strokes. Sorry, gonna borrow your hands for a sec. Without waiting for a reply, I interlaced my fingers with hers. Link, Olatrib, compatibility plus 10%. Her face flushed slightly, but she didn't resist. I activated my knight skill endurance, stamina up, at the cost of being unable to move. I hoisted the greatsword one-handed and braced against the handprints crashing in from every direction. 10 seconds later, my breastplate burst apart. Right after, the dark light greatsword crumbled from within too. Lust's mana had seeped in through the handprints and eaten through the enchantment structure. With a sharp crack, half the blade flew off and lodged itself in the flagstone. TCH. My signature weapon gone. Ha 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 ha. Broken. A legendary weapon. Legendary armor. Lust laughed so hard he doubled over. Sir Darklight Knight, what else have you got? I stared at the broken half of the sword in my hand. Come on. Transform into a demon. It won't hurt. Lust spread his arms wide. Shut up. A measly demon gets a little edge and thinks he's on top of the world. How are you going to beat me? With that scrap of iron? I drew a deep breath. This bastard actually looked down on me. It pissed me off enough that I wanted to blow him up with Furibi Yura. Too bad I couldn't. My whole life started flashing before my eyes. Song Yingxiwe, Tian Kursen, Lu Yin, Shen Qingwe. Just got a girlfriend, just rounded first base, and here I am picking a fight with a heavyweight. By superstition alone, I was a dead man. Ah, screw it. I'm out. I sighed and let the purple hands crawl up my body. Hey, don't give up. Ray shouted. Haha, where's all that swagger now? Lust cautiously stepped back. But what he didn't know was that my left hand was frantically working the system panel. Basic class mage, job change. Experience points poured in, LV1 to LV11. The best way to counter a domain, dumbass, is to deploy a domain of our own. Didn't you say you'd carve me up? Funny, I don't recall that. Lust grinned. You're learning it on the spot. Ray gaped. I got a perfect score in barrier magic. I grabbed Ray's hand and crouched low. Imagine, surpass yourself. My turn to roll. The white-haired girl smiled, tossing the 20-sided die in her palm. Do you even need to roll? It's a critical success anyway. The blue-haired woman propped her chin on her hand. The die bounced a few times and settled on 20. Critical success. A single bell toll rang out from my left hand. The handprints clinging to me all froze at once. Golden light spilled from between my fingers, the sign of the rules themselves intervening. Inherent skill, miracle. Lust's voice cracked. How could you possibly accomplish a feat like that? Domain, unfold. The golden light flooded through our link into Ray's holy light and rebounded, forming a golden ring that devoured Lust's domain inch by inch. The world turned into an endless wasteland. True and false annihilation. My domain has been completely overwritten. Lust's pupils shrank. His domain went into a 3-minute cooldown, absolutely. Hit effect, dissolved. Transcending system limits. Domain independently awakened. True and false slay each other. Achievement, Transcender, Hockey plus 30, Mastery cap of all skills plus 1. Total Hockey, 81. I shook Ray's hand off. What had this paladin done besides play errand girl? Useless. I bent down and picked up the 2 katana that had materialized out of thin air on the wasteland. One long, one short. My soul is a katana. What am I? Some doujinshi protagonist. The instant my fingers closed around the hilts, I understood what the domain could do. I pushed off. The flagstones cracked in a ring beneath my feet. First stroke, horizontal, 2 tentacles severed at the root. Second stroke, vertical, the 3rd finger split clean in half. Lust's eyes couldn't track me. A stat buff domain, he snarled through his teeth. It's supposed to be a trash tier domain. Why is it giving me this much trouble? Then it clicked for him. Break my swords and the buff is gone. He deliberately ate one of my slashes, using the recoil to leap back while whipping his tentacles around into my blind spot. The moment I drew a blade to give chase, dozens of dark purple hands sprang up from the ground and coiled around both katana. Too late. Dark light slash. 2 afterimages of the strike came down carrying my hockey, ripping open the wound he'd just finished stitching shut. Cheap tricks, he shrieked. His tentacles all wrenched at once, and with a sharp crack, both katanas snapped in the middle, gold shards spraying into the air. Lust grinned wide, waiting to watch my buffs drop. But my speed didn't fall. My strength didn't fade. Gripping the broken blades, I drove a fist into his chest, sent him flying to the edge of the domain, where he bounced back. Act! He lay sprawled in the dead branches, eyes wide. Temporary buff, massive agility boost, lasts until domain ends. Temporary buff, all stat boost, lasts until domain ends. The status prompts popped up. My guess had just been confirmed. My domain, true and false slay each other. Its real effect. Once linked to an opponent, I could store their talent inside a blade. Holding the blade grants me the buff. If the blade shatters, the buff is absorbed into my body. Offensive type talents, however, dissipate after a single use. I blinked to the next blade and yanked it free. Ice crystals spiraled around the steel. Lust had barely lifted his head when his pupils filled with pale blue. Freeze, an absolute glacier sheathed him whole. Tentacles, gaping mouth, the disbelief in his eyes, all locked inside. I twisted my grip. Ice burst. The layer of ice detonated from within. Lust was blasted out and tumbled several rolls across the ground. Half his body was rimed with frost, the other half flayed raw. Several tentacles snapped clean off. But he was laughing. Cough, cough, so that's it. Your domain stores other people's talents inside your swords. Am I right? He ripped the frostbitten half of his face off in one swipe. That domain of yours is way too. But there's a fatal weakness. You never knew you had this domain to begin with. So you can only copy the talents of people you've encountered before. And you've only got 2 blades left. Only 2. He grinned. That number, he could handle. 2 tentacles shot out like striking serpents. The red blade. I crushed the hilt myself. Liu Yan's detonation, talent, forced into overload by the shattered blade, exploded in a burst of flame that ripped the tentacle apart. The other one, I didn't even wait for the tentacle to reach me. I raised my right forearm, letting the leather bracer meet it head-on. The tentacle pierced clean through, purple corrosive mana hissing against the leather. I didn't so much as flinch. Before the tentacle could retract, my left hand closed around the last blade. Shadow step. A flash of silver, and I was gone. Lust's body reacted before his mind did. The remaining tentacles pulled back with everything they had. Destroy this blade, and he'd win. If he crushed the blade before her hand touched the hilt, the domain would collapse. All those temporary buffs would vanish, and the fight would drop back into the rhythm I knew. But I strangled that thought the moment it surfaced. This was Paladin Lei's SSS rank talent. Rows of finality where stars race. A crime to waste it. I crouched low and cut horizontally. Silver light burst along the edge, igniting into blue flame. The air around the blade began to warp, not from heat, but from the concept of burning, reaching down and rewriting reality at its foundation. The silver light tore straight through Lust's body. Blue flame raced along every vein, every mana circuit. The already cracked core in his brain shuddered violently, the spiderweb fractures spreading in an instant. Like a glass bead unable to withstand the heat, it shattered outright. The fragments scattered, carving countless purple meteors across the wasteland. His final blade, mid-swing, crumbled to powder. Skin, muscle, bone, all reduced to pale ash under the blue flame, drifting away on the wind. The domain collapsed in the same instant. The boundless wasteland peeled away, revealing the true cavern beneath. The dark purple veins went dark, leaving only the deep gash carved into the stone slab. In the ashes, only a purple gemstone remained. I bent down and picked it up, weighing it in my palm. 7 deadly sins, lust gem. Quality, mythic. Effect, can forge a weapon from the Deadly Sin series / can class change into the unique class 7 deadly sins, lust. I stared at the panel, hesitating. I wanted the Deadly Sin weapon for my collection. The full set displayed together would be a thing of beauty. Choosing the class would cost me one of 7 collectibles. And the 7 Deadly Sins classes had no drawbacks in the game. No guarantee that held in reality. Games let you run multiple playthroughs. How exactly do you get multiple playthroughs in real life? The scrape of metal came from nearby. Paladin Lei was still on her knees, not praying, just physically unable to stand. Her silver-white armor was smeared with slime. Stone dust. A few strands of her ice-blue ponytail clung to her face. She braced herself on her sword to stand, but her knees gave out inches from the ground, and she sank back down. Still not recovered? I asked, not bothering to hide my distaste. I need a little more time. The paralysis is more stubborn than I expected. I looked at her, her gleaming, golden SSS rank talent name flashing through my head. With a name that grandiose, how the hell did the actual person turn out like this? I honestly thought she was pathetic. I remembered playing that game where she was the protagonist. A purity run was ridiculously hard to clear. The affection system felt like it was deliberately screwing with you. Then again, asking someone to keep their purity in a fight against lust was a pretty tall order. Plus, this woman had a boyfriend. In the game, she was basically a background prop whose sole purpose was to get NTR'd. Her portrait didn't even have a face drawn on it. Body, though? Oh, that was drawn. Her commander, a muscle-bound bear of a man. This chick probably had a thing for ugly guys. I should keep my distance. Paladin. Leigh Weinstein. She slowly rose to her feet and introduced herself. Remembering the sensation of the mana circuit link just now, that foreign magic pouring into her holy light circuit and flowing back out. Her throat bobbed, and she instinctively pressed her thighs together, her armor giving a faint scrape. Thank you again for your help. And your name is? I'm Leigh. I said the name without hesitation. For some reason it felt familiar. Maybe some friend of mine had it. Leigh. Leigh nodded, her face flushed. Unbidden, the image of my back as I opened that domain single-handedly surfaced in her mind, along with the warmth of my palm through the link. She shook her head hurriedly. What was she even thinking? She was going to confess to the commander when she got back. Then she pictured the commander's face. Square jaw, thick eyebrows, a demon claw scar across the bridge of his nose, and a smile that looked like a wriggling centipede. She used to think those were the marks of a man. Now, suddenly, she wasn't so sure. Especially compared to this Leigh in front of her. That boyish look, that cold expression, absurd combat strength, and the way he opened that domain. So cool. Not good. Completely her type. No. Leigh shouted 3 times in her head. She'd never once heard this name before, and someone with that kind of power couldn't possibly be a nobody. He was clearly a rogue class, and that alias was almost certainly standard tradecraft for one. I watched her shake her head, then blush, then shake her head again, and figured the poison hadn't worn off. Was her poison resistance really that low? I got bitten too, and I didn't feel a thing. Or was it just because I was in the post-nut clarity phase and couldn't feel anything? I'd been wrecked yesterday. Still, I cautiously stepped back a couple paces and pulled out an antidote, pouring it over the arm that had been bitten. The 7 deadly sins crystal. I'd ask that you hand it over to me. This falls under the duties of the Paladin Order, and it's an obligation mandated by the kingdom's security statutes. Leigh drew herself upright, all business. No way. The answer shot out of my mouth before my brain caught up. I killed it, so by the adventurer's code, it's mine. I paused. And even by the kingdom's laws. I froze for half a second mid-sentence. Running through the toilet paper that passed for law in a feudal kingdom, I had to admit, by kingdom law, dangerous items dropped from a high-threat monster kill really were supposed to be turned in. All right, understood. Ray nodded. I'll pretend I didn't see anything this time. Inside, though, she was screaming. Why did I just agree to that? This has to be an after-effect of the paralysis. See, toilet paper. Utterly useless. I was just about to slip the gem into my pocket. Steal. A breezy voice chimed in. I instinctively clamped my fingers shut, but my palm was already empty. Ray's sword flashed out in an instant, the holy script along the blade lighting up. A white-haired girl in leather armor stood between us, grinning as she tossed the lust gem in her hand like she'd swiped an apple off a street stall. Hey there. You can't go leaving something like this lying around, you know. I looked at her face, then registered that familiar, hey there. I remembered seeing her all the time back at the church. Oh, so you're the one the archbishop asked to look after me. Only now did it click that the archbishop who'd handed me the wanted poster was this very person. Also, give that back. Don't think being an acquaintance means I'll let it slide. You're the leader of the White Thieves Guild. The criminal who stole the prince's dragon's lair. Ray's sword point locked onto her. Iris blinked, calm as still water. That wasn't me. Rogue-class liars don't drop a single frame. Hey there. She completely ignored Ray and the holy sword hovering an inch from a swing. Whether it's a sin weapon or a sin class, they're bad for people. They slowly erode the wielder's mind, and by the time you notice, you've already been reshaped into their mold. She weighed the gem in her palm. How about this? I'll teach you steal, one of the 3 legendary skills of the rogue class. You give me this stone. Deal. That's a sin orb. I can't let you just walk off with it, Ray said, trying to circle around and cut off her escape. Iris didn't even spare her a sideways glance. No thanks. I'm an Eris devotee too. I'm saving up devotion points, and I'll be able to learn it myself soon. I stared at the gem. Besides, more than steel, I'd rather learn Still Mirror, Calm Water, and Phantom Moon Flash. Those 2 are better. Eh? Iris looked genuinely thrown, as if I'd hit a nerve. No. Steel is way better. The water goddess and the shadow goddess lean more toward assassins. We're the orthodox rogues. Steel's name might sound plain, but it was the single strongest skill in the Eris rogue tree. Its check didn't factor in level. Ignoring magic entirely, it's a long-range snatch based purely on both parties' luck stat. Legend has it someone once used this skill to defeat the Demon Lord, not through some sneak attack, but by openly stealing the Demon Lord's weapon and then slapping him across the face twice. That's exactly why I don't want to learn it. Skills like that are why we thieves get treated like dirt. I want to learn the other two. If you'll teach me, I'll give you the gem. Ah. Iris pouted, lips puckering as if she might cry, after being lectured in reverse. She bounced back quickly, though. All three of the church's legendary skills? Even back in the game days, those were rare finds. I'd always assumed she was some random NPC. Hey, how about this? I'll teach you Steel and give you one chance to use it on me. If you can get Gem of Lust back, I'll return it. Deal. That's an obvious trap. Don't fall for it, Ray said calmly. Huh? Are you underestimating me? Do you have any idea how much I pay every year to keep my luck stat up? I laughed. The bills I stuff into offering boxes add up to thousands of gold coins a year, minimum. My luck stat is unmatched within the Church of Eris. Now that's a true follower of Eris. Iris smiled. Open your system panel. I'll teach you directly. She hopped over and pressed her head against mine. Skill, Steel learned successfully. Rarity, legendary. Cost, 50 MP randomly steals an item from target. Cooldown, 5 seconds to. There. Now give it a try. The girl grinned wickedly as she pulled 2 handfuls of gravel from her pockets. Sneaky, Ray sighed, using gravel to add decoys. The only way to counter Steel is to load yourself up with worthless junk to dilute the odds. That's page 3 common knowledge in the Paladin Order's Anti-Thief Handbook. Gravel's actually mild, I said, unsurprised. Those willing to spend serious coin stuff their pockets with mana gems, since the skill's targeting is biased toward high-value items. There are even merchants who sell ultralight dung sachets. One squeeze, and they burst, specifically marketed to wealthy folks worried about pickpockets. Even if you win, I'm not about to stand by and watch a sin gem fall into the hands of a wanted criminal, Ray declared preemptively. Which is exactly why I'm not a wanted criminal. That isn't me. Iris stamped her foot. Ray whipped out the wanted poster and held it up beside her face. Is this photo you or not? That's not me. You're saying that's not you? It's not. That's not fucking me. I'm telling you. Can you two save this for later? I've got a coach to catch. Impatient, I raised my hand and made a begin gesture. Sorry. All right, kid, come on. If you can steal it, it's yours. Iris shoved the gravel back into her pockets and started pulling things out one by one, laying them out like a street vendor. Second prize is a legendary dagger, Starlight. Holy attribute. Great for exorcisms. Then she puffed out her chest. The loneliness that comes with being an absolute powerhouse. A stat freak among stat freaks, with a chest completely unsuited for a rogue. She patted her leather armor. Third prize is my armor. Legendary Light Devourer's Hide. Permanent stealth bonus. Was this girl a human gotcha machine? This was bad. I really liked her. Was this love at first sight? Just this once, okay? I activated my skill. Bring it on, buddy. Steel. A flash of white magic. Victory or defeat, decided in an instant. Got it. Something faintly soft to the touch. No way. I'd actually lost on a luck roll. I looked down at my hand. Not the Lust gemstone, not the Starlight dagger, not the Light Devourer's Hide. What I was holding was a white cloth item, some scientifically engineered ninja tool worn under a giant's belt to correct body proportions. Across from me, Iris tilted her head back with a smile, until she saw what I was holding. Her hand toying with the gemstone froze, and she felt a sudden chill up front. She looked down and, for the first time in a while, saw her own booted feet. Then she looked again at the thing pinched between my fingers. Her expression cycled through confusion, shock, shame, and total meltdown in the span of 1 second. I'm sorry, I was being too cocky earlier. Please give that back. The girl stammered as she edged closer, her white ponytail drooping listlessly. Ray awkwardly turned her head away, pretending to develop a deep fascination with the cracks in the cave wall. Not good. This skill had definitely been blessed by some great senpai from another world. If I used it carelessly on women in the future, my reputation would tank hard enough to give me depression. Absolutely no abusing this on women. I'd said it all along. Out of our church's 3 legendary skills, this one was the worst. I turned my face away and held the wad of cloth back out to her. Come to think of it, there were actually rogue class people who willingly wore this stuff, adding drag and lowering their agility. That's like a mage casting idiocy on themselves before diving into a dungeon. Please give it back, Iris repeated, handing me the lust gemstone. She snatched her gear back at the fastest speed of her life and turned her back to us to redress. The sound of leather straps cinching tight rang out clearly in the quiet cavern. When she turned back around, the stat freak's figure had returned to its original state. Only the faint red rims around her eyes remained. No, don't worry about it. For once I tried to comfort someone. How should I put it? Whether it's a big dream or a small dream, they're all wonderful dreams. Don't use dreams as a metaphor for that. Iris rubbed her eyes. And please, absolutely do not tell anyone. Then she held out Starlight to me. No, I don't want it. That'd be like I was blackmailing you. Do you want the leather armor too? The girl clutched her body dramatically and backed away. No thanks. This one was a handful too. Still, she'd handed over a legendary tier weapon as hush money. Her church's Saint pay grade? She was that loaded? And here I'd been thinking she was just a serving girl. Starlight. Quality, legendary. Physical attack, 120 to 165 / magic attack, 130 to 175, light attribute. Attributes, agility plus 35, light affinity plus 30, attack speed plus 15%. Special effects. Glimmer pull. When thrown, the trajectory can be fine-tuned by will. On hit, releases a 5-meter golden aura granting allies Glimmer's blessing. Nightbreaker. Entering a lit area from the shadows, the first strike has 100% crit rate. 30-second cooldown, resets on kill. Indestructible, cannot be destroyed. Below 20% HP, automatically triggers Starburst Bloom, a 3-meter golden barrier granting damage immunity for 5 seconds. Once per 24 hours. Homeward. No matter where it's thrown or dropped, it returns to its sheath after combat. If the wielder is unconscious or near death, the dagger floats into their hand on its own. A throwing dagger, huh? Top shelf. I spun Starlight between my fingers, a rare bit of genuine praise from me. Knight? So do not breathe a word of this. Iris draped over my shoulder like a cat that had just been hosed down. I want to die. My life ended the moment that happened. But she snapped her head back up quickly, forcing the social suicide out of her mind. But listen, big brother. If you class change into lust, forget the side effects. You'll pull the other 6 sins straight to you. Carrying the lust gem is basically mailing invitations to their whole clan. Come kill me, and once you're done you can collect another. Really? My voice brightened instantly. You mean I don't have to hunt them down? They'll come knocking themselves? Home delivery service in another world. How thoughtful. Big brother. Big brother. Iris poked my shoulder. You're as arrogant as ever. The other sins aren't embryos, you know. They won't go down easy. The other sins. Ray repeated the words, brow furrowing. Her gaze lingered for 2 seconds on the purple glowing gem in my pocket, and her right hand drifted unconsciously toward her sword hilt. Textbook Paladin reaction. Can't let an adventurer keep a thing like that. Too dangerous. So what exactly are the side effects? I asked Iris seriously, like I was inquiring about the warning label on a new medication. In the game, the 7 sins had no side effects, but I knew that was purely because the story never went that far. No way a lust gem had 0 impact on whoever class changed with it. It'll make you a bit more lecherous. Iris stated it as flatly as reciting a theorem. That's it. I waited a beat, then bounced the gem in my palm. Then I'll use it. P.O.P. The essence of sin-like is human love. Iris suddenly turned serious, her white hair sliding down to cover half her face. More precisely, it makes you lose all restraint. You should be fine? You won't die, right? I don't actually know. She paused, her tone dropping a notch. Even though I don't want you to have it. If you can collect all 7 deadly sins, humanity's malice will pool onto you in a big way, and a lot of people's hearts will be spared corruption. She stuck up a finger and jabbed it right in front of my nose. If you can't handle it, we'll just beat you up and take the gems out. Simple. When that time comes, I'll be the one to stop you, Liliet. Ray spoke gravely. Liliet? It took me a second to remember that was the fake name I'd tossed out on the spot. I don't want to be watched by a holy knight. Cut me some slack. I pleaded genuinely. This is already a concession. Ray lowered her eyelids. Her voice was soft, but there was no room for negotiation. The sin gems can be left in your keeping, but please, let me watch over you. Fine, fine. I nodded her off, silently deciding to just ignore her whenever we crossed paths from now on. I gripped the gem tight. A dark violet glow surged out of my palm. Unique class acquired, 7 deadly sins, lust LV1 max. Authority of lust. When fulfilling another's hidden desires, all actions gain a minor bonus. Source sin a lust. Touch the target's head to bind them to obey you utterly. I stared at the skill description for a few beats. In the game, this was a high-spec version of command, lasted 1 battle. But in this real world, there was no duration, no way to break it. A world-ending skill. Something this dangerous really ought to be recovered. But I don't feel anything special. I clenched my fist, sensing the plus 101 all-stat bonus flowing through me. Total level 29. Strength 308. Agility 376. Magic 328. Spirit 319. Mentally, though, nothing had changed. The two of them didn't suddenly look better to me, and I felt no extra interest. That's just how you already are, Iris said, retreating 2 exaggerated steps and folding her arms. There's only one explanation. Your normal baseline is already lecherous enough to overshadow lust's negative effects. Slander. I have a girlfriend. I didn't bat an eye. Huh? You have a girlfriend? When Ray heard that, something inside her felt like it caved in. I'm the popular type. Bro, that's kind of shameless. Iris jabbed. I shifted gears, narrowing my eyes at her. Speaking of which, why are you here? Stalker. Whether in the original storyline or the prequel Nightmare Night, this white-haired girl had never appeared. The only explanation for her sticking by my side was that she'd been. I was the anomaly she'd brought along. Don't call me a stalker. It sounds awful. Iris stamped her foot in protest, then paused. Okay, fine. I did tell you a bit, but not on a stalker level. You're an interesting guy. She suddenly leaned in and studied my face. A few seconds later, she froze. Huh. No side effects at all. What do you normally think about in that head of yours? I even had holy water ready. How wonderful for me. Getting doused with holy water by a pretty girl would cause serious psychological damage. I pulled out the Starlight dagger and gave it a half spin. You really giving this to me? A legendary grade weapon. If your brain ever goes back to normal, I'll return it. No, keep it. Please just erase what just happened from your memory. Iris pressed her palms together. Erasing memories isn't something I can do. You're loaded, aren't you? I slipped the dagger onto my belt. Someone who could casually hand off a legendary grade weapon. And the Archbishop had told me to look after her. So she really was the saintess after all. I ruined it. I crouched down to pick up the fragments. The broken blade of the Dark Light greatsword and the shattered remains of the Dark Moon oath helm lay scattered in the cracks of the stone. The dark patterns along the fractured edges had completely gone out. I barely got to use them. I really wanted to cry. Once a legendary grade weapon shattered, that was it. There wasn't a second one to be found on the entire continent. I gathered the pieces one by one, my movements gentle, like a mortician preparing the dead. Click. A crisp metallic snap, the kind of sound every thief instinctively loathes, rang out. Handcuffs. I looked up. Iris looked down at her own wrists too. A pair of gleaming silver cuffs was clamped firmly around them, their inner surfaces engraved with the sealing scriptures of the church. Mana-sealing cuffs. Huh. Iris was a beat slow to react. Then that wraps this up, Ray said from behind her, one hand on her sword, the other holding the chain of the cuffs. Come with me. Tell me where you stashed the Dragon Slayer, sword you stole. Iris whipped her head around, her white hair fanning out in an arc of despair, and let out a heart-rending cry for help toward me as I was still crouched down. Hey, mister. Save me. The Archbishop asked me to have a word with you about the bounty on your head. If you ask me, you brought this on yourself. I kept picking up the fragments. Wait, I didn't steal it for personal gain. I did it to save the world. Save it for the prison, please. Iris took a deep breath, straightened her spine, and, with the solemn tone of someone facing a judge, declared, I will not say another word until my lawyer arrives. I finished gathering the shards into my arms and set off at an unhurried pace. I'll head back first, then. Wait, we're both church members. How can you just leave me for dead? The chain jangled. Relax, I'll notify the church. Just wait for your lawyer with hope in your heart. No, save me directly. Larrett, wait a moment, raise. Her tone suddenly shifted into something softer. I still don't know your situation. Where do you live? I rattled off a fake address from a place I used to live. The name was fake too. Nothing I said was real. Ray walked ahead, her hand never loosening its grip on the chain. Iris had stopped struggling. She just glared at my back with the most pitifully resentful eyes, probably carving words like traitor and cold-blooded into her heart. Stepping out of the dungeon, I glanced up at the sky and got a bad feeling. The cloud cover hung low, blotting out even the starlight. We hadn't fought long in the cave, but between the first floor of the labyrinth, the class change, and picking up shards, time had slipped through my fingers. The carriage hadn't already left, had it? My pace quickened without my meaning to. If I missed the ride, Song Shue would definitely resort to violence. Just as we neared the town, a faint sliver of white light traced itself from the fingertips of my free hand. Steel activated. When two people with absurdly high luck stats work together on a theft, this skill becomes directed item transfer. The handcuffs materialized silently in my palm. Iris's wrist suddenly felt lighter. She froze, glanced down, then looked up to see me casually sidling away as if nothing had happened. She blinked once, then shot off like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. All of a rogue's agility funneled into her legs, each stride punching shallow craters into the gravel road. Thanks a bunch, kid. Bye, I said in farewell. When Ray turned her head, all she saw was a trail of dust receding into the wilderness. She stood there, still holding the empty chain. Huh? Lie. That normally composed face of hers was, for once, seized by confusion and just the faintest hint of betrayal. She did bolt on her own, and besides, she's a bigwig from the church I grew up in. Let her off this once. I yawned. Consider it my payment for helping take down lust. Ray was silent for a long moment, then picked up the handcuffs I'd tossed aside and hooked them back at her waist. Since it's you, I can pretend I didn't see. But the next time we meet, I won't be so lenient. Fine. I was exhausted. Not enough sleep last night, tailing a paladin, ambushing lust, domains colliding, armor shattered and sword broken, and now I had to lug an armful of heartbroken metal shards through the dark to catch a ride. Please don't have left. The moment I spotted the familiar massive silhouette of the iron-armored chariot in the distance, my steps sped up on their own. Thank God, it's still here. Iron-armored chariot. Ray followed my gaze, an eyebrow lifting. The one bound for the central city? That's nowhere near the address you gave me. I'm an adventurer. I'm on the road a lot. My expression didn't so much as flicker. Ray sighed and rolled her eyes. I was asking about where you actually are when you're out. Anyway, I'll be sticking with you for the time being. Fine. From the moment I switched to the 7 Deadly Sins class right in front of her, I'd figured this was coming. The fact that she hadn't drawn her sword on the spot to cut me down and reclaim the gem was already pretty lenient. In a few days she'd be buried in paperwork anyway, with no time to babysit me. Yi Shuang. Tian Kerson's voice came exploding from the direction of the platform. The girl was moving with a burst of speed no warrior class had any business managing, her chainmail clattering with every step. She rose on her toes and tugged at my sleeve, dropping her voice into a mix of tattletale glee and schadenfreude. What are you doing? The train's about to leave. We've been looking for you half the day. Miss Violence is furious. You're a dead man. What tragic news, I said with genuine feeling. We thought maybe you saw the third prince and his crew on this train and bolted. No, I didn't care that much. But right, that whole batch of students from the school trip should all be on this train. I'd been so absorbed by that machine with the underwater breathing ring that I'd completely forgotten about them. If Yia hadn't frozen the train's power core, it would have already left. Tian Kerson's eyes fell on the pile of fragments in my arms. What's that? Souvenirs? Cretaceous City's specialty black rocks. Fragments of my gear. Huh, isn't this that heavy armor set? Tian Kerson's eyes went wide as she picked up a shard and held it up to the light. The sword's broken too? You went dragon slaying? Without calling us. Her mental catalog couldn't produce any creature capable of smashing epic tier armor in a legendary greatsword. Her volume shot straight up to accusation levels. Captain, how could you? You fought a boss and didn't call us. Sorry. I took a moment to reflect. But this kind of role wasn't really suited to you guys. That lust demon was, in every conceivable sense, way too restrained around women. Probably not enough dead weight to drag along. The only other male in our party was our shield bearer, and with his clunky gear the stealth approach would have had him swept out before we even reached the dungeon. So Leilai really was a fake name? Ray had narrowed her eyes the moment Tian Kursen called me Yishuang. Yishuang, is that your real name? Whoa, you scared me. Tian Kursen only now noticed someone else was standing there. She turned, took in Ray's silver-white armor and ice beauty face, and her mouth got ahead of her brain. A friend of yours? Cheating? Cheating on day one. Cheating. Ray's reaction was more violent than when I'd swiped her handcuffs. She jerked back a step, her ice blue eyes wide as saucers. I am not. I'm just carrying out official duties. She stared at Tian Kursen, weighing whether the girl was my girlfriend and whether she liked the cute type like herself. So who is she exactly? Useless Paladin, go home. I said, then asked Tian Kursen if she could help me carry some of the load. Tian Kursen shook her head, reluctantly declining. Lay's ears burned the moment she heard the word trash. An inexplicable thrill welled up inside her, sweeping away the disappointment from a moment ago, and she hurried to shake her head and follow along. As I stepped onto the running board of the ironclad carriage, the fragments in my arms nearly slid loose. I had to jam my chin against the topmost breastplate and awkwardly squeeze through the compartment door. You're finally back? Song Yingxue was seated at the far end of the compartment, legs crossed and propped up on the table. Her black thigh-highs traced a crisp silhouette, and her heels tapped lightly against the table's edge. Where'd you run off to? Short version, saw something annoying, cut it down. I kept it brief. Tian Kursen had already darted to her ear to tattle. Song Yingshue's brow arched slowly, her gaze flicking between the fragments in my arms and the uninvited silver-white armored guest at the door. That's a little too short, don't you think? Lu Yin glanced up from behind the book. Absolutely not to be seen by your housebroken demon. Demonic fusion arts. With a dry retort. I'll go thaw the power core first, Shin Qinghua said, rising to her feet, her ice blue robes swaying softly. As she passed by my side, her steps abruptly halted, and her ice blue eyes widened a fraction. Your man is shot up. Did you class change into a mage? No, that's not it. She leaned in and gave a light sniff near my neck. What is this aura? Do I smell like something? I lifted my arm and gave it a sniff. Mana shouldn't have a scent, and a deadly sin class shouldn't come with body odor either. It's got this really off-putting feeling. Shin Qingyue wrinkled her nose, like she was smelling a complex potion whose ingredients she couldn't pick apart. We'll talk about it later. She pushed the door open and went off to attend to her crime scene. And that paladin? Song Yingshue's gaze slid past my shoulder. Hello, I'm Lei Weinstein, Deputy Commander of the Kingdom Knights. The silver-white figure stepped in from behind me. Lei stood ramrod straight, one hand resting on her sword hilt, her ice-blue ponytail draped over her shoulder. Her face slipped back into standard-issue Paladin official mode. Her eyes swept the room in quick assessment, cataloging everyone's class and figuring out which of them were my girlfriends. Shin Qinghua, who'd just reached the door, silently backed up a couple of steps, her eyes widening a fraction. Almost simultaneously, several voices overlapped inside the compartment. The Rose Knight. No way. Tian Kursen instantly clambered up onto the table and thrust half her body forward, casually shoving aside Song Yingshue's feet where they were propped up, then buried her face in her hands and rolled once along the table's edge. What did I do when I first met her? Lu Yin blinked and carefully hid her book away. She's someone famous? I pointed at the paladin I'd just called trash to her face several times over. You idiot. Song Yingxue grabbed a fistful of my collar and yanked me down a few inches, her tone the sort you'd use to educate the illiterate. One of the kingdom's 4 level 100 supreme powerhouses, the Rose Knight. It's in the textbooks. Huh, didn't know. I dropped my jaw in exaggerated shock, nodded, and let my gaze drift back to Ray. This chick was level 100? I couldn't sense a shred of her aura, genuinely terrifying. Compared to those mages who leaked their presence like they'd forgotten to put pants on, the ones who could bury their aura were the truly strong. I racked my brain over the plot of Nightmare Night. In RPGs, the classic setup, starting at max level, getting killed by a plot event, and being knocked back down to LV1 to grind up again was practically a genre staple. But I just personally chopped that whole segment out of the story, so she was still sitting pretty at max level. When a previous installment's character rolls over into the main story, their stats might as well be filled in by the cleaning lady on a whim. Here, LV100 was the ceiling for humanity, something I couldn't hope to reach on my own. I reassessed the gap between us. If Ray weren't the moderate type, if she'd just delivered on-the-spot justice back in that dungeon, I probably couldn't have stopped her. Better stop calling her a piece of trash out loud from now on. So why exactly did you bring this thing here? Song Yingxue kept her grip on my collar and lowered her voice. Just so we're clear, if you're going to commit a crime, I can only cover for you within Tianling City. That's not what this is. Ray's hearing turned out to be sharper than Song Yingxue had estimated. I'll explain the specifics once your companions are all here. She turned towards Shin Qingwei at the door. You there, mage? Go thaw out the power core. All right. Shin Qingwei nodded awkwardly and hurried out, her pace a good 30% quicker than usual. Once Shin Qingwei came back, I sat down beside Song Yingxue. Ray's gaze flicked between the two of us. So, as suspected, the brown-haired girl was the girlfriend. She began laying out the whole story. The lust part was deliberately left out. She framed it as an anomaly caused by a high-tier monster, one I'd just happened to assist with in passing. Not a word about the deadly sin gems or the class change. The fewer people who knew about that kind of thing, the better. Kill the holder, and the item automatically drops. What do you mean? Captain, you saved Lady Ray. Tian Kerson's voice shot up an octave. I'm not tooting my own horn here, I said helplessly. Those were the Holy Knight's own words. A monster among monsters. Lu Yin patted the poorly hidden book beneath her cushion. I knew tagging along was the right call. Even wilder than I imagined. Shin Qingwei sighed, wearing the face of someone who had utterly, completely lost. In any event, I'll be traveling with you for the time being. Ray straightened up, her ice blue eyes sweeping across each of our faces before settling on me, then quickly sliding away to Song Yingxue with a slight nod. I hope we'll get along. With that, she rose and went to book a room. By the way, Shin Qingwei. I turned to her with a bright smile. What is it? Looking for a fight? She immediately tightened her grip on her staff. Talk about prejudice. My smile vanished in an instant. 10 times. What 10 times? You saved me once. Provoke me 10 more times, and I'll kick you off the team. I saved you. When? My domain can copy any talent I've linked to once. Your talent's pretty useful, burns mana, though. Huh, domain? You. Got a problem with that? Do you even know what a domain is? Shin Qingwei ground out through clenched teeth. An inherent barrier modeled on one's own soul. What about it? I answered flatly. A vein throbbed at her temple. That's one of the ultimate arts of the mage class. How could you possibly have learned it? Her voice trembled. Absolutely unacceptable. A rogue class had learned domain before her. How did I learn it? Ran into an opponent I couldn't beat. Thought, oh crap, I'm dead if I don't pull this off. And then I learned it. People need to put a little pressure on themselves. I let a smirk slide across my face. After all, I'm a genius. Shin Qingwei clenched her fists. She really wanted to punch me. A breakthrough in combat? Wasn't that only supposed to happen in novels? As expected of our captain. Teach me. Teach me. Lu Yin clapped, eyes sparkling. Shin Qingwei said nothing, but her ear tilted ever so slightly in my direction. You channel your mana like this, then like this, then like this, and you're done. I sketched a ball in the air with both hands. I don't get it. Lu Yan's smile froze on her face. You've really got no talent. Who could possibly understand that lesson? Shin Qingwei snapped, picking up her book and standing. I'm going back. The moment she stood, she suddenly planted both hands on the table, scrambled nimbly across, and grabbed me by the collar. Hey jerk, just now, did you say you'd consider kicking me off the team if I provoked you 10 more times? Right, 9 to go, meaning you'd already put me on your list of expendable candidates? What else? Our captain has neither blood nor tears. Song Yingxue rested her chin in her hand, resigned, with no intention of jumping in. Bitches like her, who argued with their boyfriends all day long, were the ones you had to watch out for most. Yeah, I'll speak up for you. Tian Kerson finally caught on, indignant on behalf of her new bestie. Enough. I'm going to my room. Shin Qingwei looked utterly crushed, her eyes going dark. She, the great young lady herself, was being treated as replaceable? Absolutely not. She picked up her staff. Within 10 days, she would master domain. And if she couldn't, she'd freeze this bastard into an ice sculpture. Finally gone. I'm taking the window seat. I had just gotten up to move over. Shen Xinghua paused at the door, turned around, walked back, sat down, and fixed her ice-blue eyes on the pitch-black wilderness outside the window, all in one smooth motion. Weren't you leaving? I was left half-standing, half-sitting. Suddenly again. I don't feel like leaving. She flipped open the book she hadn't turned a single page of from start to finish. So annoying. I got up and stepped out of the compartment. Good. Song Yingxue didn't follow. I strode toward the main hall. That slot machine. Time for a showdown. The door had barely clicked shut before Tian Kursin flung herself on his Song Yingxue. Shua, what are you going to do? Rescuing the damsel in distress. There's no way you win this one. The aura gap is way too huge. He's absolutely going to stray. Having devoured her share of romance novels, she had a solid theoretical grasp of the suspension bridge effect. The Rose Knight, silver armor, ice blue ponytail, one of humanity's strongest combatants. Just standing there, she radiated protagonist heroine energy. Here's the plan, sisters unite, and no single champion can stand against us. She leaned close to Song Yingshue's ear. Share the boyfriend with me. United front. Guaranteed win. What are you talking about? Song Yingxue sighed, pressed her hand against her best friend's face, and slowly increased the pressure, mashing her whole face against the train window. The glass creaked. The defensive magic array flared reactively with faint gold lines. Ow ow. The array's activating. It's gonna break. It's gonna break. You brought that on yourself. Lu Yin didn't even lift her head, just turned a page. If you want him, poach him quietly. That muscle-brain gorilla is the stingiest man alive. She'll never share. Poaching's even worse. And who are you calling a muscle-brain gorilla? Song Yingxue added another notch of force. Hey, I didn't say it. Tian Kursin struggled. Song Yingxue let go, ran her thumb over her neatly rounded nails, and said with sudden nonchalance, at the end of the day, she's just an older woman. That one's the challenger here. Lady Ray just turned 20. Tian Kursin corrected in a small voice. Really? Song Yingshue's fingertip paused. A flicker of panic crossed her face. I'm a fan of hers. Tian Kursin puffed out her chest proudly. Cut back on the fangirling. Anyway, it's fine. Song Yingxue quickly reclaimed her composure, leaning back into the couch, the corner of her mouth curled in an it's all under control smile. I just have to wipe every last drop of that kind of thought out of him. You two are terrifyingly perfect for each other. Tian Kursin and Lu Yin spoke at the same time, voices full of dread. Ray shut the compartment door and walked to the end of the corridor. Using her vice captain's authority at the conductor's office, she added a personal ticket upgrade and secured the last vacant room on the train. She closed the door, propped her knight's sword against the headboard, sat down at the desk, and drew a communication crystal from her storage pouch. A pale gold halo bloomed. She stared into the light, thumb rubbing over the crystal for a long moment before taking a deep breath and channeling mana into it. The image showed a man buried in stacks of documents. Early 30s, broad-shouldered, hard-featured, an old scar across the bridge of his nose where a demon had once raked him. Ray, how are things on your end? The captain's voice was gravelly and booming. Ray opened her mouth. The lines she'd rehearsed a dozen times in her head. The report stuck in her throat. She looked at the face she'd once spent 3 months practicing a confession to in the mirror and suddenly realized her heart hadn't skipped once. The Bay City dungeon incident has been resolved. An unidentified demon was found on the first floor. She kept the matter of lust buried in her chest. Personal observation was better. Left in the hands of an adventurer with almost no risk of corruption, it might actually be safer than the sealed vaults. She wasn't a paladin who lived by the rules alone. A demon, the commander gasped, his shoulder jerking so hard the stack of documents beside him nearly toppled. It's already been slain. Ray sighed inwardly. Despite the scars all over him, the commander was closer to an administrator than a warrior, mostly reviewing reports, approving budgets, and arguing with the kingdom's various departments. Those scars were leftovers from a goblin hunt back when he'd first joined. An adventurer assisted in the kill. Which adventurer? A new student at the Sacred Martial Academy. Yi Shuang. I'm currently tailing her to confirm her identity. She paused, tapping the edge of the desk twice with her fingertip. Next, I'll be heading to the central city. As for the aftermath in Bay City, please dispatch someone to verify that the mana anomaly has been fully purged. Understood. Yi Shuang. Family name Yi? I've never heard of anyone by that name in the Yi clan. Is she dangerous? Enough that you need to shadow her personally? Ray fell silent for a few seconds. In the past, in a pause like this, she would have secretly fantasized about being alone with him. But now there was only one thought in her head. I don't know, but probably. She'll be the next one after me to reach level 100. To reach the human limit. High praise indeed. The commander raised an eyebrow but didn't press. Then I trust your judgment. I'll be waiting for your report each night. The image faded. The crystal went dark. But in her mind was another face. That back standing on a golden wasteland, unfolding a domain with a single hand. The warmth she'd felt pressed into her palm. The matter-of-fact way that person had glanced back after letting a wanted criminal go and said, "Let her off just this once." And one detail she couldn't get past, that jerk had called her trash, and she hadn't even gotten angry. No, she had gotten angry, but it was nothing like the annoyance of being teased by a colleague. It was the kind where her ears flushed red, her spine tingled, and when she tried to shoot back, the corners of her mouth refused to obey and twitched upward instead. Ah, what am I even thinking? She squeezed her eyes shut, buried her face in her hands, and rolled around on the bed. Admirable, truly. I doubt I'll forget tonight for the rest of my life. Morning light squeezed through the gap in the curtains. Song Yingxue had of course booked a deluxe double room. Outside the window, the wasteland was gone, replaced by dense buildings, elevated aqueducts, and city walls in the distance. The central city was near. Song Yingxue leaned against the edge of the bed, gathering her long, cascading hair into a crisp ponytail, her gaze slightly unfocused, as if still savoring last night's marathon session of theoretical mana flow analysis. I do apologize for not seeing you satisfied. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring down at my open hands. My stats were supposed to be higher than hers across the board. So why did I feel like I'd nearly fallen apart? Delinquent JKs as a species had ridiculous stamina, sure, but there had to be a limit. Song Yingxue was perched on the other side of the bed, bent over pulling on a black thigh-high stocking. Her fingers froze at her knee. Desire has overcome lust. Achievement unlocked. Desire breakthrough, lust. Condition met. Your desire has surpassed the malice of mankind. Effect, Hockey plus 11. What the hell did surpass the malice of mankind even mean? She silently dismissed the notification, deciding this was one title nobody could ever be allowed to see. Especially not the person right next to her. Hair a complete mess, staring at her with a look that questioned every choice he'd ever made in life. The silence dragged on for about 5 seconds. Hey, what is this? She flicked the system window over to me anyway, tone flat, though the skin behind her ears was visibly turning a faint red. Seriously, what is this? It's kind of terrifying. My pupils contracted. This was the first time I'd ever seen an achievement that didn't exist back in the game era. So this world actually contained records of feats that had never existed in the game itself. Would have been nicer if such a horrifying achievement had shown up on literally anyone else. Don't say things like that. Song Yingxue kicked me, just hard enough to send me rolling from the edge of the bed down to the foot of it. No side effects, plus a hockey bonus. Don't overthink it. You should be happy. I rolled with the momentum, and my utilitarian instincts kicked into overdrive. I could use myself to farm the title, farm hockey, for exactly 0.1 seconds before I shoved the idea out of my head. Because the person being used as a farming tool would be me. Way too terrifying. Even if you say that, Song Yingxue clenched her fist. The purple electricity coiling around it was visibly darkening, closing in on pure black. Hockey just increasing out of nowhere like this. Things that used to be legendary have been way too easy to get lately. I wish hockey were that easy to get, I muttered. You were only supposed to earn hockey by accomplishing feats significant enough for the world itself to remember. And my girlfriend had just picked up 11 points of it through absurdly simple means. What are you hiding? Don't tell me, and I'm docking points. She'd pulled on her coat and started packing, folding every corner with meticulous precision. I opened my mouth. I don't want to say. The ironclad war train's whistle gave a low moan as it began to decelerate. Outside the window, the walls of the central city unfolded in the morning light. Vast gray-white stones stretched to the horizon, and along the ramparts, magic towers rose at regular intervals, their crystal spires glittering with pinpoints of light. The heart of the human kingdom, second only to the royal capital, and home to sacred martial academy. The best thing about Song Yingxue was, whatever I didn't want to talk about, she never asked twice. Damn, there are as many demi-humans as humans here. I sprawled against the window, sightseeing. Even the ultra-rare long-eared elves could be spotted right on the roadside, long swords at their hips, market baskets on their arms. Get packed already. Once we check in, I have to hit Central Plaza today for shopping. Song Yingxue planted her hands on her hips. When we get off, I want to avoid the Sacred Martial Academy crowd. We wait an hour after the train stops before heading out. TCH, fine. I twirled the newly acquired breath of the sea god on my finger, its deep blue gem shimmering with rippling watery highlights in the morning light. Lucky I hit the jackpot on the second spin, otherwise I'd have been chained to that slot machine till the end of time. It's their fault I don't dare wander through the entertainment district. You brought it on yourself. Just ignore them if you see them. Song Yingxue crammed the last package into her storage device. By the way, does shopping at the plaza include me? Of course. She turned, walked over to the bed, and plopped down on my back without a shred of ceremony, driving me a good inch into the mattress. Terrible news, I sighed. Want to go again? The demon that had conquered human desire leaned down and murmured in my ear. Yes. I nodded without hesitation. At noon, the iron-armored war carriage pulled into Central Station. Its massive steel legs slowly folded in, and steam hissed from the exhaust ports, rising and vanishing in the sunlight. Stepping out of the station, we found the central city gleaming from head to toe under the midday sun. Directly across from the station stretched a flagstone boulevard wide enough for 4 carriages abreast, its shade tree-lined sides packed with vendors, grilled skewers, fresh juice, enchanted trinkets, their calls ringing out over one another. Yeah, have you mastered a domain yet? Lu Yin tilted her head toward Xinqingwei. The mage looked paler than usual, with 2 dark shadows beneath her eyes. Clearly she hadn't slept. No, not yet. Xinqingwei answered reflexively before catching herself. Could you not call me Yaya? So being a transcendent without relying on the system isn't so easy after all. If you have no talent, why not just play it safe and level your mage up to Grand Magus? I came up from behind, suitcase in hand. Shut up. Xinqingwei ground her teeth. If she hadn't insisted I demonstrate a domain, she'd have gone on suspecting I'd been stringing her along the whole time. But she'd seen it with her own eyes. Under Song Yingxue's feet, the train car had transformed into open wilderness, the domain compressed to the size of the compartment, but the real thing. Watching it, I'd felt a bit shut in on myself. Bringing up the rear, Lei didn't look any better. For the past few days she'd been camped out next to my room, eavesdropping through the wall to gather intel, and she was visibly worn out. I want that. Tian Kursin was the first to launch herself forward, charging a roadside grilled meat wrap stall. Lu Yin ambled after her, muttering at her not to run off too fast. Central City really lives up to its name. Song Yingxue drew in a deep breath. Tone, then turned to me with a sweet smile. We'll handle registration this afternoon. First lunch, then shopping. The order is non-negotiable, and I'm not accepting objections. I yawned and nodded. Wait a second. Wasn't I supposed to be the captain? Lunch was at a stone slab barbecue place by the plaza. Song Yingxue had booked ahead, so she let us straight in. Lu Yin and Tian Kursin chattered over the menu for a solid 10 minutes and ordered enough to cover the whole table. I pointed at a plate of raw, blood-streaked meat. What's this? Marbled rock ox beef, a local specialty. Xinqingwei expertly picked up a slice and laid it on the grill. Magma ox. You can eat it raw too. Eating monster meat raw? What are you, a goblin? It's fine cuisine. What would a katsu-obsessed idiot like you know? What's wrong with katsu? Fried food is the pinnacle of human cuisine. But raw red meat? No way, right? Song Yingxue snatched the biggest, freshly grilled slice right off my plate with her chopsticks and stuffed it in her mouth. No fighting at the table. It kills my mood. Ray sat at the far end, quietly working through a vegetable platter, glancing over at us now and then with a faint smile tugging at her lips. After the meal, things went exactly as I'd feared. Song Yingxue grabbed me with her left hand and hauled Tian Kursen along with her right. Lu Yin dragged Shin Qinghue, and our little procession swept through the shopping district like a passing storm. Clothing stores, accessory shops, shoe stores, the paper bags on my arm multiplied from 2 to 8, until I finally had to start hanging them around my neck. Ray followed at the back empty-handed, eyes locked on me, fulfilling the bare minimum of her surveillance duty. By the time we finished shopping, I was drained, mind and body. The JK trio, meanwhile, still hadn't had their fill. Holy Martial Academy sits in the Northern District, sprawled across 3 hills. Registration was simple. I handed my special student certificate to the administrator. You've been assigned to North District Dormitory 7, Special Student Single Suite. Why does the captain get a single room while we're stuck in an 8-person dorm? Tian Kursen stared at my key, thoroughly confused. 8 people? What the hell is that? Isn't this supposed to be the top-tier dorm? I griped. Then you go take the 8-person dorm. Song Yingxue hooked her arm around my wrist. I'm taking the single. The Great Cathedral of Elise in the central capital was a good bit larger than the one back in Tianling City. I dragged a bulging burlap sack through the nave, the mouth of it hastily bound with hemp cord. Several worshippers shot me sidelong glances, their eyes practically screaming, "Here, to desecrate the goddess." A white-haired bishop hurried over, mouth half open to stop me. I walked up to the offering box, untied the sack, and started dumping bundled stacks of bills inside. The bishop's mouth was still open. He'd meant to reprimand me, but I was giving so much he couldn't quite bring himself to. "May the goddess bless you, my child." He bowed deeply, and when he turned to leave, his step was easily twice as light. I sat down in front of the communication crystal and put through a call to Archbishop Marianne. "You've arrived? You. This guy's definitely not the type who'd reach out to his elders just because he moved to a new city. Spill it, what's going on? How could you say that? I'm the very picture of respect for my elders. How do you say that with a straight face when you cut ties with your own family? That white-haired one, what's her name again?" I changed the subject. "She never told me." Marianne's expression shifted. "Iris. You met her?" "Yeah, that's the one. Used to always call me kid. Hey kid back at the church." I nodded. Hands out legendary tier weapons like party favors, then slips me a legendary dagger and presses her forehead to mine to gift me the steel skill. And here I was sweeping floors and patching the roof for free. Marianne fell silent for 3 seconds, an indescribable look crossing her face. "Watch your mouth about the church, or the goddess won't bless you." Goddess Eris isn't that petty. You really don't know her. Her right hand drifted instinctively toward the drawer, where a silver mace was kept year-round, reserved specifically for correcting heretical speech. Her hand paused on the handle for a few seconds, then withdrew. Crystal projection. She couldn't hit me in person. "I don't want to deal with you. You don't recognize Iris. Is your head screwed on right? She's one of the top 5 thieves in our church. Top 5 in the whole kingdom, even. I always figured she was some regular flyer hander-outer." I reflected on this. Looks like I needed to gather more intel. Only someone as impious as you would think possessing power exempts you from basic labor. Sweeping the floor is a form of training too. After she taught me the skill, she got hauled off by a paladin. I saved her once. Heard she stole the dragonwing sword. What's that? Marianne was quiet for a long moment. No idea. Next time she gets caught, have a lawyer ready for her. I'd rather not end up on the wanted list with her. I waved. Later. Next time, look after her for me too, idiot. This is thanks for me getting you enrolled. I hung up before she finished. Considered for a second whether to call back. Decided it wasn't necessary. That white-haired bishop was pretending to loiter casually by the offering box, secretly counting the stacks of bills piled inside. The first day of school arrived. D class, of all things. I looked up at the brass plaque above the doorframe. The Holy Martial Academy's class assignments were blatant. S class for royalty, A class for direct heirs of great houses, B class for the elite, and D class was the very bottom of the pecking order. Bastards, cadet branches, low-ranking noble titles. If I had to compare it, it was like a decent community college. Song Yingxue and both her best friends were in B class. Why were they in B class while I was stuck in D? I was supposed to be the team leader. I walked to the back row and took a seat by the window. My bad mood wasn't about the class assignment. I was planning to spend most of my time in the dungeons anyway, not attending lectures. What really pissed me off was that the room, which was supposed to be a single. My dorm room had been forcibly commandeered by 3 women with zero sense of boundaries and converted into a 4-person suite. One of them was my girlfriend. What the hell were the other 2 doing there? The seats were filling up one by one. The light in the doorway dimmed for an instant. A slender, black-haired boy stepped in, his footfalls so soft you couldn't hear them, yet each stride carried a rock-steady control. Strapped across his back was a one-handed sword. Chu Feng, the main character of Blade Dance Continent, a lowborn swordsman who would one day become the Black Sword Saint. Right now he was still level 1, kitted out with a standard iron sword, a rookie party member. Pretty useful in-game, but by the time I hit New Game Plus, I just left him permanently benched in the carriage. But wait, the sword on his back? I stared at him like he was an idiot. Basic common sense for any swordsman. If you see someone with a one-handed sword slung across their back, keep your distance. They're either a top-tier master or a colossal moron. It's not a great sword. Drawing from the back would get you cut down 10 times over. More students filed in, and the front rows had already broken into hushed conversation. Noble circles are small to begin with, and Class D was its own little clique. Everyone knew everyone. A few glanced back at me, probably trying to guess which family had shoved me in here. Then someone came through the door, not walked, but burst through. Her heel caught on the threshold, and she stumbled 3 or 4 steps before catching herself, her backpack nearly flying off her shoulder. She braced herself in front of the podium, panting hard as sunlight poured in from the hallway, gilding her chin-length hair. Phew, I'm not late, right? Not late. Her crisp voice cut clean across the classroom. Several of the noble kids froze, all turning at once. Deep blue uniform, silver bow tie, pleated skirt sitting neatly at the knee. No family crest embroidered anywhere. No house medallion pinned to her chest. No mana bracelet on her wrist. Blonde hair chopped casually to shoulder length, and sticking out in stray tufts like she'd given it 2 quick swipes with a comb on her way out the door. And those sea blue eyes. No question about it. Erin Vale, the heroine of the main storyline, the player's avatar. The first commoner ever admitted to Sacred Martial Academy through regular enrollment. I leaned back in my chair. So this world was on the heroine's route. Or did the hero and heroine coexist? The male lead was probably over in Class A, whatever. Let them go save the world and be good little protagonists. All she needed to do was sit next to Chu Feng. Then I could sit back here in safety and enjoy the good life. Nobody's sitting here, right? Thanks, I'm Erin Vale. Nope, empty. I answered on reflex, my eyes going deadfish blank in 0.1 seconds. Crap, she'd sat down right next to me. I really shouldn't have shown up to class early. This wasn't a butterfly effect anymore. This was a T-Rex effect. The variable of the heroine sitting in the wrong seat was massive enough to punch a hole clean through the timeline. What about the deskmate arc? If she didn't fall for one of the male leads, the ultimate spell wouldn't. Get out. That was the crucial holy attribute forbidden spell for taking down the demon lord in the late game. If they lost, humanity would be wiped out. The world wouldn't end. Only humanity would. It's humans who are fragile. I took a deep breath to calm myself. Even without Chu Feng, there were still the third prince and his pack of idiots. Besides, she might end up sitting next to Chu Feng later anyway. The heroine's romance route wasn't the only one. It'd be fine. I propped my elbow on the desk, radiating a humanity is doomed kind of aura. What's your name? Irene asked in a low voice. Yi Shuang. Are you a noble? She asked it straight out, with no probing behind it. No, I paused. In this school, saying you were a commoner seemed like more trouble than being a noble. I come from an adventurer background. An adventurer. Her eyes visibly lit up, and her upper body leaned toward me without her realizing. You're the first live adventurer I've ever seen. I'm a special admission student. My home's down south in Nottinghamshire, a place so small the stagecoaches won't even detour through it. We don't even have goblins. Wild boars are about as bad as it gets. That's called a symbol of peace. Don't say it like it's some tragedy. My grandma said her grandpa's older brother was an adventurer. He made it down to the 3rd floor of the dungeon. He himself said he only ever fought slimes, but everyone in the village swore he must have seen a dragon. When my mana test came back showing I had rare holy affinity, that's how I got in. When I left, the village chief gave me 5 copper coins. 5 whole copper coins. She tugged a leather cord out from her collar. 3 worn, polished copper coins were strung on it. Then I got to the central city, and found out that wouldn't even buy me a single loaf of bread. Bread's gotten so expensive that the village chief's whole gift can't buy one. My eyes went wide. Was it really the bread? No, 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 it was the chief. That chief was definitely just cheap. I see, I answered, barely engaging. It wasn't that I didn't want to talk to her. It was that this human sunbeam was practically driving me into shutdown mode. I glanced at her, blonde hair, blue eyes, a smile without a shadow in it. I kept getting the feeling this kid was glowing, like an angel. Probably just my imagination. You've been to lots of dungeons, right? What's the deepest floor you've reached? Have you fought a dragon? My grandma said. The click of high heels on the wooden floor cut her off. A woman in her early 40s walked in, dressed in a dark gray suit. Quiet. I'm your homeroom teacher, Roland Cleave. For the next 3 years, you'll be studying foundational theory, tactical command, and the essential knowledge every adventurer needs. Sacred Martial Academy isn't an ordinary school. It's a military academy of the kingdom. No matter which family you come from, until you graduate, you have only one identity: student. Is that clear? A few of the noble kids in the front row exchanged dismissive smirks. One boy with slicked back hair even. She didn't bother hiding the curve at the corner of her mouth. Roland's gaze lingered on their faces for a beat. The smile evaporated on its own within 3 seconds. She began explaining the rules: classes, training, or heading straight into the dungeons to rack up combat hours. I knew it all like the back of my hand. It was core mechanics back in the game days. Next up is the opening ceremony. The corner of my mouth twitched into a smile. Ever since sitting through the principal's mouthful of empty words during my first year after reincarnating, I hadn't attended a single opening ceremony since. Time to bail. Once most of the students had left, I got up and stepped out of the classroom. Hey, Night Frost, the assembly training ground is that way. Ellen kindly pointed toward the other end of the hallway. I need to hit the restroom. My expression didn't shift, but my feet had already carried me around the corner. And then I came face to face with someone walking straight toward me. The students in the hallway parted like duckweed scattered by an invisible wind, automatically pressing themselves against the walls, opening up a corridor that was deliberately wide. The whispering dropped to an oppressive silence in an instant. Isn't that His Highness the Third Prince? Why is he coming to Class D? Is he here for someone? Who in Class D even has ties to the royal family? The third prince, Liu Yu, wore a white stand-collar uniform pressed without a single crease, a silver pin bearing the white dragon crest of the Eastern Collateral Royal Line fastened at his collar. In all of Sacred Martial Academy, he was the only one permitted to wear the white dragon uniform. No one trailed behind him, yet his presence alone was enough to send the students in the hallway plastering themselves to the walls. And now, he'd come face to face with me just as I was rounding the corner. Well, long time no see. Liu Yu's gaze cut through the crowd that had automatically drawn back, landing on me with pinpoint precision, that gentle, jade-like smile still fixed at the corner of his mouth. First day of school, and you're not going to come say hello? The entire hallway fell silent in an instant. Ellen stood at the edge of the crowd, her sea-blue eyes darting between me and the third prince, probably wondering how her supposed adventurer of a deskmate could possibly know a prince. I tilted my head, genuine confusion surfacing on my face. Who are you? You've got the wrong person. Then I gave a polite nod, sidestepped him, and kept walking. 3 seconds later, I heard the smile freeze in the voice behind me. He'd finally caught on. From start to finish, I hadn't given a damn about the deal we'd made at the Skymoon Hotel. Around the corner of the corridor, I spotted Shen Qingyue coming toward me, cradling a stack of textbooks thick enough to double as weapons. Yeah, how's it going? Don't call me that. She was already halfway numb to it. Some guy I don't know just greeted me. You know him? I lowered my voice. She followed my gaze, glancing briefly at the figure in the white stand-collar uniform outside the Class S doorway, her tone as flat as if she were stating a fact. You mean that third prince you just ignored? More or less. You shouldn't speak so disrespectfully about the royal family. You're one to talk, she shot back coldly. He came up to me too, asked me to join his team. I ignored him. Where are you off to? The opening ceremony's that way. Skipping it, I said honestly. Then I'm skipping too. She didn't hesitate for even half a beat. A pair of arms suddenly wrapped around me from behind, looping snugly around my neck. Song Yingxue rested her chin on my shoulder and waved a hand at Shen Qingyue. Shoo shoo. Don't hang around with us bad kids, model student. Lu Yin and Tian Kursen trailed behind, each holding a juice box, looking as leisurely as if they were on a spring outing. Shin Xingyue glanced at the juice, then down at the textbook in her arms, hefty enough to kill a man, and her resolve to skip class hardened by another notch. Not far off, Lu Yu's gaze settled on our little cluster. Shin Xingyue had just turned down his invitation, and now here, she was in the same corridor as me, laughing and chatting. Song Yingxue was practically draped over me, in a pose so natural it looked like she'd done it 1,000 times before. His back teeth clenched, silent, but even with his teeth ground to dust, he couldn't breathe a word of it. A dignified third prince, publicly played by a Class D student, saying it out loud would only make him look worse. He drew in a slow breath, turned, and headed for the training ground, his heels striking the flagstones with unusual force. The opening ceremony was held at the central training ground. The headmaster's address was, as always, hollow and interminable. Several hundred people stood under the early autumn noon sun for nearly an hour, their gazes long since glazed over. Then it was Lu Yu's turn to deliver the welcome speech. He stood at the podium, his voice steady and mild, his eyes sweeping across the ranks of new students. Then, without meaning to, lifting half an inch higher, landing on the windows of the teaching building across the way. I was leaning against the window frame, chewing on the straw of the cold drink Song Yingxue had handed me. She was propping up her chin with one hand while using the other to reclaim the drink and take a sip herself. Tian Kursen was sprawled over the windowsill, gleefully admiring the sweat-soaked new students down below. We were all smiling, that leisurely, almost punchably smug kind of smile. I scanned the Class A formation, searching for someone. Black hair, nope. The hero wasn't in Class A. So the Saintess and the hero really couldn't coexist after all. What are you looking for? Song Yingxue asked, muffled around the straw. Nothing. Just enjoying the sight of a bunch of idiots baking in the sun. What terrible taste. Shin Xingyue was sitting by the window, principles of advanced barrier arts open across her knees, not even glancing up. 3 days later, the student council secretary walked into the Class D classroom in an immaculately pressed suit and placed a wax-sealed envelope on my desk. The moment the royal crest hit the wood, the whole room fell silent. I opened it and read from start to finish. It is hereby decreed that on Wednesday of this week, at noon, at 3 p.m., sword combat training will be held at Training Ground 3. Nice work. Someone had dug that one out of the school code. The old rule was crystal clear. Refuse 3 times, and the student council automatically steps into force mediation. And Lu Yu himself just happened to be the vice president. Either outcome worked out fine for him. Idiot. Did he really think I was the type to just show up and take a duel like a good boy? I didn't see anything, I said, folding the letter and stuffing it back into the envelope. And besides, it's not a duel, it's legal combat training. Ellen had already craned her neck to sneak a full red. Her sea-blue eyes were wide with the panic of a country girl witnessing a legendary event for the first time. Why does His Highness the Third Prince want to duel you? What did you even do? So that's a refusal, correct? The secretary asked, her face blank. Yeah, refusal. I could smell a setup, but since the option to refuse was right there on the table, I was taking it. The secretary gave a small nod and left. The moment she was gone, the classroom erupted into whispers. At lunchtime, I brought Ellen to the cafeteria to find Song Yingxue and the other two. Song Yingxue was petting Ellen's head like she was a cat. This kid's got such nice skin. Grandma always says that too. Ellen's eyes narrowed in contentment under the stroking. So, I turned to Song Yingxue. Etiquette between noble girls, tea parties, that sort of thing. Do you know any of it? Gave up on that stuff back in middle school. She puffed out her chest, wearing the expression of someone waiting to be praised. No. Ellen suddenly wriggled free. The duel. What about the duel with the third prince? Who? I turned to her, as sincere as a normal student being asked about some random kid from the class next door. He's playing dumb now. Song Yingxue explained flatly to Ellen. Just ignore him. There's no way he's showing up. She knew me too well. Even if I said yes, I could stand him up without batting an eye, leave him baking on the training ground until sunset, then stroll past with a burger and toss out. Oh right, forgot. How could you do that? Ellen's voice pitched up. I turned pleading eyes toward the other two. Captain, don't look at me. I'm a commoner. I almost got bullied to death. Tion Curson threw up her hands in immediate surrender. Cliques like yours are usually the ones doing the bullying. I called her out and turned to Lu Yen. For once, Lu Yen actually looked away. Back in elementary school, I thought that stuff was a pain, so I just flipped the table, dumped the plates and pastries right onto the girl across from me. After that, my mom never let me go to another one. Our corner of the cafeteria went silent for a beat. Tion Curson quietly applauded. Lu Yin pushed her hands back down. I slowly stood up, lifted Song Yingshue's hand off Ellen's head, and took Ellen by the wrist with the solemn air of someone protecting an endangered species. From now on, none of you get near this key. Stay at least 15 meters away from that kid. I didn't want this bunch of delinquents corrupting the future saintess. Song Yingxue stared at her now empty palm. What's that supposed to mean? You cheating on me? It's not like that. No, no, no. Erin's ear tips flushed red as she waved her hands frantically in front of her chest. That kid's a commoner, right? Song Yingxue leisurely crossed her legs. As long as I get to be the main wife, I don't care. What are you even saying? Erin's whole face went crimson, and she buried it in her hands. Oh, can I join too? Tion Curson leaned in from the other side of the table. You can't. Song Yingshue's refusal was crisp and clean. Why not? A friend of mine is a little bit, so absolutely not. How can a little bit and absolutely not go together in the same sentence? That's it. We're through. What about my opinion? I watched these girls yank at each other's hair and got the distinct feeling no one had bothered to ask me. Yeah. I was about to turn away when my footsteps stopped. Shin Qinghue came around holding a tray, her food arranged in perfect order. Honor students had OCD even about how they served themselves. She set down her chopsticks, pulled a neatly folded bill from her pocket, and held it out. I'll give you 50 gold. Don't call me by that nickname. I don't want money like that. I stepped back half a pace. Do you know tea ceremony etiquette? What tea ceremony? She furrowed her brow. I quietly stood up. Wait, the noble kind of tea ceremony? I'm not sure if it's what I'm thinking of. Sensing a chance to make me owe her a favor, she scrambled to salvage things. I nodded. Then of course I do. Her tone leveled out again, tinged with the displeasure of having been underestimated. It's the most basic etiquette for a noble. After lunch, in the Noble Academy's luxurious lounge, beyond the arched floor-to-ceiling windows lay a meticulously trimmed ivy courtyard. Sunlight filtered through stained glass into pale gold and spilled across the polished oak table. On the table, a full white porcelain tea set was laid out, steam curling from the spout. I frowned at Shin Qinghue across the table. She was clutching a book she'd just borrowed from the library, Tea and the Sword. Boy, you totally don't know any of this, do you? You're learning on the spot, aren't you? My tone was less than pleased. Was this really the same person who'd so confidently agreed to teach Erin the tea ceremony, only to bolt straight to the library for a textbook? Shut up. I'm just confirming the procedure. Shin Qinghue turned the page without so much as a flicker of expression. As long as I follow the textbook, there won't be any problem. I really was invited to one back in elementary school. How does it taste? Erin, the trainee, timidly asked the four of us judges, her fingertips trembling slightly from nerves. Shin Qinghue had spent a full 20 minutes drilling her how to hold the teacup. Height. How many degrees to rotate the saucer? The spout must never point at the guest. Every detail as precise as some alchemy experiment. Not bad. Truly worthy of top-grade Gyukuro. I nodded, offering a fair verdict. No, this is the cheap stuff, isn't it? Song Yingxue took another sip, tone dead certain. Uffed. Shin Qinghue turned her head away, shoulders suspiciously trembling. I silently turned to look at her. Excellent. 10 forbearances minus 1, 8 left. I did buy Gyukuro, but for practice you should use the cheap stuff. Shin Qinghue reined in her smile, put on a straight face, and shut her book down on the table. Don't fight, don't fight. Eileen mediated with a laugh. A week later, same place. Eileen worked up the courage to invite girls from class using the etiquette Shin Qinghue had taught her, and failed magnificently. Useless. I cursed at Shin Qinghue, who was hanging her head. It's not my problem, I did my best. She buried her face in her book, which just proves you're useless. Shin Qinghue clenched her fists. Come to think of it, why hold a tea party? Song Yingxue asked Eileen. Because, right, why was it again? Eileen froze. Lately, she'd spent every day practicing tea ceremony, then going out to invite people, getting rejected, practicing again, getting rejected again. She'd almost forgotten what started it. I wanted to make friends. Ah, Ingxue, you mean I already have friends I can hold tea parties with, right? No, I wanted her to meet outstanding talent and put together a party to save the world. I ground my back teeth. Song Ingxue switched which leg she had crossed. The nobility has these little cliques. Just like street gangs, if you want to join another gang, you have to bring a gift to their boss first. What kind of formal organization are you people? I covered my mouth. First time I'd ever thought girls were terrifying, stricter than the structure of the thieves' guild I'd bailed on with my bucket. You hang around us all day, so you've already been classified as one of us. Naturally, people reject you. Song Ingxue kicked me in the shin. Eileen blinked, then suddenly set her teacup down, looked up, and smiled. Is that so? Then forget it. Being counted as one of you isn't so bad either. I covered my face and laughed, relieved. Personally cutting the heroine's social route clean off. For a moment, I didn't know who to blame. It's fine. There are still the guaranteed events with important characters. Oh right, next week is our first dungeon raid. Should we team up? Eileen pulled the notice from her bag and waved it. Captain, Wang Shuo and Li Ming want to come too. Tian Curson turned to me. Who? My face was one of genuine confusion. The boys really are pitiful. Not even treated as human. Song Ingxue sighed. Those two tank-class guys from last time. Shen Qingyue's simps, Lu Yin added. More precise keywords. Ex-suitors, Shen Qingyue said, looking up from her book as she chose her words carefully. Oh right, they came to this school too. Realization dawned on me. It's not about how many people are in the party. I tapped the notification letter. Same class enters in order. Class D has to clear the way for the nobles behind us. Song Ingxue couldn't believe I actually planned to follow the rules. Just curl up in some corner and wait for us to catch up. Problem solved, right? I happen to be a model student who obeys school regulations, I said flatly. You're only planning to walk one lap around the first floor. You have zero intention of going deeper, do you? Shen Qingyue called me out without mercy. She still wanted to clear a dungeon with me the proper way. Holy Martial Academy was built atop an SSS rank spiral grand labyrinth. Punching through it was the kind of feat that got carved into epics. The labyrinth itself was regarded as a monster. The weak enemies on the initial floors were bait to lure adventurers deeper in. Stop translating my words, I warned. 7 uses left. 1 week later, I sat in the classroom watching my deskmate Irene's profile, sinking into utter despair. Lately, some stalker had been trying to hand-deliver a challenge letter to me in person, but I'd shaken them off with ease. What truly drove me to despair was this. Ever since the Tea Party incident, Irene hadn't voluntarily spoken to anyone in class. Every day, she walked quietly into the classroom, quietly sat through lessons, and quietly left. I tilted my chair back. The main heroine of the original story's social route had been personally sealed off by yours truly, and the ringleader Shen Qingyue was currently over in class sneaking reads of Tea and Blade. There wasn't a trace of dissatisfaction on Irene's face right now. If anything, she had the serene look of someone who'd seen through the mortal world. Her adaptability was frightening. This kid had reclassified herself from commoner who can't make friends to classmate of the JK group, and done it cleanly, without hesitation. I should keep my distance from now on. Yes, Wang, what class do you think would be good? Irene suddenly tugged at my sleeve. I've already unlocked Swordsman, Lancer, and Mage. Take back what I just said. I'd meddle a little. Just in case, I'd make this kid the strongest saintess, capable of soloing her way up to the Demon King. Back in the countryside, I also unlocked Farmer, but I want to be an adventurer. Irene rested her chin on her arms, showing no attachment whatsoever to farming. My talent is E-rank minor holy light, so Mage would be the best pick, right? It restores a tiny amount of HP and deals extra damage to undead. Grandma said this talent was pretty impressive by our village's standards. A small, gentle orb of golden light bloomed at her fingertip. Your grandma lied to you. An E-rank talent was as rare as an A-rank one, a 1 in 10,000 super trash roll. Just go with Swordsman. LV1 is enough. I took the Star of Growth necklace off my neck and slipped it over hers. What are you doing? Erin's eyes went wide. She remembered what Song Ingxue had said the first time they met, and her face flushed crimson in an instant. Confession dating marriage? That was the correct order. This is a P proposal? The girl shot to her feet, and the entire class turned to stare. I nearly suffered a Dow heart shattering. If this got out, humanity would tie me up and hand me over to the Saintess as her exclusive weapon for the final battle against the Demon Lord. That is absolutely, 100% not what this is. I threw up a hand to cut her off. Could you at least check the item's stats first? Oh, right. Proposals usually involve rings. Erin scratched her head sheepishly. Star of Growth Legendary Necklace. Special effect. The wearer gains +1 additional free stat point per level up. So cool. Every last thought in Erin's brain was washed clean by the numbers. You can borrow it when you level up. Though without EXP, you probably can't level anyway, I said. But I haven't decided on swordsman yet. I was going to ask Ingxue and Yeye too. Stop right there. I cut in immediately. Every class user in the world recommends their own main class when advising newbies. The second the newbie actually picks the same class, boom, rivals in the same trade, and they'd love nothing more than to see the other die. They're benefactors? Erin had it completely backwards. They won't teach you anything useful. They'll just recount every wrong turn they made and shove you down the same path. Why do you think those old-timers hanging around the Adventurers Guild are so friendly? They're praying every new recruit dumps points into the wrong skill tree. I don't think people are that awful. Too naive. Trust me, go with swordsman. Balanced and easy to switch classes from. The future's one and only holy sword user was going to max out swordsmanship for me. Otherwise, she'd end up as a glorified archer who just fired light beams from a sword. Makes sense. After all, the captain's the one who has to plan out class distribution for the party. Erin clapped her hands together. I froze. Since when was I a member of your party? I'm swordsman, Yeye's mage, Ingxue's spear warrior, Kursen's warrior, Lilian's sorcerer, captain's rogue, plus the 2 boys on the front line as tanks. A perfect party. Perfect my foot. I'm quit, wait. World-shattering intellect began churning at full speed inside my skull. If I built the party into something flawless, then when I bowed out, I could just hand the captain's seat to Erin. Wouldn't that give the world a ready-made savior squad? The 2 conditions for slaying the Demon Lord, the power of love and the power of raw force. The latter, solved to perfection. I'm a genius. But how do I retire in a way that actually makes sense? Fake my death? Just running off feels like something I couldn't pull off. Not with the Saintess and the Kingdom's reach. And bringing a girlfriend along would make escape even harder. Wait, as long as I just do that then, so I get to stay in the rear with a clean conscience? No. I shook my head. Based on life wisdom from the internet, once a man has a kid, he automatically grows a sense of responsibility. What if that sense of responsibility drives me off to slay the Demon Lord? I'd figure it out later. Hurry up and change classes, I pressed Erin. The morning we entered the dungeon, the plaza at the entrance to the spiral labyrinth had already filled with new students. The dawn breeze carried a chill. Song Ingxue, Windchaser's oath wrapped and slung across her back, had her eyes drawn to a walking tin can approaching the group. Who's stuffed inside this tin can? She rapped twice on the top of the helmet. Me? Erin. The girl flipped up her visor, revealing a face flushed red from being cooped up in there. Who taught you to buy something like this? Yes, Wong. Ugh. Song Ingxue took half a step back in disgust. Where'd you even get the money? Luyan came over and rapped on Erin's breastplate. The captain forced me to buy it, Erin said with a wry smile. I thought 1 sword would be enough. The first floor's just slimes, right? Buying decent gear is the right call. The one thing an adventurer should never do is take chances. Luyan nodded. Shin Qingwei came walking across the plaza from the other side, wearing her school uniform. Since she knew I didn't plan on going deep, she hadn't changed into her formal robes. What are you all talking about? Obviously, she bought it with an academy loan. She pressed her thumbprint on it and everything, didn't she? I explained at my own leisurely pace. Ugh, scumbag. Song Ingxue was the first to make a face. She actually used an academy loan. Luyan looked away. Did you sign a contract with Yes Wang? Shun Qingwei reflexively grabbed Erin's shoulders, an uncharacteristic concern surfacing in her ice blue eyes. Don't sign anything this person asks you to sign. I think I signed my name and pressed my thumbprint. Wait, wasn't it a gift for me? Erin blinked. Of course not. But I've already paid off the academy loan for you. No interest. The debt just transferred to me. Pay it back whenever you want after graduation. I made it sound as light as picking up a friend's lunch. Then I'll pay it off for her. Without another word, Shen Qingyue pulled a 50 gold note from her pocket and held it out in front of me, as solemn as if she were signing an international treaty. Why do you always carry 50 gold on you? I took it and tucked it into my pocket. F50 gold. You call that pocket change? Erin's eyeballs nearly popped out of her helmet. The parting gift her village chief had given her had been 5 copper coins. A full plate set is 39 gold, I think. I forgot. Where's the contract? Shen Qingyue eyed me warily. For that little money, I didn't bother with a contract. The academy loan repayment contract is in her own hands. I gave her a speechless look. Time's up. Let's head in first. Clear the way for the noble lords and ladies. I could see the teacher at the dungeon entrance ringing. Flag. I'm not a noble. Tian Curson felt like she was being mocked. I waved it off and turned toward the entrance. Erin snapped her helmet shut and jogged after me, her armor clanking with every step. Not even going in deep? What a waste of time. Shen Qingyue crossed her arms, unimpressed. Song Yingxue hefted the legendary spear on her back, feeling somehow personally attacked. She brought this thing here to slaughter slimes. Thank you very much. Oh, why are you here? I stopped short at the entrance. So that's why it's so noisy over here. I'd assumed it was just students running their mouths, but up close I realized the commotion had a reason. Someone important had shown up. Standing beside the labyrinth entrance was the Paladin Ray, her ice blue hair tied back in a low ponytail, with several wooden crates of healing potions stacked around her. She wore a standard-issue white shirt, sleeves rolled up to her forearms, hem tucked into her belt to trace a crisp waistline. The morning breeze caught the fabric, defining the lines of her chest and shoulders, full where fullness was called for, taut where sharpness was needed. She was handing out potions to the queued freshmen one by one, as practiced as if she were passing out bandages on a battlefield. 2 younger paladins flanked her, one restocking bottles, the other tallying counts. Seeing me approach, Ray plucked a bottle from the crate and offered it out, the motion as casual as clocking in. I let out a quiet sigh internally. The big shots of this world all loved doing grunt work and loved dragging others into it. The bishops of the Ares faith were always down in the neighborhoods handing out eggs. The kingdom's strongest paladin was here handing out potions. Back in the day, I'd scrubbed a lot of stained glass to grind out church contribution points myself. Long time no see. I'm working part-time at this academy. Ray pressed the potion into my hand, her ice blue eyes lingering on my face for a beat. If anything's wrong with your body, come find me immediately. Her fingertips traced twice across the back of my hand as she withdrew them, quick enough that I barely registered it. I'm perfectly healthy. I took the potion without changing my expression. Too many people who shouldn't be here were cropping up at this school. What if the butterfly effect scrambled the main plotline? Someone you know? Erin poked her head around from the side. A weirdo. I stuffed the potion into her waist pouch, then thought better of it and added, if you want sword practice, you can ask her. She's probably decent. With that, I stepped into the labyrinth entrance. Erin's voice chased after me. Weinstat, the Rose Knight. That Rose Knight. She caught up with a clattering cascade of armor. Yes, Wong, you know the Rose Knight. I don't know anyone with a title that dramatic. I didn't look back. I only knew one idiot paladin. A fork appeared ahead. I stopped. You take that side, I'll take this one. Huh? Aren't we? Are we a team? I never agreed to team up with you. Just treat it as a rookie trial. Good luck on your own. I'll do my best. Ellen blinked her blue eyes pitifully. I leaned back into the shadow of the rock wall, watching her charge at the slime like a wild boar, ramming it against the wall with her whole armored body and driving her sword clean through its core. I won. I won. She raised her sword and cheered. That's the 7th one. Shouldn't she be used to it by now? She doesn't need to celebrate every single kill. Just then, I saw the 3rd prince, Lu Yu, walk past, accompanied by the purple-haired Laurent von Escher, holder of the A-rank talent Phantom Realm. The 2nd string reject I used exactly once during the game era before dumping him in a carriage to gather dust. They didn't notice me hiding in the shadows and walked straight toward the still cheering Ellen. You're the girl at Yishuang's side. Ellen Vale, correct? Lu Yu spoke gently. Ellen looked up, recognized his face, and stepped back, sword still raised. Yes. Do you know where Yishuang is? I have business with him. No. Her answer came fast. Why should I tell you? She stepped back again and hit the rock wall. Laurent suddenly smiled. An interesting woman. I yawned. Amazing he could deliver a line like that with a straight face. Kind of made me want to punch him. The next second, all three of them felt their senses yanked hard. A nauseating surge of mana welled up from deep in the passage, and a white greatsword scraped along the ground, throwing sparks. A black ram's head, a human body clothed in white wool, nearly 3 meters tall, 2 wisps of green flame burning in its eye sockets. Level 50 White Knight, Labyrinth Guardian. It shouldn't have appeared on the first floor. There was only one reason it had. Ellen Vale was a natural-born saintess. She didn't know it herself, but the sentient labyrinth did. Game mechanic. Every floor she set foot on would spawn a special monster to hunt her down. Hey, what the hell is that? Lawrence's eyes went wide, one hand already forming a seal behind his back. An illusionist's instinct was to hide himself first. Lu Yu drew his sword, its blade wreathed in the azure phantom of a dragon. S-rank talent, Dragon Soul. Laurent released several phantom images that circled toward the White Knight's flank. The White Knight paused a beat, then swept its greatsword. The 3 phantoms were cut in half at the waist simultaneously. The next instant, the White Knight was already in front of Lu Yu, greatsword swinging horizontally. Lu Yu, sword and all, was smashed a dozen meters through the air, slamming into the rock wall, blood splattering across the front of his school uniform. The White Knight teleport flashed in front of him again, raising the greatsword to cleave him in two. A one-handed sword rigidly blocked the blow. Ellen had somehow lunged in front of Lu Yu, both hands taking the vertical strike head-on, then was flung like a fallen leaf and smashed into the opposite wall. The White Knight. The knight didn't chase Lu Yu. It wheeled around and locked onto Aaron. Run. For the first time, there was no teasing in Lawrence's voice. Dense fog burst outward and swallowed the corridor as he yanked Lu Yu to her feet. Aaron clawed her way up from the pile of rubble. A dent ran across her plate armor from shoulder to waist. Half her visor was blown open, and blood plastered one side of her face. That thing's getting up again, move. The 3 of them limped toward the entrance. As the white mist thinned, the White Knight shook its ram's head and reacquired its targets. Finally back on script, I stepped out of the shadows, planting myself in front of the White Knight, both hands in my pockets. I'm doing this for humanity's survival too. You know, hard work. Somebody had better pay me what I'm owed. The White Knight halted. Those hollow green sockets lingered on me for less than half a beat before it snapped into a combat stance. It could tell I wasn't in the same tier as the 3 who came before. Left arm bent, fist at my chest. Right hand shaped into the Madra of Dakini. Domain expansion, true and false mutual slaying. A black barrier erupted outward with me at its center. The labyrinth scenery was overwritten in an instant, replaced by an endless wasteland of cracked earth stretching to the horizon. The White Knight stood in the middle of the wilderness, its finger bones rattling out a string of dry clicks. At the labyrinth entrance, Lei's hand froze mid-motion as she was passing out potions. She lifted her head, her ice-blue eyes narrowing. 3 presences closing in fast, and deeper still, the sudden shockwave of a barrier being deployed. The feel of a materialized soul, she knew it far too well. It was his domain. She set the potion bottle down and started toward the entrance. Lu Yu came stumbling out of the labyrinth, half carried by Laurent. The front of her uniform soaked through with blood. Lawrence's face was drained bone-white. Aaron came last. Plate armor caved in, visor warped shut. Her one-handed sword split all the way down to the guard. What happened? Lei strode up. An elite monster, level 50 or above. Ram-headed thing. Should never have appeared on the first floor. Laurent forced the words out in ragged bursts, pointing back into the labyrinth's depths. Lei turned to the 2 paladins beside her. Stay and treat their wounds. Then, gripping her sword, she walked into the darkness, her magical armor materializing around her in an instant. The young teacher tried to stop her. Lady Lei, the students outside, their safety. Her gaze snapped back at him, feral. No one is to enter. Lu Yu leaned against a stone pillar as her wounds were dressed. After a long silence, she raised her head and looked at Aaron. Thank you. That parry of yours, it came just in time. Laurent tilted his head and grinned. Chased down by a level 50, huh? That's tavern brag material for life. Aaron blinked, a note of excitement in her voice. No need to thank me. I was only doing what I should. She paused. Although, if you two could refrain from sending my future squad captain Nightfrost a challenge letter, I'd appreciate that more. Lu Yu's expression stiffened for a beat. Fine. For your sake. Yi Shuang wouldn't pay you any attention anyway. Eileen cut in reflexively, a note of smugness in her voice. Laurent finally burst out laughing, which earned him a firm hand on the arm from the Paladin bandaging him. Eileen turned the sword over, studying the crack along the blade, her brow furrowing slightly. This was the first sword of her life, a gift from me. At the edge of the crowd. What the hell was that guy doing? He actually let Eileen get hurt. Song Yingxue watched Eileen being treated by Lu Yin and sighed. Shin Qingyue stood with her arms crossed, staring at the labyrinth entrance, then turned to the other two. Are you two coming? I'm going in either way. Song Yingxue slung her rifle over her shoulder. Let's go. With the Paladin there, it's not dangerous. Tian Kursin had already strapped her round shield onto her arm, yanking the buckles tight with sharp snaps, practically itching for a fight. Why are you both staring at me? Shin Qingyue asked, noticing her two teammates fixing her with unwavering looks. Isn't it obvious? Group invisibility, of course. Song Yingxue pressed. Shin Qingyue was silent for 5 seconds before her voice dropped a notch. I can't cast invisibility. Huh. Song Yingxue looked incredulous. I always thought Yaya was the all-around genius type. I'm an elemental attack mage. Shin Qingyue's face went red. Then when you said all confidently just now, I'm going in either way. How exactly were you planning to get in? Shin Qingyue turned her face away. At that very moment, a horrifying scream rang out from the labyrinth entrance. Ugh, that's disgusting. So disgusting. For the first time in her life, Eileen felt genuine fear. An oily green light glowed in Lu Yan's hand.